Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 677 to Chapter 718. Chi. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful Do Chi surged out from the bodies of the elite Do Di present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the two light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite Do Di present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the two golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite Do Di hurriedly turned their gazes to Zhuolin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Zhuolin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite Do Di being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite Do Di present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Zhuolin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite Do Di present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Zhuolin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Zhuolin's boat. Hence, all the elite Do Di present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Zhuolin with a frown. He somewhat believed Zhuolin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Zhuolin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, the success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear. Zhuolin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite Do Di present. However, some of the elite Do Di present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuolin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuolin in a deep voice, Young Master Zhua, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant. Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuolin as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. Oh? Is that so? Zhuolin smiled faintly. However, a smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space when 2 enormous golden light pillars emitted a chi sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite Do Di present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuolin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure. As soon as these words left Shualin's mouth, everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. Allow the old me to break this formation. Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying dochi lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Dochi rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the dochi waves. That elite Dodi who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuolin's judgment is wrong? Damn it. What should we do now? Bastard. Go all out. Charge into the large formation and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Dodi in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiaoyan's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiaoyan's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Zhuolin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Dodi did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give it a try. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space, he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already disappeared from this empty space. Huh? It's him, he has indeed discovered it. Zhuolin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiaoyan. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiaoyan stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiaoyan, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiaoyan's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiaoyan's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The doqi that was flowing within the qi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiaoyan's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robe suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped and Xiaoyan's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiaoyan. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiaoyan was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. Eighth grade collapse. Break for me. Xiaoyan suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest Do techniques that Xiaoyan had become famous for. Xiaoyan's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class Do techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer, it was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiaoyan had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiaoyan's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiaoyan's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block. After which, Xiaoyan's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arm suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound and the stone block in front of Xiaoyan suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiaoyan's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the grade 8 crumble that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiaoyan's punch landed, one of the 2 golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite Dodi, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiaoyan's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiaoyan in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Zhuolin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite Dodi immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another and each of them charged toward a stone block. At this moment, these elite Dodi in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Dodi who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiaoyan, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Dodi, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiaoyan did earlier. Bang bang bang, when the first wave of attacks began, the elite Dodi present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Dodi would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, there was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Dodi would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Dodi involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiaoyan had disguised himself as. Being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Dodi could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiaoyan. Haha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, humph humph, Huaba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan before suddenly turning around. Doqi swiftly agglomerated in his palm and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Baiying and Sun Shua also stood in front of a stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan descended. Doqi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhuo Lin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. "You, who exactly are you?" Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Dodi present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Doqi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Dodi's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Dodi, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time even if 3 elite Dodi were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Dodi were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Chi, the glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Che Judao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, a couple of elite Dodi had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. "Everyone, be careful. That thing is coming again." An elite Dodi on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it. Unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands, only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Dodi, all the elite Dodi present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, 2 rays of light with frightening aura swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xiaoyan, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the 2 light pillars would be aimed at Xiaoyan. Even though Xiaoyan was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it. There is really no end to it. Xiaoyan let out a soft cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Doqi agglomerated in his palm and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment. Break! Soon after, Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it. Soon after, Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiaoyan had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength! Who is he? If there really was such a person in the western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the four great clans, Zhuobentang's and Huaba's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiaoyan. Elder Huaba, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Huatian frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the four great clans. I don't know, this is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Dodi. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the western region? Huaba frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuobentang from the Zhua clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhua clan cannot easily offend. Zhuobentang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhuolin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhua clan and the Hua clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiaoyan also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the four great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Doqi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiaoyan had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. Ugh, it's Sun Shua. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sun Shua. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Do technique. Oh? It is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Huaba could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shua's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Huoba would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shua's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiaoyan. If he was not wrong, that Xiaoyan should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiaoyan's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shua's target would instantly change. At that time, the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their 3 clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Doqi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Dodi who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance when the time came. Huoba involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed it on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Buying noticed the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Shui Benteng involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other 3 clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these 3 clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhuo Lin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Wait. Shui Benteng's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. Why, the other 3 clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other 3 clans, at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now, all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, humph, Zhuo Lin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other 3 clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break 1 stone block. Leave the rest to them. Zhuo Lin withdrew his hand from Shui Benteng's shoulder after saying this. After which, his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might, this time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The Doqi within everyone's body surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky. While the Doqi on the surface of their bodies churned, everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Chi. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, 4 golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw the scene. It was unexpected that 4 golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the 4 stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick! Don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these 4 stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mukuan, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored Dochi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mukuan said was right. If they dared to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary Do skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the 4 light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining 4 stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 4 light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the 4 light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff! The 4 sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Ugh! The remaining dozens of elite Dodi in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. Ugh! The formation has been broken, the formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changzhou were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite Dodi in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite Dodi who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip. Dochi inheritance. Ha 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 ha. This is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huaba's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the Hu clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Ha 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 ha. Huaba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang moved and returned to Zhuolin's side. Bai Ying, Xiaoyan, and Sun Shua, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuolin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiaoyan, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhuo family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuolin, who was opposite him. what's up? A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Huoba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Buying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shua, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. Haha, old sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust. Xuelin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Huoba immediately frowned when Xuelin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. Humph, I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers. Xiaoyan spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Shui Bentang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Xuelin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Xuelin pulled him back. Xuelin gently shook his head and indicated for Shui Bentang to stop. Seeing this, Shui Bentang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiaoyan. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. Haha, everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue? Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item. Buying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Doqi inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Humph, all of you, back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch? Just as everyone moved, Huoba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Dodi present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it. This fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone, attack together. Even if he is a 3-star Dodi, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Dodi present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huoba's aura pressure. At this moment, Xiaoyan and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue. Xuelin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xiaoyan at this moment. Beside him, Shui Bentang wished that he could carry Xuelin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Xuelin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Doqi inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xiaoyan, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Dodi who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, the group of elite Dodi who had escaped from Huoba's aura behind Xiaoyan's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Doqi inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xiaoyan and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xiaoyan's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xiaoyan's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Bai Ying and Huaba also did not show any weakness. Xuelin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First, young master, once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Xue Bentang's voice sounded, Xuelin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance, why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Xuelin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Xue Bentang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Xuelin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan's back. A dense cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph, regardless of whether you are Bai Zhan or Xiaoyan, you will definitely die today. Xuelin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Doqi inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved and he swiftly flew over. Hehe, Xianxia Xianxia. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xiaoyan's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Doqi inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Doqi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha, elder, I will take this inheritance first. Ha ha. Suddenly, Huaba, who was following closely behind Xiaoyan, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiaoyan, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Doqi inheritance. Ha ha, Huaba, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, he acted and blocked Huaba. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me? Why, can't I? Huaba's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Ha ha. Come and give it a try. Huaba's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang! When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, they did not realize that Sun Shua's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiaoyan had already appeared opposite Sun Shua. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Doqi light that was the size of a person. It was the Doqi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. You wish to compete with me? Sun Shua's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanqi's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shua. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. Cuckoo, I am not the only one who cares about this Doqi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost. Sun Shua's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Doqi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Doqi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Huaba and Bai Ying also charged forward. Sun Shua once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves and numerous Doqi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over and Xiaoyan, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiaoyan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Dodi. His other hand was violently flipped. Dochi agglomerated and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow spring palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shua and Xiaoyan. A Dochi wave swept apart, forcing Xiaoyan and Sun Shua to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Dochi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Huaba had already arrived in front of him. The four of them moved and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Dochi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiaoyan, being a bandit, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, the Dochi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Dochi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Dochi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiaoyan's group changed when they saw the scene. Their bodies moved and they once again charged toward the Dochi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Dochi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiaoyan's group charged into the crowd, a bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, 2 golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiaoyan was located. The 2 golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into 2 frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiaoyan's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiaoyan could only rely on the 3000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the 2 light beams. Soon after, Xiaoyan had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand and a ruthless palm mercilessly smashed toward Xiaoyan's back. At this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Dodi. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiaoyan did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiaoyan's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky, who had already recovered, were all staring at him, including Sun Shua. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shua softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. You are Xiao Yan? Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. In the sky, Xiaoyan slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shua's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Dodi present heard the words that came out of Sun Shua's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiaoyan. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiaoyan that the 4 large sects had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiaoyan. So he is actually that Xiaoyan. It is said that not long ago, he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiaoyan's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiaoyan will definitely not return this time around. As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shua's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Puff. Suddenly, Sun Shua's body shook. With a puff sound, the powerful Doqi in his body crazily surged out of his body. Following which, Sun Shua suddenly clenched his fist and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuo Lin's location. He believed that given Zhuo Bentang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiaoyan unless he was instructed by Zhuo Lin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuo Lin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuo Lin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuo Lin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiaoyan had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuo Lin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuo Lin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiaoyan? On the other side of the empty space, Huaba's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiaoyan, whom the four large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Huaba's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. "You're the one who killed my son, Hanshi." Sun Shua's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiaoyan. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiaoyan noncommittally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shua's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiaoyan's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved the large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiaoyan. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shua's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiaoyan like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shua's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly became ice cold when he saw the 3-blade auras and Sun Shua shooting toward him. The Doqi in his body surged wildly and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiaoyan's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puff sound and a brilliant, heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. Soon after, it violently collided with the 3-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw the scene. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans quietly turned their gazes toward the Doqi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the Doqi inheritance. Hence, the 3 large clans led by Zhuo Lin had also begun their own fight while the battle on this side had just begun. Haha, young Master Zhuo is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiaoyan. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Huaba, and Zhuo Lin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the Dochi inheritance in the middle. Haha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiaoyan. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Zhuolin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Ugh, Bai Ying could not help but be slightly startled when Zhuolin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Huoba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the two parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Zhuolin. He smiled and said, Haha, young Master Zhua, from your words, I'm afraid that there is some other meaning? Huoba turned to look at Bai Ying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. Humph, Bai Ying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Zhuolin also smiled in a noncommittal manner and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clan's Bai Zhan was definitely not much weaker than his. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Swoosh! In the next moment, Huoba suddenly turned his body and took the lead to charge toward the Dochi inheritance. Hee, since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhua clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snort at the same time. Their bodies moved and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shua's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. Ha! After which, Sun Shua's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow dochi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiaoyan's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiaoyan's life with a single blow. Xiaoyan did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled bang sound appeared. Xiaoyan's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shua could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiaoyan with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shua's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiaoyan see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiaoyan could catch his breath, Sun Shua's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiaoyan's head. Die. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shua, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shua to actually have such a plan. However, Xiaoyan immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiaoyan's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shua's fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiaoyan's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shua's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiaoyan's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shua's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shua with killing intent. This was the narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website, so it's you bastard. Sun Shua let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar. The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shua's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. Humph, so what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star Dodi. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shua's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Doqi and Genesis Qi were the true rules of this world. Oh? Is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiaoyan smiled coldly. Sun Shua's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiaoyan's side. Humph. Sun Shua snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shua. Humph. Die. Sun Shua let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Dodi also joined in and fought over the Doqi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Doqi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Dodi. Each time an elite Dodi obtained it, more elite Dodi from the divine prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiaoyan's side, although the combined might of Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shuagua was indeed a 3-star Dodi. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiaoyan and Sun Shuagua for a short period of time. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiangbei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shua attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qianxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the Dark Black Thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shua's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiaoyan again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiaoyan had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiaoyan pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shua's willful thinking. With the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him, in addition to Xiaoyan's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shua to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shua. However, Xiaoyan and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shua had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiaoyan, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shua's body back. After which, it looked at Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Dozun class." The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do D class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shua. At this moment, Sun Shua had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. Damn it! Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off? Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shua immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the do qi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shua's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shua's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do D. Secret technique? The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiaoyan's heart, soon after, Sun Shua's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyan. Soon after, Sun Shua's body also slowly appeared. You are the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill. Sun Shua's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook and a frightening do qi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiaoyan's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiaoyan's body flying. Grug, little Yan's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shua. When the strength of a 3-star Do D was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Do D could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shua like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shua's head. Get lost. After the word get lost sounded, Sun Shua was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shua's do qi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shua's gaze turned and landed on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, hand over your life. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shua's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shua's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shua's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shua. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shua for Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again and again without any mercy. The qi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiaoyan was also using all his strength to maneuver the dou qi within his body and pour it into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. With the pouring of dou qi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the qi on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shua's body had arrived in front of Xiaoyan a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shua did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shua, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the three great clans were filled with shock. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty dou-qi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite dodis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite dodi, who were still fighting for the dou-qi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this dou-qi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow, actually swallowed the dou-qi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite dodi involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this dou-qi inheritance? Now, it was actually given away by Sun Shua with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shua, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiaoyan, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiaoyan dying under his blade in his heart. You dare to kill my son. This D will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Sun Shua's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiaoyan's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiaoyan's head. The powerful aura caused Xiaoyan to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. Qi, with a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiaoyan was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shua's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiaoyan clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times, it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiaoyan frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do-D to an initial 3-star Do-D for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do-D. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do-D. This caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiaoyan, there was also Sun Shua, who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, he did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it, why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shua frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Sun Shua, I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shua spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do-D immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shua. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph, looks like clan leader Sun is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you. Soon after, Huaba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Huaba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shua's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Huaba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Huaba's description, the expressions on Sun Shua's and Xiaoyan's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiaoyan. When he heard that the Doqi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprised for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do-D who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiaoyan did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do-D was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do-D, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shua's face had turned green after hearing Huaba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do-D class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shua naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shua with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Doqi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Do-D and he was determined to obtain the Doqi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shua. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart, However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shua here. Forget about the other two clans beside him, just Xiaoyan's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiaoyan, looking at Xiaoyan, who was currently standing together with the narwhal snake, Sun Shua's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiaoyan into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiaoyan. Humph. Xiaoyan, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people? First, it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve? Sun Shua, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. Hearing this, Xiaoyan coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun clan is like this. With the strength of a Do D, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half D. I'm afraid that your strength as a Do D has really been cultivated to a dog's body. Xiaoyan. Just as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Sun Shua's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He waved the large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiaoyan's head. Roar! However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiaoyan, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shua's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shua's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shua stagger back 100 steps in the empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shua immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiaoyan within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Do D. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Do D class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Dochi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sun Shua, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the 3 of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Huaba narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shua as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shua's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the 4 great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Skysword sect. Once the 3 clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other 3 clans under their feet. What are you planning to do? It was a long while later before Sun Shua finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Huaba was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Huaba smiled faintly. His body moved and he brought Huatiani behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Shua. Following Huaba's action, Bai Ying and the 2 people from the Zhou clan also moved at this moment from the other 2 directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east and west. The current Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the four factions in front of him and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiaoyan was naturally not afraid of Sun Shua's clan alone. However, if the four great clans were to join forces, even Xiaoyan would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiaoyan's heart, Huoba on the opposite side looked at Sun Shua with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our four great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Doqi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiaoyan back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Huoba laughed coldly. At the same time, the other three clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Doqi inheritance, Huoba had now placed his target on Xiaoyan. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shua sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Bai Ying and Shuolin clans also frowned as they looked at Huoba. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces? Cuckoo, you can consider it as joining forces. However, your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiaoyan." Huoba glanced at Bai Ying and Shuolin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these two clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence, he could only say this. "Why should we?" "You." "Haha, Sun Shua, don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our three clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our four great clans in the future. You dare. What do you think?" The two of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Hua, Zhua, and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shua. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Huoba's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the four large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shua's mistake had caused Xiaoyan's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the four large clans. Sun Shua helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiaoyan. In front of him, these three clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanqi. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shua slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other three clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake. Xiaoyan, don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake, with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiaoyan." Huoba grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. On the large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square and the huge snake. These 7 people were Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Sun Shua from the Sun clan, Huoba and Huatiani from the Hua clan, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Shuolin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiaoyan's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, one should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Dodi. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Dodi to a 3-star Dodi. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuolin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuolin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shua to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Shui clan. However, now, there was no point in thinking too much. Zhuolin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and landed on Xiaoyan's body. Zhuolin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind and the do-qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful do-qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the do-qi inheritance, he must bring Xiaoyan back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Zhuolin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Hui clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Baiying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiaoyan. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. "Haha, Sun Shua, I'll leave that beast to you." Suddenly, Huabai looked at Sun Shua with a stern smile and said, "Humph, I know it." Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shua's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. "Do beast. Do you dare to fight with me?" Sun Shua's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shua's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shua could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shua's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shua. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. Even when compared to Sun Shua, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it! This damned beast! Sun Shua cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shua could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged towards Sun Shua. At the same time, Zhuolin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiaoyan. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiaoyan in the middle. Humph, it is unexpected that you are Xiaoyan, whose name has shaken the western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shua off did Huaba look at Xiaoyan with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Huaba had no choice but to admit that the Xiaoyan in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiaoyan coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Huaba and coldly laughed. Elder Huaba really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Dodi to personally come to deal with a Bandi. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you are also bullying the weak with numbers. I can be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things. At the end of his words, Xiaoyan actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Dodi to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the 3 clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Huaba's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Zhuolin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiaoyan and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary bandit, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the 4 large sects to regard you so highly, our 4 large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiaoyan had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of bandit experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star bandit was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiaoyan. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiaoyan as an ordinary bandit? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Zhuolin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiaoyan's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Zhuolin's words. "Zhuolin, I am very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Shui Bentang to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared." Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Zhuolin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him even if the situation had developed to this point. "Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiaoyan entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you." Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiaoyan's identity. Of course, Bai Ying was an exception. He had known about Xiaoyan's identity since the beginning. "However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Dodi. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanqi's death. Am I right?" Zhuolin was just about to open his mouth when Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiaoyan had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Zhuolin's mouth. Sun Hanqi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiaoyan was within the remains. Zhuolin, who had already suspected Xiaoyan, became even more suspicious of Xiaoyan after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiaoyan's identity had been exposed. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiaoyan to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiaoyan, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the Hua clan, Xiaoyan had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiaoyan had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiaoyan ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Zhuolin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Zhua, there is a hidden meaning in your words. Why? After all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader? Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Shui Bentang, who was behind Zhuolin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Zhuolin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. Cuckoo, why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment and casually mentioned it. Zhuolin gently placed his hand on Shui Bentang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph. Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan. On the other side, Huaba's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Zhuolin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiaoyan. On the other side, Huaba did the same. The expression on Xiaoyan's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart, and the dou qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand, and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiaoyan. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star Dodi, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo, I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing. Zhuolin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Huaba and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiaoyan. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiaoyan, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart, and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhua and Hui clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Huaba looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star Dodi. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet? Humph. If you can, why don't you come?" Ugh, Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiaoyan's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuolin and Huaba felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiaoyan. Puff. Soon after, a puff sound appeared. A doqi light pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhua and Hui clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiaoyan at the same time. Xiaoyan, are you going to take the initiative to lead with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here? Huaba's eyes emitted a dense doqi glow. He looked down at Xiaoyan from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither. Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. Stubborn fellow. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite. Huaba's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, Huatiani, Zhuolin and Zhuobentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiaoyan in a half-encirclement. Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you. A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth when he saw the four people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the four human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Xiaoyan, die. The expression on Huaba's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiaoyan charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and Doqi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, Doqi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiaoyan. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiaoyan's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiaoyan to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. Die. Huaba's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent Doqi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiaoyan's life. Behind him, Huatiani, Zhuobentang, and Zhuolin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the Doqi within their bodies. The strength of an elite Dodi was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these four elite Dodi and the current Xiaoyan swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiaoyan's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the four people on the other side saw these four figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiaoyan. Another Xiaoyan. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these four people, their hearts involuntarily felt a shock. Since the members of these two large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite Dodi outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite Dodi, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiaoyan that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star bandit, everyone present had some understanding of Xiaoyan. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Zhuolin had said. The moment the second Xiaoyan appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the four people in front of it to wave its large hand. A heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the four people in front of it. At the same time, Zhuolin and the other three swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, Doqi shot out and violently collided with the two Xiaoyan in front of him. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The four human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiaoyan in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time Xiaoyan flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiaoyan's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiaoyan's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiaoyan's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these four people, Xiaoyan was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the four elite Dodi actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan completely understand that the four great clans were after all under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiaoyan had not expected. If the four great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiaoyan would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing four elite Dodi at the same time. The current Xiaoyan was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiaoyan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind and the Dou-Qi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiaoyan had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan had underestimated the strength of a Dodi. Moreover, he was facing four elite Dodi. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you are only SOSO. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiaoyan, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Huaba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiaoyan. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiaoyan's face. The Dou-Qi in his body swiftly flowed and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang bang bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiaoyan heard a chi sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiaoyan's body also fell toward Xiaoyan's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. The sudden appearance of Huaba caused the expressions of all the elite Dodis outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere bandit like Xiaoyan. What a frightening speed. This Xiaoyan is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiaoyan would definitely die, at such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand. Forget about Xiaoyan, even the surrounding elite Dodi would not be able to do so. Zhuolin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiaoyan from the empty space not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiaoyan was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the four large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiaoyan's head in everyone's eyes, Xiaoyan finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. Haha, Xiaoyan, die. I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect. A mocking laughter was emitted from Huaba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Huaba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiaoyan's body, the expression in Huaba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. This, afterimage, how is this possible? Huaba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiaoyan was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Huaba. Even the group of elite Dodi, as well as Zhuolin and Shuobentang, who were behind Huaba, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuolin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiaoyan's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Dodi, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiaoyan had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Dodi. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy. How did he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiaoyan's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. Young master, it is unexpected that this Xiaoyan is actually, cuckoo, being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the 4 large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiaoyan's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our 2 clans would have difficulty taking him down. Before Shuobentang's voice sounded, Zhuolin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiaoyan? When Shuobentang heard Zhuolin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuolin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuolin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuolin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuolin as he replied with a calm tone, "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huaba's earlier?" The expression on Shuobentang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Shuobentang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huaba's earlier. However, Xiaoyan had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Dodi. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. But young master, Xiaoyan is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere bandit like him compare with a 3-star Dodi like Huaba? Humph, you say that Xiaoyan is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Dodi? When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star bandit to fight with him? Shuobentang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuolin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Dodi. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Xianxia, a 1-star Dodi, had died in Xiaoyan's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Shuobentang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Xianxia was ultimately an elite Dodi. Yet, he had died in Xiaoyan's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiaoyan possessed? Shuobentang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiaoyan's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a bandit. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiaoyan's strength would be once Xiaoyan fully matured. Zhuolin's and Huaba's eyes looked at Xiaoyan, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. at the same time it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huaba's face was green. He was a 3-star Dodi. Yet, someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star bandit. If it was an ordinary time, Huaba would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiaoyan had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff, Xiaoyan, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiaoyan had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Dodi. When Xiaoyan had used all his strength to activate the Sky Absolute Steps, it had naturally exhausted the Do Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiaoyan had also narrowly dodged Huaba's sudden attack. Humph. Even if you are lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huaba's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook and he once again charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. After the previous incident, this time around, Huaba did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Dodi. Soon after, Huaba's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell toward Xiaoyan's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiaoyan's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huaba's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huaba's hand once again slashed through empty air. Huh? Huaba's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiaoyan's figure had once again appeared. Ha! Xiaoyan, die! A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huaba's mouth. At the same time, Huaba's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also followed Huaba's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Dao strength combined with the wonder of the Sky Absolute Steps allowed Xiaoyan to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huaba's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Outside the arena, Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huaba was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Huatiani, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Huatiani and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiaoyan, even if they managed to capture Xiaoyan at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Huaba was willing to do. Bang! Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiaoyan was ultimately unable to dodge Huaba's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiaoyan was blasted back by Huaba's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiaoyan was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Humph, Xiaoyan, aren't you very good at running? Now, I want to see where you can run to. Huaba's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiaoyan. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiaoyan had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Huaba was an elite 3-star Dodi. In front of a true elite Dodi, no matter how strong a Bandi was, it would pale in comparison. Chi. The enormous sword in Huaba's hand suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Huaba's body and heavily pressured Xiaoyan at this moment. Humph! Soon after, Xiaoyan sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of dou qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiaoyan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Huaba's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the dou qi within Xiaoyan's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Haha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiaoyan's body, Huaba parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Shuobentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Zhuolin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiaoyan again?" "Yes." Zhuolin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Haha, young master, you think too highly of this Xiaoyan. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a Bandi and not a Dodi. A Bandi will never be a match for a Dodi. Even if he killed Sun Hanchi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Shuobentang's eyes focused on Zhuolin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Oh? Have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Zhuolin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Shuobentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Ugh! Seeing Zhuolin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Shuobentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Zhuolin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiaoyan in the arena. Sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhua clan is unable to replace the 4 large sections. This sudden sentence caused Shuobentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Zhuolin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiaoyan. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you are an elite Dodi? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiaoyan who has comprehended the great Tao at the Bandi class? No, you have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhua clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better?" The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhua clan, Zhuolin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhua clan that Zhuolin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Zhuolin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhua clan was willing to accept him as their leader and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhua clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhua clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiaoyan was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sections. How can he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Hubei? After the cold reprimand, Zhuolin finally quietened down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhuolin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Soon after, Luo Bentang also turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan, who was currently in the arena. After Zhuolin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiaoyan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiaoyan in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity, or cold laughter. It was as though Xiaoyan had already entered a certain death situation. Humph humph. At this moment, the corners of Huaba's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the two Zhuo clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the two of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Huaba held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiaoyan with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Huaba arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Huaba focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiaoyan's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Huaba casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiaoyan's chest. A mere bandit actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Huaba's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiaoyan's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening doqi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiaoyan's entire body from front to back. Seeing that Xiaoyan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Huaba's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an afterimage again. Huaba viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiaoyan, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Huaba. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiaoyan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions? Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire western region. However, the Xiaoyan in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Huaba, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively towards Xiaoyan in the empty space. Ha! Xiaoyan! Die! A furious low roar was emitted from Huaba's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Doqi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Huaba's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huaba waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining Douqi within Xiaoyan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiaoyan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuolin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huaba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiaoyan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces. Dodging the attacks of a 3-star Dodi in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Dodi present could achieve, however, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet, a 6-star Bandi had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage? Huaba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Dodi, had merely killed a 6-star Bandi. Yet, he had been toyed with by Xiaoyan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiaoyan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Dodi? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiaoyan, a Bandi, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuolin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huaba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind, and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huaba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiaoyan? Where is Xiaoyan's actual body? Zhuolin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiaoyan and was not his actual body, where was Xiaoyan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiaoyan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huaba's body shook and the Douqi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huaba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight chi sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuolin, who was completely focused at this moment. Zhuolin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiaoyan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huaba had scattered one of Xiaoyan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuolin could clearly sense that the chi sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me, Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiaoyan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huaba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young master. Zhuo Bentang, who was standing beside Zhuolin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Douqi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huaba. Wait. Have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Huaba is a 3-star Dodi and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us, Shuolin stopped Shuobentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Huatiani in the air. Shuobentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent doqi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Huatiani was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huoba in the blink of an eye, Huatiani's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the doqi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Huoba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiaoyan? This sudden scene caused the expression on Huoba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiaoyan's face was flushed red as his palm landed heavily on Huoba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart, a frightening doqi suddenly poured out from Xiaoyan's palm and wildly poured into Huoba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, Huatiani, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest at this moment. Bang! Two miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw two similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the two of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the two of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiaoyan and Huoba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huoba, Xiaoyan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiaoyan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huoba's body, it was just as Shuolin had said. Huoba was after all a 3-star Dodi. Even with the strength of Xiaoyan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiaoyan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiaoyan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Shuobentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Shuolin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Shuolin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Shuobentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiaoyan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Shuolin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Shuobentang's heart, Shuolin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiaoyan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiaoyan, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Huatiani or Huoba, something might have really happened to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Shuolin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Dodi present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Do-D would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do-Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do-D outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have the chance to use it. Zhuolin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuolin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shua! The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart and the Do-Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of Do-Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the empty space where Xiaoyan and Zhuolin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, that heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do-Chi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiaoyan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already broken his connection with the annihilation fire lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the annihilation fire lotus. Xiaoyan's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuolin. He was certain that with the strength of the annihilation fire lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do-D present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiaoyan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh? This is the Imperial Sword Skill Huh. It is also the 6th form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jian Ming had once used it when he had just arrived at the Western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do D at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do D. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiaoyan in the future. While Xiaoyan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Do D present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz, a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Dodi present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Dodi present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiaoyan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug. The first to bear the brunt of it was Xuelin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Xuelin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Baing Zhuobentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Xuelin was naturally quite seriously injured under the two waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the two waves of energy storms, Xuelin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shua. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body was extremely weak after experiencing two waves of energy storms. The corner of Xuelin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third energy storm arrived, Xuelin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, after experiencing two waves of energy storms, the current Xiaoyan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiaoyan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Guyu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it, it would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiaoyan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart and waited for the moment of death to arrive. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of a Dodi. As the Doqi poured out from Zhuobentang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Zhuobentang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Doqi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuobentang's arm shook and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Shuabentang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Shuabentang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Shuabentang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Shuabentang far behind. In an instant, when Shuabentang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Shuabentang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Baiying. Baiying! What are you trying to do? Shuabentang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Baiying at such a crucial moment when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh! However, the instant Shuabentang's words sounded, Baiying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Baiying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Shuabentang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Shuabentang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Shuabentang's body. Only at this moment did Shuabentang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Shuabentang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Shuabentang, the North King's power was enough to make Shuabentang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Baiying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Shuabentang and roar furiously, "What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Shui clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything? I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiaoyan." Baiying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of this 3-star Dodi from the Zhou clan to turn green. Shuabentang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the 4 great clans, into such a state, Shuabentang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Baiying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuolin's body had already caught up with Huatiani. Being a 2-star Dodi, the strength of a 1-star Dodi was no different from an ordinary Bandi to Zhuolin. In the blink of an eye, Huatiani had been overtaken by Zhuolin. Seeing Zhuolin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huatiani's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiaoyan in front of him. Until this moment, he still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuolin had already violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Bastard! Xiaoyan's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him. The expression on Huatiani's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. Zhuolin! Move aside for this young master. The furious roar from Huatiani's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuolin's face. Humph, do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Dodi just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Dodi level? You really overestimate yourself. with regards to this, Xuelin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Huatiani back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Huatiani's right hand. If Huatiani himself was not a Dodi, it was likely that Xuelin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Huatiani's palm. Huatiani's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Huatiani finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the doqi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Huatiani's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Xuelin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuo Bentang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Xuelin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it! I must kill Xiaoyan. Even if you are already a 4-star Dodi, you cannot stop me. Xuelin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuo Bentang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuo Bentang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Xuelin. It's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now, you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Huatiani's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph humph, die? The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Xuelin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Xuelin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Huatiani was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The 2 of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Huatiani, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Ha! Xuelin. Just obediently die for me. Huatiani let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Xuelin's ankle. Humph. Get lost. A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Xuelin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg and doqi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Huatiani's chest. Bang! A frightening doqi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Huatiani tried to block it, it was completely useless. The sword chi method of the Heavenly Sword sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Xuelin's current strength of a 2-star Dodi, the golden-colored doqi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Xuelin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Dodi like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Huatiani, who was merely a 1-star Dodi. Xuelin was clearly unable to kill Huatiani with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Xuelin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Huatiani's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Huatiani's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. Ah! A sharp miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Xuelin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Huatiani had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Huatiani being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dodi. Burp, a moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. Ugh! The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough cough, in the empty air, the still pale-faced Xiaoyan involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiaoyan spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiaoyan smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiaoyan had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the 4 great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of the narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength, even in the entire western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Dodi. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiaoyan when he went against the 4 great sects in the future. But now, all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. Xiaoyan, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Zhuolin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. Surging doqi surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiaoyan was currently standing. Zhuolin's figure stood not far away from Xiaoyan. His doqi surged and his 2-star Dodi aura pressed down heavily on Xiaoyan without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiaoyan alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiaoyan were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiaoyan had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Zhuolin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Zhuolin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Zhuo Lin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum, it was as if it had been watered with copper water and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail, and Zhuo Lin was able to sneer at it. Xiaoyan, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiaoyan would also have to face 2 elite Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Zhuo Lin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Zhuo Lin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. Zhuo Lin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting cold-killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiaoyan! Die! Zhuo Lin's mouth was filled with coldness. Doqi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiaoyan's head. Clang! Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuo Lin's hand was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiaoyan's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Xian ruler to pull his body back. Zhuo Lin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuo Lin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Ha ha! Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiaoyan's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan's back. Clang! The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuo Lin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiaoyan once again stabilized his body, Zhuo Lin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. In the next moment, an enormous Doqi light cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuo Lin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuo Lin's body. An instant later, Zhuo Lin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, one should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its Doqi to help Xiaoyan resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star Dodi was no joke. Just based on Zhuo Lin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-D expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuo Bentang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuo Lin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuolin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuo Benteng heard Zhuolin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes. Although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuolin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuo Benteng's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, Zhuolin's gaze once again fell on Xiaoyan. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die. With a move of his body, Zhuolin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiaoyan's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiaoyan's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiaoyan's face to be distorted. Humph. Zhuolin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuolin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced towards Xiaoyan from different directions. Ding 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 ding, the densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiaoyan's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiaoyan's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiaoyan could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Benteng was displaying sets of powerful Do techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiaoyan's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Benteng's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it! Immediately, Xiaoyan was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Haha. Xiaoyan, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have the mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all? You are really courting death. Zhuolin shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiaoyan's throat. The sudden change caused Xiaoyan to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiaoyan's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiaoyan's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiaoyan's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it. No matter what. Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh? Why, you want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiaoyan, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuolin coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuolin waved his large hand. Golden doqi spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden longsword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. TSK, this is the weapon that made young Master Zhua famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhua since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhua uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhua intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuolin took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called Golden Cloud Sword was quite famous in the western region. Humph, Xiaoyan, it is worth it for you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword today. My Golden Cloud Sword has always only killed experts above the Do-D level. It is your honor for a mere bandit like you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword. Zhuolin listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the majestic doqi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Zhuolin's body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the Golden Cloud Sword in Zhuolin's hand. With the pouring of doqi, the Golden Cloud Sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This Golden Cloud Sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhua clan, the head of the 4 great clans, its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Zhuolin's sharp edge, Xiaoyan's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiaoyan was preparing to use his final Do skill, the following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiaoyan not use the heavy Xian ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Zhuolin's displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiaoyan shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills? These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, it is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiaoyan's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Do-D to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiaoyan's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. Ugh, this sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiaoyan lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Dozens of elite dodis in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiaoyan gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiaoyan at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiaoyan's body to explode. This action of Xiaoyan was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. Ugh, it's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age, but he just had to provoke the 4 large sections. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiaoyan. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite dodi, there were still quite a number of them. However, even they did not dare to face the 4 large sects head-on. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. Yet, he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the 4 large sections. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the 4 large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, even with Shuolin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The doqi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden doqi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiaoyan's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiaoyan die, but even many of the elite dodi present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Shuolin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Shuolin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the doqi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiaoyan's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiaoyan's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiaoyan's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiaoyan's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiaoyan's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, this was merely Xiaoyan's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiaoyan's body, causing waves of intense throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it! I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiaoyan could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiaoyan fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiaoyan did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiaoyan apart. Xiaoyan was unwilling to cause his own death, so, After temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiaoyan widened his mouth. Immediately, a couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiaoyan were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiaoyan used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, what Xiaoyan needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest dose skill that Xiaoyan had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle, a fire light shot out and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiaoyan's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiaoyan's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiaoyan's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiaoyan's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiaoyan did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiaoyan in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Dodi, who had been shocked by Xiaoyan swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiaoyan. This fellow, he is really capable of doing anything when he is about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiaoyan was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it! What exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Zhuolin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. They were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's action still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff. At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. Another cluster of dense white flame suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hand suddenly erupted. fire light shot out and Xiaoyan's hands were covered by scarlet-red fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Guyu laughed as he spoke. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Dodi, but those 3-star Dodi were not ordinary individuals. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiaoyan would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Dodi. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiaoyan's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the 2 clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Zhuolin on the opposite side also stared intently at the 2 clusters of flames between Xiaoyan's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiaoyan's crazy actions earlier until now, Zhuolin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiaoyan had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the 2 clusters of flames in Xiaoyan's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Zhuolin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiaoyan had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this dough technique, Xiaoyan seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the 2 clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you are going to agglomerate this dough technique. If the dough technique is not formed, the only path left for you is death. Zhuolin let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Zhuolin's hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiaoyan, Zhuolin's body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiaoyan. Soon after, a golden-colored longsword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Zhuolin's body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiaoyan's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Zhuolin, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiaoyan, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Zhuolin in front of him. The invisible overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Zhuolin quickly recovered, Xiaoyan had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiaoyan's flushed face, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Zhuolin recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Dodi in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a washbasin, slowly standing in the air above Xiaoyan's raised hand. Xiaoyan's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuolin, whose expression had changed drastically. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, "Annihilation Fire Lotus, go." The beautiful Fire Lotus leisurely drifted toward Xuelin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking Fire Lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking Fire Lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the Fire Lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this Fire Lotus, even these elite Dodi present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this Fire Lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was something that not a single person present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Dodi would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful Fire Lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Xuelin's expression was also extremely solemn as he stared at the frightening Fire Lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Dodi outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful Fire Lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Xuelin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. I would not have given him the chance to even use it. Xuelin cursed in his heart. Soon after, however, he could only helplessly shake his head. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, it was already too late now. It was useless to think too much. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to face the situation in front of him. If the Fire Lotus were to really erupt, he was unwilling to be the first person to die. The beautiful Fire Lotus was like a leaf that slowly drifted forward in the empty space. Xuelin on the opposite side finally moved at this moment. Shua! The golden cloud sword in Xuelin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Xuelin's heart and the Do Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword shone brightly. Following the pouring in of Do Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Xuelin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly. Soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Xuelin's expression turned pale. A couple of drops of golden-colored blood also shot out from Xuelin's mouth. Under Xuelin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand. These few drops of golden-colored blood were the few remaining essence blood in Xuelin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Xuelin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Xuelin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and placed it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful Fire Lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Xuelin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Xuelin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his mind moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword intent immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden-colored light spread out from under Xuelin's feet, the space where Xiaoyan and Xuelin were was immediately filled and buried by Xuelin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, that heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do Qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the Annihilation Fire Lotus earlier, Xiaoyan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already broken his connection with the Annihilation Fire Lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan's heart also held a curious attitude toward Shuolin's action. He was certain that with the strength of the Annihilation Fire Lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Dodi present who could forcefully resist it. Shuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Shuolin's intention? Xiaoyan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Shuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Shuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes agglomerated, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Shuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Shuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, a small mountain-like golden-colored enormous sword fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Shuolin. Oh? This is the Imperial Sword Skill, huh? It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jian Ming had once used it when he had just arrived at the western region. It could be considered one of his famous Do skills. It is unexpected that this Shuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. In his heart, he also felt a shock at Shuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Shuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhou clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Dodi. At such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Dodi. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiaoyan in the future. While Xiaoyan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Shuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Shuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with unhindered strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Shuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Shuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to violently tremble at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release waves of terrifying destructive aura. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz, a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Dodi present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Dodi present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiaoyan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, when the lotus petal fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the square like a storm in the blink of an eye. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug. The first person to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, there were less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present who were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Baingzhu Bentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the two waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the two waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shua. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body had become extremely weak after experiencing two waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third wave of energy storm arrived, Zhuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, after having endured two waves of energy storms, the current Xiaoyan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiaoyan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Guyu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it with his current strength, he would have difficulty even moving his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiaoyan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with a heart filled with unwillingness. He waited for the moment of death to arrive. When the final energy storm swept over this open ground, the open ground could be said to be covered with corpses at a glance. It was a tragic sight. Not long ago, the dozens of elite Dodi present had all died at this moment. The manner of each of their deaths was extremely miserable. Their faces also carried an endless amount of horror. None of the people present were able to escape alive under the fire lotus. Even though they were elite Dodi, they had difficulty contending with such a great strength. The open ground that was covered with corpses was completely silent. A dense bloody scent covered the entire open ground. Although the fire lotus had already scattered, its remaining might did not disappear for a long time. Smoke permeated the open ground as a bloody fog rose. Only the statue in the middle of the open ground still stood. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion sounded from the pile of corpses. Soon after, a couple of corpses were sent flying. They forcefully exploded in midair, turning into a cluster of bloody fog that did not scatter. Cough cough, a human figure slowly stood up from the pile of corpses. His figure appeared somewhat miserable. His snow-white clothes were dyed red by fresh blood. The aura within his body was extremely weak. However, he was undoubtedly much better off when compared to these corpses around him. This person was Zhuolin. Finally, at the critical moment when the energy storm swept over, he had borrowed Sun Shua's body and barely managed to block the energy storm. Sun Shua, who was already seriously injured, naturally had no way to survive under the storm. Zhuolin, on the other hand, was also seriously injured despite having survived. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock as he looked at the miserable scene on the open ground. A deep fear lingered within his heart. He had never seen such a frightening scene, nor had he seen such a frightening Do technique. He really had difficulty imagining that Xiaoyan was really only a bandit. A bandit was actually able to unleash such a great strength. Even a true elite Dodi had suffered countless deaths and injuries from this attack of his. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of weak existence a so-called elite Dodi would be in Xiaoyan's eyes once he stepped into the ranks of elite Dodi in the future. Zhuolin inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he slowly recovered from the shock that filled his heart. He forcefully controlled the emotions in his heart. Zhuolin's entire body trembled as he lifted his gaze. His gaze scanned the open ground in front of him. A pair of spiritless eyes carefully searched the open ground, hoping to find Xiaoyan's corpse. However, after his gaze carefully swept across the square, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes involuntarily froze. His dry and white lips trembled as he opened them. An expression of disbelief involuntarily appeared on his deathly pale face. Zhuolin's voice was hoarse. Although he wanted to say something, in the end, he still sat on the ground with a plop sound while his heart was filled with fear. The fear in his heart was even greater at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had carefully swept his gaze over every corpse present. However, in the end, he did not see a corpse that matched Xiaoyan's description. He believed that he had definitely not missed anything. Xiaoyan's corpse had indeed disappeared. At this moment, Zhuolin could only place the greatest hope in his heart that Xiaoyan had been completely turned into ashes by that storm. Even his corpse was not left behind. Of course, this was the most beautiful fantasy in Zhuolin's heart. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, he did not wish for the other party to have any possibility of surviving. This was because once that happened, it meant that he might once again meet Xiaoyan in the future. He might once again meet the demon in the depths of his heart. In Zhuolin's heart, Xiaoyan was the first person in history to be regarded as a demon. On this point, even the other few geniuses from the four great sects were unable to pose such a threat to him. Xiaoyan's growth potential had already reached an extremely frightening stage. Only by truly destroying such an enemy would his heart be at peace. Otherwise, as long as Xiaoyan did not die, he would definitely become an eternal obstacle in Zhuolin's heart in the future. It might even cause his cultivation to stagnate and he would be reduced to an ordinary Dodi. This kind of thing was something that he could not accept. However, at this moment, Zhuolin also realized that not only had Xiaoyan's corpse disappeared from the open ground, even the narwhal snake that was wrapped by the energy layer had also disappeared. The appearance of this scene further confirmed the belief in Zhuolin's heart that Xiaoyan was still alive. No, no, no. Impossible. How could he have survived? This is not real. This is definitely not real. Xiaoyan. Where are you? Come out if you have the ability. What kind of hero are you if you hide your head and show your tail? Get out here. Suddenly, the pale white face of Zhuolin, who was trembling all over, swiftly turned red. His pair of spiritless eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. He waved his large hand abruptly and the golden cloud sword appeared in his palm. He forcefully supported his seriously injured body, appearing as though he was going to fight with Xiaoyan, whose life and death was unknown. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from a certain spot in the open ground. Zhuolin's gaze also abruptly followed it and looked over. Xiaoyan? Zhuolin's voice was extremely hoarse as he let out a furious roar. He forcefully supported his body and his feet violently stepped on a corpse in front of him. Then, he wildly dashed in the direction where the coughing sound came from. At the same time, a human figure covered in fresh blood climbed out of the pile of corpses with great difficulty. From the looks of his appearance, he was the leader of the Hua clan on this trip to the remains, Huaba. Although Huaba had temporarily lost his fighting strength in the previous battle, causing him to be unable to maneuver the douqi within his body, he had relied on some of his own tactics at the critical moment to endure those few waves of energy storms with great difficulty. Even though this was the case, the current Huaba was already extremely weak. The current him had great difficulty even crawling his body, much less standing up and maneuvering the douqi within his body. However, he had just climbed out of the pile of corpses and flipped over with great difficulty. His mouth was roughly breathing in the air that was filled with the scent of blood when he heard a hoarse, furious roar being transmitted from far away beside his ear. Soon after, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. By the time he recovered, Zhuolin had indeed arrived in front of him. Zhuolin's hand raised and the sword fell. Before Huaba could recover, this 3-star Dodi's head had already been separated from his body. After killing Huaba, the body of Zhuolin, whose heart was filled with madness, immediately softened. He heavily fell to the ground. Beside him, the golden cloud sword also fell to the ground uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the sharp tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zhuolin's throat. Bang! At a certain moment, a human figure climbed up with great difficulty on the open ground that everyone thought was empty. A pair of shady old eyes that were filled with fear looked at Zhuolin's current position. Forcefully enduring the intense pain in his body, the old man forcefully maneuvered the few remaining threads of douqi in the vortex. His feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body flickered a few times before he finally arrived in front of Zhuolin. In his weakened state, Zhuolin opened his eyes with great difficulty. Only a thin slit could be seen. In his blurry state, he was able to clearly see the person who had arrived. It was the leader of his Hua clan, Hua Bentang. As a 3-star Dodi expert, Hua Bentang naturally would not die so easily since Huaba did not die. Hua Bentang looked at Zhuolin with a grave expression as he arrived in front of him. His heart was filled with worry. Zhuolin was the most talented genius in their Hua clan, and he did not wish for anything to happen to the latter. Otherwise, even without mentioning this, he would not be able to get past his father, the head of the Hua clan. Hence, he did not dare to slight the seriously injured Zhuolin in front of him. Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely not let anything happen to you. After muttering these words, Hua Bentang frowned and withdrew his gaze. After which, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After he swiftly opened it, a round medicinal pill rolled out from within. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance swiftly spread across the empty space of the deep region. Even the rich bloody smell in the air was washed away at this moment. This medicinal pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was something that Hua Bentang had specially prepared for this trip to the remains as a precaution. Originally, he thought that nothing would go wrong during this trip to the remains. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up using this medicinal pill. As he thought of this, Zhuo Benteng could not help but recall the annihilation fire lotus that Xiaoyan had displayed in the end while he sighed emotionally. The strength of that thing was really so great that it was frightening. Even now, Zhuo Benteng's heart was still filled with an endless amount of fear when he recalled it. It was really difficult to imagine that such a great strength was actually unleashed by a bandit. This was really frightening. He did not even dare to imagine how frightening the strength of the fire lotus would be if Xiaoyan's strength was a little stronger, reaching the strength of an 8-star bandit or even a 9-star bandit. It was likely that even an elite 3-star dodi like him would not have any chance of surviving. Zhuo Benteng only withdrew his thoughts after feeding the medicinal pill into Zhuolin's mouth. His pair of old eyes slowly moved. Finally, they landed on the golden cloud sword beside his feet. Ugh, letting out a deep sigh, Zhuo Benteng casually gripped the hilt of the gold cloud sword. His pair of gloomy old eyes carefully observed this gold cloud sword in front of him. At the same time, the medicinal pill that had just been swallowed by Zhuolin in front of him was also emitting waves of warm medicinal strength. It swiftly healed the injuries within Zhuolin's body. While Zhuo Benteng was focusing his attention on the golden cloud sword in his hand, he did not see that Zhuolin was currently narrowing his eyes. His gaze was firmly staring at Zhuo Benteng in front of him. There was a dense killing intent quietly flashing deep within his eyes. A couple of minutes later, Zhuo Benteng finally put down the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body moved and he sat cross-legged beside Zhuolin, who was lying flat on the ground. After consuming a medicinal pill, he also began to quietly recover from the injuries within his body. At the same time, in a place where the two of them did not notice, a white-clothed Baiying was quietly standing on the statue that stood in the middle of the plaza. However, from the looks of his expression, he did not appear to be in a much better state than Zhuo Benteng. A pair of dense eyes stared at Zhuolin and Zhuo Benteng, who were lucky enough to survive. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his pale face. It was unexpected that the Zhuo clan had not lost a single person. In this way, he could not take the risk and recklessly attack. It was fine if he was facing Zhuo Benteng alone. However, since there was an additional Zhuolin, he had no choice but to be extremely careful. A 2-star dodi was enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Even though Zhuolin was quite seriously injured at this moment, he was still in the same situation. Thinking of this, Baiying frowned as he looked at the two people in the plaza. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the qi method within his body and began to recover from the injuries within his body. Baiying did not bring any medicinal pills with him when he entered the remains this time around. Those things had already been handed over to Baijian before he entered the remains. This time around, the father and son had entered the remains separately, one in the open and one in the dark. As a 3-star dodi, Baiying naturally did not doubt his own strength. He did not think that there was anyone who could truly hurt him during this trip to the remains. Of course, the current situation had caused him to miscalculate. As for Baijian's side, the father and son had already discussed it. Baijian would not enter the depths of the remains. In order to obtain some of the treasures within the ancient forest, Baijian would definitely take quite a big risk. As a safety precaution, Baiying had given all the medicinal pills he had on him to Baijian. As a result, Baiying did not have any medicinal pills to consume at this moment. Qi. However, at a certain moment, Baiying, who was quietly training, suddenly heard the sound of a longsword piercing through a body. When he hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a scene that caused him to be extremely shocked. At this moment, Zhuolin's body, which was originally lying on the ground, had unknowingly stood in front of Zhuo Benteng. At this moment, Zhuolin was holding the golden cloud sword in his hand and had ruthlessly pierced through Zhuo Benteng's chest. The appearance of this scene caused Baiying to be instantly stunned. In his heart, he had never imagined that as a member of the same clan, Zhuolin would actually try to kill Zhuo Benteng. It should be known that Zhuo Benteng had saved his life earlier. It was unexpected that in such a short period of time, Zhuo Benteng had actually turned around and killed him. This Zhuo Benteng could be said to be extremely pitiful. Forget about Baiying, it was likely that even Zhuo Benteng himself would not have imagined that the person he wholeheartedly wanted to protect would ultimately become the person who killed him. Why? Before he died, Zhuo Benteng's pale face revealed an expression of disbelief. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Xuelin in front of him. His tone was filled with sorrow and despair. I never need a reason to kill. Xuelin's tone was indifferent as he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the golden cloud sword in his hand was also abruptly withdrawn. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's body could not help but twitch. His body softened and fell to the ground. At the same time, the color of life in his eyes rapidly disappeared. At this moment, the two remaining 3-star Dodi had been reduced by 1. Bai Ying, who was on the statue, could not help but coldly laugh in his heart when he saw this scene. He was just about to reveal himself and intervene when his body quickly paused in the same spot. Xuelin's coldness was not something that he could imagine. Although his strength was only that of a 2-star Dodi, Bai Ying did not dare to act rashly based on his character. Xuelin was able to be so heavy-handed even to his own family, much less to an outsider like him. Xuelin would only unleash an even more frightening strength under the pressure of his aura. This was not something that Bai Ying was willing to see. In order to be safe, he needed to plan everything carefully. This was not only for himself but also for the clan behind him. While all of this was happening within the remains, a couple of human figures were slowly standing outside of a snowy mountain on the other side. Even the narwhal snake, which had disappeared from the open ground, had also appeared at this place. The cold wind was desolate and snowflakes danced in the air. The thick snow under one's feet was like mud. Each time one's foot landed, a deep pit would be formed in the snow. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing in this place. Moreover, Tianying's group was also standing beside Xiaoyan. In front of these 4 people was an icy beauty. Her pretty face was cold and indifferent as she stood steadily in the empty space where the cold wind was blowing. A pair of long pretty eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of her. The iciness in her eyes was so dense that even the cold wind in this world could not compare with it. Standing on the snowy ground, the cold air of the world seemed to have helped Xiaoyan suppress the violent energy within his body. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to become a little better at this moment. However, when he looked at this absolute beauty in front of him, a surprise involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. Xiaoyan had never imagined that this person would actually lend a hand at such a critical moment when he was in a situation where he was certain to die. Moreover, she had even brought Xiaoyan out of the remains. Of course, Xiaoyan was not the only person present who had such thoughts. Tianying's group of 3, who were not far away from him, were also looking at the beauty in front of them with faces filled with surprise. Faced with the latter, they did not dare to reveal the slightest trace of disrespect. Instead, they were as carefree as they were in the past. Their expressions were filled with respect. To be able to cause the 3 great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range to treat her so respectfully, and she was also a woman, there was naturally no need to mention the identity of this person. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, the true ruler of the Shilin mountain range, a super expert whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage. Lung Bingshuang, genius, remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. This was a world of ice and snow. Cold snow swirled down from high up in the vast sky. It was like a dancer dancing in the wind and the void. Its movements were light and agile. When the large snowflakes flew together, they danced along with the biting cold wind, forming a beautiful scroll in the void. The wonderful combination between the wind and the snow made this world look quite artistic. Thick snow covered the land. No one knew what was hidden under this snow. They only felt that at a glance, this world was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like a piece of white paper that was not tainted by a speck of dust. It was also as elegant and pure as the snow lotus on the heavenly mountain. It was likely that no one would be willing to disturb such a beautiful place. This place was like an uninhabited fairyland. Perhaps it was the only pure land in this continent. At least in this place, one would not see blood everywhere, nor would one see killing intent. The smoke would be blown away by the cold wind, and anger would be extinguished by the flying snow. However, even though it was an extremely pure and cold land, a couple of human figures were shockingly standing on it at this moment. Beside the human figures was an enormous being. Its body was covered by a layer of materialized energy cuticle. This group of people was surprisingly Xiaoyan's group. Standing in the empty space in front of them was Lung Bingshuang. She was the one who had brought the 4 people in front of her and the narwhal snake out of the remains. Junior Xiaoyan thanks Elder for lending a hand to rescue me. Xiaoyan looked carefully at the peerless lady in front of him. He finally cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the latter. At the same time, his tone did not dare to be negligent as he said. This time, regardless of whether it was emotional or reasonable, Lung Bingshuang had saved him. Xiaoyan naturally felt grateful to the latter. What he did at this moment was only reasonable. Seeing Xiaoyan act in this manner, the 3 Tianning brothers did not dare to show even the slightest carelessness on their faces. Even Xiaoyan acted in this manner. How would they dare to continue standing here in this manner? The status of the magical beast world was clearly defined. Compared to humans, the strictness of the status between magical beasts was even more well known. When a weak person faced a strong person, they must completely submit. This was the case for the Sky Eagle trio. After glancing at Xiaoyan, the 3 of them looked at each other and knelt down on the snowy ground without hesitation. Get up. Lung Bingshuang faintly said when she saw the 3 people prostrating on the ground. Immediately, she turned her gaze towards Xiaoyan. When the 3 of them heard this, they stood up from the snow. At this moment, Xiaoyan also lifted his gaze and met Lung Bingshuang's gaze. We meet again. Lung Bingshuang's long and narrow eyes stared at Xiaoyan. Her pursed red lips lifted slightly as she spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. That's right, Elder. We meet again. However, this time around, this junior really needs to thank Elder for saving my life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would already be a corpse now. When he saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Lun Bingshuang's mouth, Xiaoyan felt a chill in his heart. He smiled awkwardly as he spoke. At the same time, he hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully towards Lung Bingshuang. When they heard the conversation between the 2 of them, the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio beside Xiaoyan immediately changed. Many pairs of eyes looked towards Xiaoyan. Only then did they understand that the reason why Lung Bingshuang had brought them out of the remains was because of Xiaoyan. When they thought of this, a surprised expression immediately appeared on the faces of the 3 of them. They did not expect that with Lung Bingshuang's status, she would actually personally intervene for Xiaoyan. However, when the 3 of them thought about it in their hearts, they attributed all of this to Murong Qianxian. It was likely because of the latter's status that Lung Bingshuang would intervene for Xiaoyan. Otherwise, a mere human, moreover a half-emperor expert, was no different from grass in Lung Bingshuang's eyes. If there was no reason, Lung Bingshuang would definitely not intervene for him. I don't care about your life or death. You should know what I want in your heart. Where's the Bodhisattva pill? When she heard Xiaoyan's words, Lung Bingshuang smiled coldly. A cold light surged in her pair of bright and beautiful eyes. She slowly raised her slender jade-like fingers. With a thought, ice immediately condensed on her fingertips. The ice-cold air that was emitted from it caused Xiaoyan's heart to tremble slightly despite the distance. When he heard Lung Bingshuang's words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately became somewhat awkward. He did not expect that the woman in front of him would actually ask about the Bodhisattva pill. This was really troublesome. After nearly half a year, he had finally found the soul condensation fruit with great difficulty. He had not even swallowed it yet. His soul strength had yet to break through to rank 3. How was he going to refine the Bodhisattva pill? When he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but carefully glance at the cold light condensed on Lung Bingshuang's fingertips. His heart immediately turned cold. His emotions, which had just calmed down, immediately became nervous again. At this moment, he was not in his best condition. The violent energy in his body would be dealt with. If he was casually hit by Lung Bingshuang, he would most likely not be able to keep his life. Sigh, he helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. He had really just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. If this woman in front of him really wanted to kill him, even if the current Xiaoyan could immediately return to his peak, it was absolutely impossible for him to be the latter's opponent. Seeing Xiaoyan's difficult expression, Lung Bingshuang could not help but gently knit her brows. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. Her tone deepened as she said, "Why, it seems that you did not bring the Bodhisattva pill to me." As Lung Bingshuang's words fell, the originally cold temperature between the heaven and earth instantly plummeted. The bone-chilling cold caused all the muscles on Xiaoyan's body to involuntarily stiffen. Even the expression on his face quickly became grim. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. He forcefully controlled the energy within his body that had already gone berserk. Although his strength was no match for the latter, if this Lung Bingshuang wanted to kill Xiaoyan here and now, Xiaoyan would definitely tell her that he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Cuckoo, you still want to use your doqi in front of this queen? Why, you want to fight to the death? Do you think that you have that possibility? At this moment, the corner of Lung Bingshuang's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile. Soon after, she pointed her finger directly at Xiaoyan. Immediately, an invisible force shot out. Before Xiaoyan could recover, it had already heavily struck his chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled bang sounded. Xiaoyan, who was standing in the snow, immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the snow. The snow collapsed and buried Xiaoyan's entire body. After which, there was no longer any movement. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to change drastically. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Lung Bingshuang would actually suddenly attack Xiaoyan. Given Lung Bingshuang's strength, even if Xiaoyan did not die from that attack, it was likely that he would be seriously injured. The Sky Eagle trio looked at each other and raised their heads when they thought of this. The three pairs of eyes looked towards Lung Bingshuang, who was currently standing in the air. Most of the respect in their eyes had also disappeared at this moment. After interacting with Xiaoyan a couple of times, the relationship between them could already be called friends. Moreover, Xiaoyan had intervened and saved the lives of the three of them not long ago. Their hearts were filled with gratitude toward Xiaoyan. Now that they saw that Lung Bingshuang was actually going to attack and kill him, the hearts of the three of them were naturally unwilling. In the air, the corners of Lung Bingshuang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. She withdrew her finger and smilingly looked at the spot where Xiaoyan was buried by the snow. Milady. However, at this moment, three voices were suddenly transmitted into Lung Bingshuang's ears. From the sound of it, it seemed that they were complaining about her. Oh? Lung Bingshuang knitted her eyebrows and looked towards the direction of the voices. Her eyes were looking at the Sky Eagle trio. Is there something the matter? Lung Bing's voice was indifferent as she asked. As the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, she had the qualifications to look down from above and face any magical beast in this mountain range. A mere 3 9-star half-emperors were nothing in her eyes. When the three of them heard Lun Bingshuang's words, the invisible aura from her caused their hearts to suddenly sink. As the ruler of this mountain range, just this aura alone was already not something that they could easily resist, much less her strength. Milady, may I know how Brother Xiaoyan has offended you? Please let him off on account of Miss Morong. In the end, it was still the elder brother of the three. Sky Eagle took a step forward. Even though he was extremely terrified in his heart, he still braced himself and spoke. Hearing these words, Lung Bingshuang's eyebrows immediately lifted slightly. However, she quickly understood. Her eyes swept over the three of them one by one. She emitted a soft laugh from her nose and said, "Who told you that I want to kill him?" The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio immediately changed after these words were spoken. The three of them looked at each other and involuntarily frowned. After which, they once again looked towards Lung Bingshuang. A doubtful expression surfaced in their eyes. Logically speaking, just the aura of Lung Bingshuang's earlier attack was already sufficient to announce Xiaoyan's death. However, the three of them also believed that as the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, the proud and arrogant Lung Bingshuang would definitely not lie. Since this was the case, it also meant that it was indeed as Lung Bingshuang had said. Xiaoyan was not dead. Moreover, the aim of her earlier attack was not to kill Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Eagle trio suddenly turned around. Their gazes simultaneously looked towards the location where Xiaoyan was located. At the same time, a muffled sound was suddenly emitted from a certain part of the snowy ground that had clearly caved in. Soon after, snowflakes flew in all directions like meteors that could easily be seen. The thin snowflakes shot out like darts at this moment. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio changed once again. Soon after, the three of them clearly saw a black figure suddenly leap out from the snowy ground. The figure shot into the sky. After circling a few times in the air, it landed heavily in front of the Sky Eagle trio. The figure stepped on the air and the snowy ground below suddenly collapsed, forming a huge depression. The faces of Tianning and the other two immediately revealed a joyous expression when they saw that Xiaoyan was fine. 3 pairs of eyes carefully sized up Xiaoyan's body. After sensing that the latter was completely fine, the large stone that had been suspended in the hearts of the 3 of them finally landed heavily. "Brother Xiaoyan, it's great that you're fine. We were really worried sick earlier." The flame lion walked forward and gave Xiaoyan a huge bear hug. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart as he laughed heartily. The moment these words were spoken, Sky Eagle and Xiong Gang by the side also laughed heartily in succession. Although their voices sounded heroic, one could not detect the suppressed worry within them. Sensing this point, Xiaoyan immediately laughed out loud and agreed. He said, "You are right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have an agreement with this elder. She naturally won't harm me." At the end of his words, Xiaoyan's gaze turned and looked at Ling Bingshuang in the air. The corners of his mouth parted into a smile. Soon after, he once again bowed respectfully towards the latter and said, "Junior Xiaoyan thanks Elder for resolving the energy in my body." Although the attack just now appeared to be terrifying, after it entered Xiaoyan's body, it swiftly suppressed the wild and violent energy in Xiaoyan's body. In this way, Xiaoyan was able to borrow the strength of the flame mantra to swallow and refine all the energy in the shortest time possible. After refining the energy, the aura in Xiaoyan's body had recovered by more than half. Although it was not at its peak, it was still much better than his previous weak appearance. Alright, there's no need to say or do such useless things. If you really want to thank this king, it's best that you bring the Bodhi returning pill to me as soon as possible. Seeing the Bodhi returning pill will be the best way to thank this king. Seeing this scene, Ling Bingshuang's tone was still unusually indifferent. However, at least at this moment, a rare smile surfaced on the latter's delicate and pretty face. It was like a snow lotus that had just bloomed on an ice mountain and was exceptionally fragrant. "Haha, this junior promises Elder that within 2 years, I will definitely bring the Bodhi returning pill and personally hand it over to Elder." Xiaoyan once again cupped his hands towards Ling Bingshuang as he spoke in a firm tone. Now that he had obtained the soul condensation fruit, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist within half a year. At that time, he would be able to prepare to refine the Bodhi returning pill. As for the other 1.5 years, Xiaoyan was merely taking precautions. He did not dare to make any guarantees regarding the matter that Ling Bing had mentioned. "Oh? 2 years, huh? Alright, I'll give you this final deadline. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. At that time even Xianxia will not be able to protect you." Ling Bing. Shuang's tone was indifferent as she spoke. Of course, even though she said these words, only she knew the reason behind it. According to Ling Bingshuang's expectations, it was likely that Xiaoyan would need at least 3 more years to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, Xiaoyan's words had indeed caused her to be extremely shocked. She had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to say such words that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. Despite this, Ling Bingshuang was rather happy in her heart. She had been looking forward to the Bodhi returning pill for a long time. Since Xiaoyan himself had said it, she naturally had no objections. "Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now?" Ling Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiaoyan's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her and at the enormous being behind them. "Narwhal snake. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now?" Ling Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiaoyan's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her and at the enormous being behind them. "Narwhal snake." Xiaoyan and the other 3 also turned their gazes over after hearing the words that were emitted from Ling Bingshuang's mouth. Xiaoyan was still alright. He clearly understood everything that had happened on the narwhal snake. His expression did not change much. On the other hand, the 3 of them had placed all their attention on Xiaoyan and Ling Bingshuang. They did not pay much attention to this big fellow behind them. Only when Ling Bingshuang spoke did the 3 of them turn their heads and look over. However, the expressions on the three of their faces were immediately startled when they saw the narwhal snake. Soon after, their expressions turned into shock. The thing that caused them to be shocked was not the identity of the narwhal snake. Instead, it was the powerful aura that was being emitted from the energy cuticle on the surface of its body. That aura was so frightening that it was likely that the three of them would not be able to contend with it even if they were to join hands. This fellow is actually a Dodi? Only after a couple of breaths did the three of them gradually recover. They faced each other and saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. Being the strongest people in the Shilin mountain range with the exception of Lin Bingshuang, they naturally had some understanding of this narwhal snake that had appeared in front of them at this moment. The three of them clearly remembered that when the narwhal snake had broken through to become a 9-star bandit, Xiaoyan had just entered the Shilin mountain range. However, in the blink of an eye, the strength of the narwhal snake in front of them had already reached the Do D class. On the other hand, the gap between them was really unbelievable. Not only is he a Do D, but he is also a 4-star Do D. It is likely that his strength should be around that of a 6-star Do D once he swallows all of this energy. Lung Bingshuang once again spoke in an indifferent tone while the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily exclaimed in surprise. His indifferent words sounded like he did not care at all. However, when these words reached the ears of the three of them, it was like a huge rock had been tossed into a calm lake. Immediately, a storm rose in the hearts of the three of them. 4-star Do D? Expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of the three of them. The instant they heard these words, even the breathing from their nostrils abruptly turned sluggish. The shock in their hearts was even harder to describe with words. Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? How long has it been since he broke through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm? Yet, he actually... my three brothers, you don't have to be so surprised. It's not that the narwhal snake's cultivation is too fast, it's just that it's gotten a lot of opportunities. Xiaoyan smiled faintly while the flame lion's mouth involuntarily let out a surprised sound. Soon after, he gave the three people in front of him a general description of what had happened in the remains earlier. After hearing Xiaoyan's description, the emotions in the hearts of the three Sky Eagles finally stabilized. If the narwhal snake had really relied on its own training talent to train all the way up, it would be a little too unbelievable. Xiaoyan's words caused the hearts of the three of them to feel a little better. Even though this was the case, a surprised expression still surfaced on the faces of the three of them at this moment. It was unexpected that the narwhal snake would actually have such a lucky chance. This caused them to be extremely envious. Although the narwhal snake has inherited the inheritance of the inheritance, it is still extremely powerful. Although it has obtained the Dochi inheritance from the owner of the ruins, the energy is far too powerful. That is why it has turned into its current state. Fortunately, I have sensed a powerful devouring power from within its body. From the looks of it, the process of the narwhal snake's breakthrough does not require the intervention of an external force. This is also the best. Letting nature take its course will allow it to raise its strength to the greatest extent. Therefore, we should patiently wait for it to completely absorb all this energy and awaken from it. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the narwhal snake in front of him, which was wrapped in an energy cuticle. His words were filled with joy for the latter. Hearing this, the three Sky Eagles nodded slightly. Their gazes slowly shifted away from the narwhal snake's body and landed on Xiaoyan in front of them. The expressions in the eyes of the three of them were clearly a little surprised. Xiaoyan's own strength was merely that of a 6-star Ban Emperor. However, the people he came into contact with seemed to be experts of the Do D class and above. This point caused them to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, the strangest thing was that there seemed to be no lack of various experts by Xiaoyan's side. First, it was the puppet. Then, it was the narwhal snake. These two were one thing, but the thing that they did not expect the most was that because of Xiaoyan, even the boss of the Shilin mountain range, Lin Bingshuang, would take action for him. This was really somewhat inconceivable. If this was in the past, not mentioning whether Lin Bingshuang would take action for a 6-star Ban Emperor, just Xiaoyan's identity as a human was enough for Lin Bingshuang to mercilessly kill him. However, the scene that had appeared in front of them had instantly overturned their understanding of Lin Bingshuang in their hearts. Was it because Lung Bingshuang's attitude had changed, or was it because Xiaoyan was too special? As a result, this king of the Shilin mountain range, whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage, would not act as decisively and swiftly as before when facing him. Brothers, the narwhal snake and I can be considered friends. Previously, it had even risked its life for me. Now that it is in the midst of a breakthrough, it will definitely take a long time. Moreover, I also have other things to do. Therefore, I hope that I can hand it over to the three of you to help take care of it. Just as the three of them were lost in thought, Xiaoyan suddenly cupped his hands towards the three in front of him and spoke in a serious voice. The sudden words were like the sound of a gong, instantly breaking the thoughts in the hearts of the three. They hurriedly recovered. However, before the three of them could nod and agree, an extremely cold aura was faintly transmitted from behind the four of them, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Leave this little fellow to this king to take care of. With its current strength, once it breaks through and goes crazy, the three of them will be no match for it. It is better to leave it to this king to protect it. On one hand, I will help you look after it. At the same time, it can be considered as leaving a hostage with this king. Let's see if you dare to go against the agreement. Lung Bingshuang laughed coldly. Her words contained a cold smile. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became a little sluggish when he heard these words. Soon after, he bitterly laughed helplessly in his heart. Since this person had already spoken, it was likely useless for him to say anything more. He might as well just let her be. In any case, as long as he could ensure that the narwhal snake could safely absorb the energy, Xiaoyan really did not care about anything else. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders gently, indicating that he had no objections. Seeing this, Lung Bingshuang pursed her red lips slightly, revealing a beautiful smile that could topple the world. However, the three of them did not dare to look any longer and hurriedly lowered their heads. After settling the matter of the narwhal snake, Xiaoyan finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Lung Bingshuang again. At the same time, he cupped his hands respectfully towards the latter and said in a respectful voice, "This junior will repay the favor of saving my life today and the future. Now, this junior still has some matters to attend to, please forgive this junior for leaving first." Once these words were spoken, Lung Bingshuang, as well as the three of them in the void, turned their gazes over at this moment. Lung Bingshuang frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan. After a few breaths, she slowly said, "You can go now. You may leave, but don't forget what you said just now. If I don't see the Bodhi returning pill within 2 years, I will not only kill you, but I will also not let this narwhal snake off." Although her words were spoken slowly, anyone could hear the overbearing meaning within them. Xiaoyan nodded heavily. Soon after, he did not say anything else. After cupping his hands together towards the three of them by the side, he turned his body and swiftly flew out of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three of them. It was a long while after Xiaoyan's figure had disappeared into the distance. Only then did the three of them slowly recover. They lifted their eyes and carefully looked at Lung Bingshuang in the empty space in front of them. They cupped their hands together and bowed respectfully. After which, they turned around and left. Wait. At this moment, an icy and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Immediately, the three of them, who had just turned around, were like wooden pillars that were instantly rooted to the ground. Even the expressions on their faces froze in an instant. Gulp, the three of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Their bodies were just like machines as they forcefully turned around. 3 pairs of eyes were somewhat empty as they looked at Lung Bingshuang in the void. "This king has not allowed you to leave and you actually dare to leave?" The soft and lively voice sounded a little magnetic, causing one to be mesmerized. However, at this moment, the three of them did not have any other thoughts in their hearts as they faced Lung Bingshuang in front of them. Lung Bingshuang could be courteous to Xiaoyan, but she might not be courteous to them. She could tolerate Xiaoyan, but she would not show any mercy to them. The actions of the three of them had likely angered this person in front of them. Cold sweat swiftly surged out from the pores of the three of them as they thought of this. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The strong bodies of the 3 men caused an ordinary person to not dare to underestimate them. However, they actually revealed such an expression in the face of a woman who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. It was indeed unbelievable. Of course, if someone knew the true strength of this woman in front of them, it was likely that no one would have such thoughts. The strength of this seemingly frail woman was enough to cause the entire western region to tremble. Soon after, a plop sound was heard as the three of them knelt in the void and prostrated themselves towards Lung Bingshuang. "Alright, get up. This king does not wish to kill all of you and is also too lazy to do so." Lung Bingshuang curled her lips in response. She gently shook her head and quickly said, "Bring him back and place him in the Flame Lion's cave. That place can help him refine the energy faster." Ugh, the three of them were immediately startled when they heard Lung Bingshuang's words. They were unable to recover for a moment. It was clearly Lung Bingshuang who wanted to keep the narwhal snake. Why did she throw it to them in the blink of an eye? "Humph, do you really want this king to use him to threaten Xiaoyan?" Lung Bingshuang snorted coldly and said. The three of them immediately frowned when these words were uttered. Lung Bingshuang stared viciously at the three people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "He is just a half-emperor. If this king really wanted to kill him, why would I need to use him as a threat? Bring him away from this place. Otherwise, this king will throw him into an ice cave and he will definitely die." The expressions of the three of them changed when these words were uttered. Only then did they understand. Immediately, they hurriedly moved while they were secretly surprised in their hearts. The three of them lifted the narwhal snake, which was already wrapped in an energy layer. Only then did they respectfully say something to Lung Bingshuang. Their bodies moved and they swiftly flew towards their territory. Lung Bingshuang withdrew her gaze when she saw the three of them leaving. She once again looked in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. Her pair of intelligent pretty eyes slowly narrowed. Immediately, her lovely body, which was suspended in the air, slowly became distorted. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from this snowy land. At the same time, on the other side, Xiaoyan, who was swiftly flying, also involuntarily turned his head to look behind him. His eyes rotated and he ceased thinking about it. The moment he recovered, he activated the sky extinction steps at full speed. Immediately, he transformed into a wild wind and swiftly flew towards the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. 3 days later. On the peak of a certain mountain, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, was seated upright. Both of his hands gradually formed a seal. As Xiaoyan breathed through his nose, waves of turbid natural energy swiftly gathered towards Xiaoyan. They followed the pores on Xiaoyan's body and entered the meridians within his body. After which, after being refined by the heavenly flame, it followed the route of the flame art chi method and finally returned to the vortex space. Although Lung Bingshuang had intervened and helped the wild and violent energy within Xiaoyan's body calm down, it was ultimately only able to suppress it. The modeled energy within it was still not pure enough. After leaving the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan randomly found a place to temporarily settle down. After 3 days of continuous refinement, the energy within his body was finally completely refined. Following Xiaoyan's thoughts, it completely poured into the vortex space. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's eyes slowly opened. While his eyes flickered, there were also traces of excitement surging out. Immediately, Xiaoyan flipped his palm and an exquisite-looking jade box appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. What was contained within was the spirit condensation fruit. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile reading website, The bright golden sun was like a cluster of flames. It emitted a scorching heat that mercilessly sprinkled onto the vast continent below. The deep blue sky was like a calm ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was not even a single cloud in sight. This caused the world that was already filled with high temperatures to appear even hotter. There was very little moisture in the dry air. An ordinary person would become even weaker with every breath they took. However, in this extremely hot world, there was a black-robed human figure who was calmly sitting on a mountain peak. The mountain peak that he was on was definitely the place where the sun was the fiercest in the world. Moreover, in this kind of terrible weather, even some half-emperor experts would not choose to stay here. The appearance of this black-robed human figure naturally appeared extremely strange. Of course, no matter how strange it was, in this Shilin mountain range where almost no one would come to, there would naturally be no one who would discover it. The bright sun hung high in the sky. The trees in the mountain range were pitifully drooping their heads. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan was full of energy. After 3 consecutive days of training, not only had Xiaoyan completely refined the energy in his body, even his aura had completely recovered to its peak. Even though there were still some injuries left in his body, there was no longer any fear. Feeling the powerful fire-type energy that filled the world, Xiaoyan's face revealed a smile. He randomly extended a hand and casually clenched it in the empty space in front of him. Feeling the scorching heat that was transmitted from his palm, a different expression involuntarily surfaced in Xiaoyan's eyes. He did not expect that the fire-type energy in this world that he was currently in would actually be so strong. If he were to use this place to train, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? Of course, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan did not plan to train here. Currently, his strength had temporarily reached a bottleneck. It was clearly unrealistic for him to want to raise his strength again within a short period of time. At this moment, Xiaoyan's vortex had difficulty containing even the slightest bit of qi. He sighed in his heart. Such a good place for cultivation did not exist all the time. It would only appear coincidentally at certain times. Moreover, such a strange place existed for a limited time. It could last for a few months, or it could only last for a few days. It was even possible that it could last for only a few hours. Seeing that he could not use such an excellent training place, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. He helplessly sighed. Xiaoyan gently shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Only then did his gaze return to the jade box in his palm. Seeing the jade box in his hand, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes gradually changed. His face involuntarily revealed an excited expression. After searching for a few months, he had finally obtained it. Soul-gathering fruit, with you, I will definitely be able to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. Xiaoyan spoke in a fervent tone. He could not wait to open the jade box. Immediately, a dense milky white fog spread outwards the moment the jade box was opened. Buzz buzz buzz, at this moment, Xiaoyan felt as though a hot spring had poured into the depths of his soul. His entire body felt relaxed from inside out. His mouth involuntarily emitted a comfortable moan. It was as though the fatigue that had accumulated over a long period of time had been completely washed away at this moment. His entire body felt refreshed from inside out. Immediately, Xiaoyan's eyes widened. He swiftly recovered his senses. When he looked at the interior of the jade box in his hand, the expression in his eyes was incomparably excited. This was merely the spiritual strength that seeped out from the soul-gathering fruit. It was actually powerful to such an extent. Moreover, its purity could allow anyone to easily swallow it. It must be said that this soul-gathering fruit was truly worthy of being called a spiritual medicine that surpassed the soul baby fruit. It was even more valuable. Huff, it was a long while later before Xiaoyan slowly exhaled. His throat involuntarily moved. There was no need to say more about the fiery expression in his eyes. Rank 3 alchemist. I'm coming. Xiaoyan cried out in excitement. Immediately, he no longer hesitated. A thought passed through his mind. Vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his eyebrows and swiftly wrapped around the soul-gathering fruit within the jade box. It was just like a pair of invisible large hands that carefully lifted it up. Immediately, Xiaoyan opened his large mouth. Immediately, a magnificent heavenly flame gushed out and similarly carefully wrapped around the soul-gathering fruit. After which, he slowly sent it into his mouth. The moment the palm-sized soul-gathering fruit entered Xiaoyan's mouth, it swiftly melted. Like milk, it followed Xiaoyan's throat and instantly entered Xiaoyan's body. Bang! In the next instant, Xiaoyan's body, which was seated on the mountain peak, suddenly shook. Immediately, an invisible energy storm suddenly swept across the sky above the mountain range with Xiaoyan as the epicenter. At the same time, an extremely frightening spiritual pressure instantly filled the area. At this moment, all the magical beasts within the mountain range were heavily pressed to the ground by this aura. All of them were crawling on the ground while their hearts were filled with fear. Their enormous bodies did not dare to make the slightest movement. Of course, in the face of this frightening spiritual strength pressure, forget about not daring to move. Even if they really dared to move, under this pressure, they were completely unable to move even if they wanted to. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was seated on the mountain peak, was also observing his own body with shock. The wild joy in his heart was difficult to describe with words. At this very moment, the soul-gathering fruit that had entered Xiaoyan's body was suspended within Xiaoyan's vortex. It was coincidentally right above the vortex space. As a milky white light was released from the soul-gathering fruit, waves of majestic and boundless pure spiritual strength continuously swept through Xiaoyan's body. After passing through Xiaoyan's body, it spread in all directions. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. Although he had the intention of using his spiritual strength to merge with it, the enormous spiritual strength that was emitted from the soul-gathering fruit passed through his body regardless of what Xiaoyan did. It appeared to have ignored him as it continued to spread into the distant empty space. Damn it, why is it like this? The appearance of this scene caused Xiaoyan to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the soul-gathering fruit that he had painstakingly found would end up in such a manner. From the looks of it, if he was unable to retrieve the spiritual strength that had spread out, it was likely that the spiritual strength within the entire soul-gathering fruit would completely disappear in this manner. Using a sieve to draw water was an outcome that Xiaoyan could not accept. Old bone, what's going on? Could it be that I can only watch as the soul energy continues to spread? Hee, brat, the spiritual strength contained within the soul-gathering fruit is indeed the purest and strongest. However, it is naturally impossible to easily swallow and refine it using ordinary methods. After all, it is an item of nature. How can it be so easily swallowed by you? Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiaoyan's request for help. He explained to Xiaoyan. If you really want to devour these spiritual energies, it's best to use the heavenly flame to do a simple refinement before devouring them. Although this will more or less consume some of the spiritual energies, you will still be able to devour most of the spiritual energies. There are gains and losses. Don't be delusional in thinking that there is a perfect method. Xiaoyan finally understood in his heart when he heard these words. It seemed that the spiritual strength of this soul-agglomerating fruit was not so easy to obtain. Being able to easily swallow it was merely because the soul-agglomerating fruit was unable to cause any harm to an ordinary person. However, if one really wanted to swallow it, it would really be difficult to do so without a certain amount of exhaustion. There are gains and losses, Xiaoyan softly muttered what Guyu had said earlier. He involuntarily nodded. Most things in this world were like this. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to lose something. Everything was proportional. Gains and losses were interdependent. Thank you, old Gu, for your guidance. Xiaoyan did not hesitate after thanking Guyu in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the enormous doqi within the vortex swiftly rotated like a windmill. The brilliant heavenly flame also rose and agglomerated into a beautiful fire medicinal cauldron. The soul-gathering fruit was placed within it. Clang clang clang. As expected, with the heavenly flame blocking it this time around, the spiritual strength that had originally spread outwards was indeed restricted by the heavenly flame. The enormous and pure spiritual strength collided back and forth within the medicinal cauldron. The fire medicinal cauldron emitted waves of intense dang-dang sounds. The entire medicinal cauldron involuntarily trembled. It must be said that the spiritual strength contained within the soul-gathering fruit was frighteningly powerful. Fortunately, this thing did not possess any destructive strength to an ordinary person. Otherwise, with the strength of this spiritual strength, it was likely that it would be enough to shatter Xiaoyan's spiritual strength after a countless number of attacks. Refine it. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth after a short moment of surprise in his heart. At the same time, the turbulent heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron that was suspended within Xiaoyan's vortex also surged up like an ancient magical beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward the soul-gathering fruit. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, the soul condensation fruit also seemed to have an independent reaction. After the milky white fruit buzzed and trembled, a large amount of pure spiritual energy swiftly surged out from the soul condensation fruit. In the blink of an eye, a layer of seemingly invisible spiritual energy condensed on the surface of the soul condensation fruit, tightly protecting the soul condensation fruit within it. Chi. With the cover of this layer of spiritual strength, the attack of the heavenly flame was temporarily blocked. The spiritual strength on it was being refined at an extremely slow speed under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame. Although this method was indeed effective, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have to spend quite a lot of time on this soul-gathering fruit if he were to really do it this way. It is unexpected that this thing actually has an independent defense. It is indeed worthy of being the soul-gathering fruit. However, if it is only like this, you should obediently allow me to refine it. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise in his heart. Soon after, however, a cold smile surfaced on his face. At the same time that his mind looked inside, he controlled the enormous doqi within the vortex within his body. It surged out like a furious yellow river, agglomerating into a huge doqi dragon within the vortex. After which, it charged into the medicinal cauldron. Roar! A low and deep dragon roar was suddenly emitted from within the medicinal cauldron the instant this enormous doqi was poured in. Soon after, the brilliant flame became even more violent as it charged toward the soul-gathering fruit. Chi. Compared to a moment ago, under the powerful might of the heavenly flame, the layer of spiritual barrier on the surface of the soul condensation fruit was like ice that had met fire as it swiftly melted. Within a short moment, the spiritual barrier was about to shatter. Buzz 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 buzz. At this moment, another wave of dazzling intense light flickered on the soul-gathering fruit. A powerful spiritual strength immediately surged out from within and swiftly poured into the spiritual barrier. Humph, you still want to condense it? Break it! Xiaoyan immediately let out a loud cry in his heart when he saw this scene. At the same time, the ferocious heavenly flame that was surrounding the soul-gathering fruit within the medicinal cauldron transformed into a large, heavenly flame dragon in the blink of an eye. The dragon twisted its body. The moment the enormous spiritual strength was about to surge into the spiritual barrier, the enormous dragon widened its large mouth and violently bit the spiritual barrier, which was already on the verge of shattering. Bang! The spiritual barrier could not endure for even a short instant before it shattered with a bang. Soon after, the soul-gathering fruit below was swallowed by the huge dragon. Bang! The instant the soul-gathering fruit was swallowed by the huge fire dragon, an even more ferocious flame within the fire medicinal cauldron immediately swarmed forward. It was just like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey as it crazily refined the soul-gathering fruit that was heavily surrounded by the heavenly flame. At this moment, no matter how much spiritual strength surged out from the soul-gathering fruit, it would be swiftly torn apart by the surrounding heavenly flame. It would be broken down and swallowed one by one. As the spiritual strength was continuously refined by the heavenly flame, wisps of even purer spiritual strength slowly rose from the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. Finally, they poured into the soul bead deep within his mind. After breaking the spiritual barrier, the refinement of the soul-gathering fruit naturally became much easier. From now on, the refinement of the soul-gathering fruit would no longer face any difficulties. At this moment, Xiaoyan only needed to have sufficient patience to use the remaining time to slowly refine it with the heavenly flame. He was neither anxious nor impatient. He believed that it would not be long before the spiritual strength within the soul-gathering fruit would be completely swallowed by him. At that time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would be able to undergo a breakthrough, allowing him to step into the level of a rank 3 alchemist. The process of swallowing the soul-condensing fruit lasted for a total of 3 months. During these 3 months, the spiritual strength contained within the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind grew stronger by the day. The spiritual strength within the soul-condensing fruit was continuously transferred to the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind. After 3 months of continuous refinement, the size of the soul-condensing fruit within the vortex had undergone a huge change. The soul-condensing fruit, which was originally the size of a palm, was now only the size of a soybean. Even so, if one were to carefully examine it, one would discover that the spiritual strength contained within it was still terrifyingly powerful. Around the soul-condensing fruit, the surging heavenly flame was like a wild lion roaring furiously. The beautiful flame released a terrifyingly high temperature that could melt mountains and break seas. It condensed into a medicinal cauldron that surrounded the soul-condensing fruit. As the heavenly flame rose, the high temperature was released. Threads of milky white qi slowly floated up from the soul-condensing fruit. Then, following the guidance of the heavenly flame, it passed through the channels and internal organs within Xiaoyan's body. Finally, it reached the soul bead in the depths of his mind. Such a careful and meticulous refinement process was like spinning silk from a cocoon. An ordinary person would not be able to imagine it and would not be able to calm down to do it. If it was someone else, it was likely that they would choose to give up in less than 3 days and use an even more violent method to directly refine it. However, Xiaoyan's mental state did not change in the slightest during the process of refining the soul-condensing fruit. Instead, he persisted for a total of 3 months. Just based on this point, it was enough to prove just how tough Xiaoyan's mental state was. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. At this moment, the size of the condensing soul fruit in Xiaoyan's cyclone was reduced to the size of half a grain of rice. It would not be long before it was completely refined by Xiaoyan. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. As night fell, the pitch-black night sky was densely covered with stars. The entire area was enveloped by a scorching aura. The magical beasts in the mountain range were unable to sleep in peace. Occasionally, irritated roars would resound across the mountain range. These fellows had not had a good rest for a long time. This damned weather had caused them to suffer quite a bit. If they could break through the sky above their heads, they would definitely not be stingy. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was calm. The expression on his face did not change because of the environment. He, who had been bitterly training outside for many years, had long adapted to any environment in this world. Even if it was a hopeless situation in the eyes of ordinary people, in Xiaoyan's eyes, there would definitely be a chance of survival. Unknowingly, a fish-belly white color faintly rose from the horizon. Soon after, a dense light gradually spread across the entire land. The sun was high in the sky. When the last wisp of spiritual strength, which had been refined until it was extremely pure, entered the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind, Xiaoyan's originally calm-seated body suddenly shook at this moment. His body, which had been seated cross-legged for over 3 months, would have been treated as a statue if no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, this statue, which had been completely isolated from the outside world, finally woke up from its long slumber. Hum hum hum. Soon after, a pair of clear eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, an invisible, vast spiritual pressure rapidly swept out from Xiaoyan's body like a tsunami. With Xiaoyan's body as the center, a circle of invisible energy ripples rapidly formed around Xiaoyan. It was like an invisible wall that was several hundred meters tall and possessed a shocking aura. Rumble. The instant the invisible energy ripples swept out, the entire mountain range violently shook at this moment. Huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs, and rumbling sounds exploded in the mountain range like muffled thunder. The mountain peak that Xiaoyan stood on violently shook, and huge cracks appeared on it. The cracks rapidly spread, and in the end, those dense cracks even enveloped the entire mountain. It was as if it would instantly collapse with a gentle push. Slowly raising his pitch-black eyes, Xiaoyan's gaze seemed to be empty as he stared at the empty space before him. At the same time, the enormous spiritual strength that swept out also rapidly swept towards the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, all kinds of powerful magical beasts within the mountain range appeared within the range of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength's probing. First, there were some 7-star half-emperor level magical beasts. Then, there were 8-star magical beasts. In the end, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength arrived at a rather hot volcano. The size of this volcano was absolutely at the forefront of the entire Shilin mountain range. As his spiritual strength spread out, Xiaoyan could not help but smile in his heart. This was the residence of the flame lion. Smiling faintly in his heart, Xiaoyan's mind moved, and the enormous spiritual strength continued to penetrate, directly entering the volcano. He wanted to observe the flame lion's current movements. However, after a short moment, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly startled in his heart. In the depths of the volcano, he actually felt a rather powerful energy. Moreover, within that energy, there was a somewhat familiar aura. Carrying the curiosity and doubts in his heart, Xiaoyan controlled his spiritual strength to continue to penetrate deeper. At the same time, he was also thinking about the answer in his heart. When Xiaoyan's spiritual strength arrived at the bottom of the volcano, in the stone room where magma was surging, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength discovered that the flame lion and the other two were there. At the same time, in the sky above the magma, there was a huge beast that was wrapped in a powerful energy layer. It was also entrenched in the air. As waves of scorching ore rose from the magma, the energy layer on the surface of the huge beast's body emitted a lustrous light. Soon after, Xiaoyan could clearly see traces of energy flowing along the huge beast's body. After circling for a while, it flowed into the latter's body. Narwhal snake? Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly startled. He had never imagined that he would actually see the narwhal snake here. Logically speaking, this fellow should have been taken away by Lingbingxuang. Why was it now? Who is it? How dare you act so presumptuously in the Shilin mountain range? Just as the emotion within Xiaoyan's heart had changed, the flame lion and the other two, who were seated cross-legged around the magma, appeared to have sensed something. Numerous pairs of eyes that were filled with solemnness instantly lifted their heads and looked above their heads. After being discovered by the three, Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his spiritual strength. The powerful spiritual strength that had spread out over 1,000 miles was withdrawn in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Xiaoyan regained his senses. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He had never imagined that the narwhal snake would actually appear in the flame lion's cave. However, after a rough guess, Xiaoyan came to an understanding in his heart. All of this was probably Lingbingxuang's idea. She said that she would take the narwhal snake away in order to put pressure on him so that he would pay attention to the matter of the Bodhi returning pill. In reality, she had never planned to kill the narwhal snake from the start. Otherwise, she would not have asked Tianning and the rest to place the narwhal snake at the bottom of the volcano in order to speed up the narwhal snake's devouring and refining of the energy stratum. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a smile. It seemed that this Lingbingxuang was not as cold as she seemed on the surface. On the other side, Tianning and the other two had grave expressions on their faces. The frightening spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared earlier had caused their minds to tremble. The strength of that spiritual strength was far from what they could compare with. What a frightening spiritual strength. Who exactly is that fellow? Xianxia wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a lingering fear. Even though he had a fiery temper, his heart involuntarily trembled in the face of that powerful spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared earlier. As a magical beast, his sensitivity towards powerful auras was far superior to that of an ordinary human. When that spiritual strength had descended on this place earlier, he had clearly sensed just how powerful that spiritual strength was. The owner of that spiritual strength is either a rank 3 alchemist or a fellow with frighteningly powerful strength. Tianying's expression was gloomy. It could be said that it was a disgrace for someone to spy on their territory. However, they also understood just how frightening the strength of the person who was spying on them was. Regardless of whether that person's identity was the former or the latter, he was a frightening existence that they could not easily offend. Currently, even though they had 10,000 dissatisfaction in their hearts, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Be careful. Inform those brats in the Shilin mountain range to be alert. Once a strong enemy attacks, they must inform this place immediately. Otherwise, if anything happens to that fellow, forget about the Lord, we will also have difficulty explaining ourselves to Brother Xiaoyan. Tianying's tone was solemn as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the two beside him nodded their heads repeatedly. Soon after, they each moved and left the bottom of the volcano. As for Tianning, he stayed behind to guard the narwhal snake. After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan also turned his gaze back and it landed on his spiritual strength, which had soared. As he sensed the surging spiritual strength contained within the soul beat in his mind, Xiaoyan could not help but feel excited. Ever since he had obtained the pill formula for the Ice Spirit pill, Xiaoyan had been thinking day and night about when he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist. After nearly 3 years, he had finally managed to do so today. Now that his spiritual strength had reached rank 3, the current Xiaoyan had finally met the first requirement to refine the Ice Spirit pill. However, even though the problem of his spiritual strength had been resolved, there was still another problem that was placed in front of Xiaoyan. If he was unable to resolve this problem, he would still be unable to refine the Ice Spirit pill. Fire plume flower. Besides the Ice Spirit liquid, there was still one more ingredient missing to refine the Ice Spirit pill, and that was the fire plume flower. The fire plume flower was one of the more precious fire attribute medicinal ingredients. According to Xiaoyan's knowledge, not only was this fire plume flower extremely valuable, even the environment in which it grew was extremely strict. Ever since he had come to the Yuanwu continent, Xiaoyan had never heard of any information about this medicinal ingredient. Right now, this fire plume flower had become Xiaoyan's final problem. If he was unable to find the fire plume flower, even if Xiaoyan obtained the ice spirit liquid, he would still be unable to refine the ice spirit pill. As such, Xiaoyan would also be unable to devour the bone-freezing fire and raise his strength. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. Even though the fire plume flower was not easy to find, now was not the time to be anxious. He could naturally slowly search for the fire plume flower. However, right now, there was another thing that constantly reminded Xiaoyan. With a flip of his palm, a ray of light flashed and an ancient scroll appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This scroll was the ancient scroll that he had obtained from the desolate ancient ruins. Even though he did not know what exactly was inside this scroll, Xiaoyan had a faint feeling that this scroll would bring him quite a pleasant surprise. With a trace of joy in his heart, Xiaoyan's hand slowly unfurled the scroll. The first thing that entered his eyes was a golden parchment. The parchment was made of a special material, and even with Xiaoyan's eyesight, he was unable to discern what exactly it was. However, Xiaoyan did not care about this. Immediately after, what appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes were 5 large characters that were written in flowing calligraphy. For Saint Manifestation skill, the instant he saw these 4 words, Xiaoyan's entire mind was immediately startled. The instant Xiaoyan turned around, a strange feeling gushed out from the bottom of his heart. While carrying that strange feeling, Xiaoyan slowly unfurled the scroll in his hand. The instant the scroll was completely unfurled, a bright ray of light was released from the scroll and transformed into 4 figures in front of Xiaoyan. The 4 figures were all human and were only the size of an ordinary person's palm. Their bodies were slightly illusory and their entire bodies flickered with a dazzling golden light. Numerous mysterious symbols were formed around the human figures, and each of them wrapped around the bodies of the 4 human figures. Seeing the 4 human figures that had been formed in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. Such a strange scene caused him to feel somewhat suspicious in his heart. After observing for a long while, he still could not tell what exactly these 4 human figures were. He could not even tell whether they were Do skills or Qi methods. This? What the hell is this? Xiaoyan's face was at a loss. The golden light that was projected flickered for a moment before disappearing. At this moment, the only things that appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes were these 4 somewhat illusory human figures. Even the scroll in their hands appeared ordinary and did not have any reaction. A stunned expression was revealed on Xiaoyan's face. He could not just stare at the 4 illusory human figures in front of him, could he? Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment in his heart. A long while later, he finally raised his hand with a stomach filled with doubt. He carefully extended a finger and gently pressed it on one of the 4 human figures. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. The instant Xiaoyan's finger touched the figure in front of him, the soul bead in the depths of Xiaoyan's eyebrows began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Soon after, an enormous amount of spiritual energy surged out from the soul bead and rapidly surged into the 4 figures in front of Xiaoyan. After this enormous amount of spiritual energy was forcefully absorbed, Xiaoyan's mind was also forcefully sucked in. All of this happened in the instant Xiaoyan's finger touched the golden figure. When Xiaoyan regained his senses and was about to let out a cry of surprise, he discovered that he had actually appeared in another space. Xiaoyan's slightly opened mouth slowly closed. His gaze gradually lifted up and looked at the world in front of him. A pair of dark black eyes reflected a golden bright glow. The boundless world was filled with enormous golden-colored symbols. They were like numerous enormous metal chains that penetrated the sky. Looking from a distance, these symbols were faintly agglomerating into the shape of a circular ring. Xiaoyan did not really understand what was going on. Every golden symbol would emit a faint golden brilliance. Most of the golden light in this space was also emitted from these symbols. Like water vapor, it transformed into tiny golden particles that scattered throughout the entire space. When Xiaoyan continued to focus his eyes and look, he could clearly see that there were some huge contours within these enormous golden rings. They were like arcs, but they would suddenly twist and turn. They were like straight lines, but they could also suddenly fold and transform into arcs. The entire huge contours did not have the slightest bit of logic and there was no trajectory to follow. One could not find the starting point and did not know where it ended. What exactly is this place? Looking at this somewhat strange scene from a distance, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. His flat forehead could not help but frown slightly. After carefully observing for a moment, Xiaoyan's eyes were only able to see 4 extremely large golden light rings. Moreover, those light rings appeared to be continuing to expand without him realizing it. Even the strange outlines within them were also expanding. Xiaoyan's body appeared just like a tiny ant in this place. He raised his head high but was unable to see any part of this world. However, this kind of situation was actually becoming even more serious. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Carrying the anger in his heart, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a low roar. A thought passed through his mind and he was about to raise the doqi in his body. Only then did he recover. His current state was only his consciousness. He was completely relying on his spiritual strength. It was impossible for him to have the slightest doqi to be used. Damn it! Xiaoyan cursed softly. Although he had the intention of withdrawing his mind from this space, he quickly realized that his consciousness had actually been cut off from the outside world. Based on the current situation, unless Xiaoyan was able to discover the strangeness of this space, it was likely that he would never be able to leave this place. Just as Xiaoyan was feeling extremely anxious in his heart, the space in front of him suddenly distorted intensely. Immediately, an old man wearing a long golden robe appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The moment he saw the old man, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed. He was greatly shocked in his heart. At the same time, his feet involuntarily took a few steps back. After which, he carefully looked at the other party. Currently, being in this strange space, Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Who knew if this old man in front of him had any tricks up his sleeves that were waiting for him? Haha, kid, don't worry. This old man is just a remnant soul. I'm just struggling at death's door to wait for the person who obtained this scroll. I won't be able to hurt anyone. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually kept retreating, the old man could not help but chuckle softly. He gently stroked his beard with one hand. His old face was full of smiles, appearing rather amiable. Hearing the old man's words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face gradually relaxed. He gently exhaled, but his gaze was still carefully staring at the old man in front of him. After a few breaths, he gently frowned and opened his mouth to ask. Senior, you said that you're waiting for someone. May I know who that person is? Haha, a fated person. The old man replied with a chuckle. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly focused, but he did not dare to be careless in his heart. The person Senior is referring to, it's you. Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, the old man quickly opened his mouth. The expression on Xiaoyan's face also suddenly became stern. Senior, I'm afraid that you've got the wrong person. This junior is currently trapped within this scroll and my consciousness is unable to leave. How can I be considered a fated person? Don't tell me that being trapped here means that I'm a fated person? If that's the case, this junior would rather withdraw and be an idle person. Xiaoyan's tone was cold. Not only did this so-called four-saint manifestation skill not bring him any benefits, it had even trapped him here for a long time. How could this be considered a treasure? From Xiaoyan's point of view, this was a trick to harm others. Haha, young man, you're not young at all. Cuckoo, little child, you are young but your character is extremely impatient. You can't just look at the surface of things and you can't just rely on the naked eye to summarize everything. If you want to obtain strength, how can you not experience hardships and tribulations? Moreover, this Do technique itself possesses a special characteristic. If you want to practice it, you will naturally have to pay a price. Otherwise, do you think that you can easily practice all the Do techniques after obtaining them? The old man seemed to have already prepared a countermeasure to Xiaoyan's words. Moreover, looking at his familiar manner, it was likely that this was not the first time that he had said such words to someone. Hearing this, Xiaoyan finally knit his brows tightly together and calmed down. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, the old man's words were correct. When one obtained something, one would also have to pay a corresponding price. Only by paying a price would there be a reward. There was no free lunch in this world. Currently, to Xiaoyan, a low-class Do technique might be easy to practice, but at the same time, the increase that it brought to Xiaoyan was pitifully little. Similarly, a high-class Do technique might be unceasingly practiced, but its strength was similarly something that an ordinary Do technique could not compare with. Perhaps, this space in front of him was Xiaoyan's greatest test before he obtained this class Do technique. However, although he had this thought in his heart, Xiaoyan really did not know how to find a method to break this vast space in front of him. This space was so vast that it was likely that he would have to spend an endless amount of time just to walk through it, much less find a method to practice this Do technique. Cuckoo, brat, sometimes, the eyes can deceive people. If you overly rely on your eyes, perhaps what you will obtain will only be an even bigger lie. The old man faintly opened his mouth. His words contained some caution. When these words were transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears, it caused the expression on the latter's face to change slightly. Immediately, he lowered his head and carefully pondered the old man's words. A moment later, when Xiaoyan once again raised his head, he saw that the old man who was in front of him a moment ago had already disappeared. The space in front of him was still slowly expanding. In Xiaoyan's eyes, everything gradually became further and further away. He was just like a speck of dust in this space, tiny and invisible. Overly relying on one's eyes can also deceive people. Eyeing the vast and boundless space in front of him, Xiaoyan repeatedly muttered these two sentences in a soft voice. His dark black eyes repeatedly swept across the space in front of him. The breathing from his nose had unknowingly become rough. It was a long while later that Xiaoyan finally hardened his heart. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and he forced himself to no longer look at the space in front of him. He threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart and no longer thought about anything. He tried his best to forget about the space in front of him. Even the scroll was also suppressed by Xiaoyan in the bottom of his heart. He acted as though all of this had never happened. He did not open the scroll nor did he obtain it. He calmly recalled his appearance when he was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He recalled the cool breeze that brushed past his ears and felt the hot fire energy in the air. The emotions in his heart also gradually stabilized. His agitated heart slowly returned to calmness. It was like the surface of a lake after a hurricane. The storm had scattered and it was as quiet as a mirror without any ripples. The breathing from his nose gradually returned to calmness. Every inhalation and exhalation was orderly, steady, and powerful. His aura was thick. From this, one could tell that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It was a long while later that Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, finally slowly opened them. His heart was completely calm. The matter of the four-saint manifestation skill seemed to have been completely forgotten by him and was completely thrown out of his mind. When the first ray of light shot into the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes through the slits of his eyes, the scene that was reflected in his eyes was an azure sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. The instant Xiaoyan completely opened his eyes, what appeared in front of him was a vast mountain range. The sky was azure while the land was lush and lush. The mountain range was like a cluster. Looking at this scene that was brimming with life, it was naturally the Shilin mountain range that Xiaoyan was in. Ah! His throat could not help but emit a cry of surprise. The expression on his face could not help but change. However, it was quickly and perfectly restrained. Regardless of whether the previous incident had happened or not, Xiaoyan's mental state had been raised by quite a bit. When Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his gaze and looked in front of him, the corners of his mouth revealed a happy smile. In front of this smiling expression, the ancient scroll had been completely unfurled in the air. It was suspended in midair. Rays of golden light shot out from it and condensed into 4 human figures in front of Xiaoyan. Compared to before, these 4 human figures were undoubtedly more solid. The runes on the 4 halos that were originally suspended around the human figures had also completely condensed on their bodies. Looking at the 4 human figures in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart was calm this time around. He was no longer as nervous as before. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyan raised his hand. Boundless spiritual strength surged out from his palm and extended out like branches. Soon after, it poured into the 4 human figures in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, the instant the spiritual strength poured in, the surface of the 4 golden human figures flickered with waves of golden light. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and his consciousness poured into the four human figures. Soon after, the familiar scene from before once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. It was still a space filled with golden light. However, compared to before, this space appeared extremely small. It could only fit a dozen people. At this very moment, 4 human figures were standing in this space. In front of these 4 human figures, Xiaoyan's somewhat illusory figure was also standing leisurely. The size of the 4 human figures was no different from an ordinary person. Their bodies even looked stronger. Their faces were expressionless. However, they revealed a stern aura that caused one to not dare to look directly at them. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's heart was calm as he faced the other party's gaze. That murderous aura, which possessed a deterrent force to an ordinary person, was broken by itself in front of Xiaoyan. For Saint Manifestation Skill, Middle-Level Spirit Class Do Technique. It mainly relies on one's physical strength. It is divided into 4 parts: Wing Elephant Skill, Golden Elephant Skill, Strength Elephant Skill, and Giant Elephant Skill. Within the space, the old voice that he had heard earlier was once again transmitted. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed slightly. Soon after, he followed the latter's words and carefully listened. Wing Elephant Skill represents speed. Practicing it can greatly increase the explosive strength of one's physical body. Within a certain limit, one can rely on one's physical body to erupt with an unusually fast speed. Once practiced to perfection, one can collapse mountains and rivers with a single step and take one's life. All it takes is a single step. Golden Elephant Skill represents defense. With the body of a diamond, it is indestructible and unbreakable. Once practiced to perfection, one can rely on one's physical body to block Do Qi. One's physical body is like a saint. Strength Elephant Skill represents offensive strength. One's fist can shatter the world. One's strength can collapse mountains and rivers. No one can block the might of one's fist. Giant Elephant Skill can use this to change one's body shape. Once the giant elephant is unleashed, the world is like an ant and all living things are beneath one's feet. Under full strength, its strength is comparable to an E-class Do technique. However, if one wants to practice it, one must first master the first 3. After a long-winded general explanation, Xiaoyan also had a general understanding of this so-called 4 Saint Manifestation Skill. Although the description was exaggerated, its general meaning was not only speed, defense, strength, and body shape. Overall, these 4 skills also had their own unique characteristics. Being able to concentrate on one point to practice would undoubtedly greatly increase one's control over one's physical body. Under normal circumstances, choosing one of the 4 skills would undoubtedly leave the other 3 behind. However, now that these 4 skills had been merged into one, there was naturally no need to worry about anything else when practicing it. At the very most, it was just a matter of order. As long as Xiaoyan focused on practicing, he had the ability to completely master the 4 Saint Manifestation Skill. At that time, once he used it, in addition to other methods, it was likely that he would also have the ability to fight against a Dodi. Even defeating him would not be a problem. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. A respectful expression appeared on Xiaoyan's face as he stared at the 4 figures in front of him. According to what he had heard from the old man's voice, the 4 golden figures in front of him were not ordinary people. The 4 of them were super body tempering experts whose names had once shaken the continent. Their body tempering techniques had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Just by relying on the strength of their physical bodies, even the super-strong Origin Emperor and Origin Sect experts would not be their match if they went all out. It was even said that the old man who specialized in the giant elephant skill had once fought with an Origin Venerate without being at a disadvantage. His strength could be said to be terrifying. The so-called 4 Saint Manifestation Skill was a Do skill created by combining the strengths of these 4 individuals. They complemented each other and complemented each other. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery expression as his gaze landed on the old man who represented the giant elephant skill. According to the introduction of this Do skill, the giant elephant skill was naturally the strongest among the 4 figures. If he was able to cultivate the giant elephant skill to its peak, Xiaoyan would have the ability to fight even an Origin Venerate expert. At that time, why would he need to worry about the four great sects of the western region? However, although this idea was good, Xiaoyan also understood that the giant elephant skill was clearly a fusion of the first three skills. If he wanted to cultivate the giant elephant skill, Xiaoyan would first have to master the wing elephant skill, the golden elephant skill and the force elephant skill. Otherwise, no matter how strong Xiaoyan's physical strength was, he would still be unable to cultivate the Four Saint manifestation skill to its true peak level. Hence, it could be said that Xiaoyan only had 3 skills to choose from when he first started cultivating the Four Saint manifestation skill. Moreover, in order to raise his strength as much as possible within a short period of time, Xiaoyan could only choose from these 3 skills. He would first cultivate one of them before cultivating the others one by one. Xiaoyan could not help but curl his lips crazily when he thought of this. He had never imagined that he would end up in such a state after obtaining such a treasure. He just did not know how powerful each of the 3 skills would be. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, Xiaoyan's gaze finally swept over the 3 golden human figures in front of him. The one standing on the far left was the wing elephant spell. After using it, it could increase the explosive power of one's physical body. Relying on one's physical body to erupt with a powerful force in an instant, it would greatly increase one's speed. Xiaoyan stared at the first figure for a long time. In the end, he shook his head slowly. With the addition of the sky extinction step, Xiaoyan was confident that in terms of speed, even some elite Dou-Di might not be able to compare with him. Therefore, it was likely that Xiaoyan did not need this wing elephant skill for the time being. While Xiaoyan was thinking in this manner in his heart, his footsteps also paused in front of the second human figure. His dark black eyes stared at the golden human figure in front of him as Xiaoyan's heart quietly hesitated. The golden elephant skill was known for its defense. After practicing it, one's physical defense would be invincible and indestructible. One could even rely on the strength of the golden elephant skill to forcefully receive Dou skills. The toughness of one's defense was something that even some elite body refiners would not be able to compare with. Looking at the golden elephant skill in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but move slightly. The strength of those elite Dou-Di was terrifyingly strong. Xiaoyan was already extremely fearful of them. If he had the golden elephant skill, he might be able to increase his chances of survival. With this thought in his mind, Xiaoyan was about to choose the golden elephant skill. However, Xiaoyan's hand, which had just been lifted, suddenly shrank and was withdrawn. Turning his gaze, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the third golden figure. The force elephant skill was known for its offensive strength. If he were to practice it, it would definitely be able to greatly increase Xiaoyan's fighting strength. From there, he would have a greater chance of defeating his opponent in battle. Looking at the force elephant skill in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but look at the golden elephant skill in front of him. One for offense and one for defense. Although both were extremely good, it was a pity that the current Xiaoyan could only choose between the 2. Looking at the 2 figures in front of him, Xiaoyan's calm state of mind could not help but fluctuate once again. The force elephant skill could suppress the enemy while the diamond body could protect one's life. These kinds of choices were often the most difficult to make. His gaze swept back and forth between the 2 figures in front of him. Some sweat involuntarily appeared on Xiaoyan's forehead. In the end, Xiaoyan simply closed his eyes once again. Out of sight, out of mind. He was making a difficult choice in his heart. Buzz. After nearly 10 minutes, Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. This time, Xiaoyan's gaze unwaveringly landed on the force elephant skill. And this was the choice that Xiaoyan had made. As the saying goes, offense is defense. Offense is the best defense. Since that is the case, I will choose you. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. Soon after, his palm slammed onto the body of the third golden human figure. Qi. Following the emitting of a low and deep qi sound, the golden-colored human figure immediately burst apart, transforming into a golden light that swiftly surged into Xiaoyan's palm. Within this golden light, the cultivation method of the force elephant skill was recorded. Buzz buzz, immediately, in the outside world, Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly as his consciousness withdrew from the scroll in front of him. With a look of joy in his eyes, Xiaoyan raised his head. At this moment, there were only 3 other figures that appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With regards to this, Xiaoyan understood in his heart. The Force Elephant skill on the scroll was now firmly imprinted in his mind. Naturally, there would be one less figure. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Soon after, Xiaoyan clasped his hands together and kept the scroll that was spread out in front of him. The 3 figures in midair also disappeared along with it. After carefully keeping the scroll, Xiaoyan finally withdrew his thoughts. With a thought, the majestic spiritual strength in his mind swiftly spread out. After carefully investigating the nearby mountain range, Xiaoyan withdrew his spiritual strength. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a purple gold flowing light immediately shot out. It transformed into the appearance of the Northern King in the empty space beside Xiaoyan. After doing all this, Xiaoyan was finally completely at ease. Both of his hands formed the training seal as the thoughts in his heart swiftly surged into his mind. He carefully flipped through the Force Elephant skill that he had just obtained. As a middle-level Spirit Do technique, the Force Saint Manifestation skill naturally had its unique points. Just the initial comprehension of this Force Elephant skill alone had already taken Xiaoyan quite a lot of time. It was naturally not difficult to practice a Spirit Do technique. However, the important thing was to comprehend it. If one was unable to understand the essence of the Do technique, even if one practiced it, one would definitely not be able to unleash its full power. Xiaoyan had always had high expectations of himself. When practicing a Do technique, it was naturally impossible for him to understand half of it. He had to reach the stage where he could understand it thoroughly before he could give up. As expected, in order to be able to unleash the true power of the Force Elephant skill, Xiaoyan sat on the mountain peak that was on the verge of collapse for another half a month. During this half a month, Xiaoyan was like an old monk in meditation. His entire body did not move at all. Even the breath from his nose was merged with the sky. If one did not carefully observe, one would really think that the person sitting there was a dead person. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak for nearly 4 months, finally opened his eyes once again. The instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes, a sharp golden light shot out from deep within Xiaoyan's eyes like 2 sharp arrows. It pierced through the empty space and disappeared into the empty space 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for half a month. Immediately, the corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into a smile. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. After half a month of bitter searching, Xiaoyan had finally grasped the essence of this Force Elephant skill. The Force Elephant skill emphasized the use of one's physical strength. It emphasized the use of one's physical strength. Every inch of strength had to be unleashed with several times the strength. Only in this way would one be able to obtain the final victory on the battlefield. The physical strength itself was not comparable to Do Qi. Regardless of whether it was the latter's endurance or the strength of the strength, the physical strength could not be compared to the latter. However, the advantage of the physical strength was its explosive speed. Any action could be completed with a thought and did not require a certain amount of time like using a Do technique. This also gave the former the opportunity and time to obtain victory. However, regardless of how fast one's speed was, one's physical strength was ultimately just one's physical body. One would never be able to erupt with a terrifying might like Do Qi, where even the slightest trace of it could shake the world. This had always been the weakness of those who trained their physical bodies. This was something that even Xiaoyan had to admit. However, the Force Elephant skill was different. The Force Elephant skill coincidentally made up for this weakness of the physical body practitioners. Thus, it reduced the gap between the physical body practitioners and ordinary Do Qi practitioners. At the same time, it also caused the strength of the physical body practitioners to soar. Thus, in the process of fighting with others, one would be able to rely on the strength of one's physical body to suppress the opponent even if one did not use Do Qi. The Force Elephant skill could be said to have truly achieved the goal of increasing one's strength by an inch. Once it was successfully practiced, Xiaoyan's strength would definitely soar. He dared to guarantee that by relying on the Force Elephant skill and his other techniques, he would definitely have the ability to fight against a 1-star Do Di in the future even if the Northern King did not appear. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became fiery hot. It seemed that he was already anticipating the arrival of that day. He also hoped to see just how strong the strength of this Ling-class Do technique that he had painstakingly practiced would be. At this moment, since he had already grasped the practice method and essence of the Force Elephant skill, it was time for him to truly begin practicing this Force Elephant skill. Xiaoyan smiled in his heart. He did not stand up from his seated position. Instead, he once again slowly closed his eyes. His heart carefully recalled the practice method of the Force Elephant skill. His mind looked inside and he used his entire body to control every part of his body. Xiaoyan's mind was scattered over every muscle in his body. It even covered every inch of his skin and every muscle cell. Between heaven and earth, a gentle breeze blew past Xiaoyan's body. Although his eyes were tightly shut, Xiaoyan seemed to have clearly sensed the feeling of the breeze sliding past the surface of his body. His mind was highly focused, causing Xiaoyan's entire body to become exceptionally sensitive. Xiaoyan, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, appeared to be like an old monk meditating without moving. However, if one were to carefully observe, one would be able to discover that the current Xiaoyan seated body was occasionally trembling. However, due to his subtle movements, one would definitely not be able to detect this if one did not carefully observe. Each time Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly, it would cause the surrounding empty space to shake. This was not simply the flow of air. Instead, the entire space was like a bell that emitted a silent vibration. While Xiaoyan was doing his best to train the Force Elephant skill, in the distant mountain range, deep within the bustling human cities, there was another mountain range that stood proudly like a pine tree. The Xiling mountain range and this mountain range stood opposite each other. One stood at the southernmost part of the Xiling region, while the other was like a proud lion that stood proudly at the northernmost part of the Xiling region. The north and south were mountain ranges that stood opposite each other from a distance. Although the distance between them seemed to be millions of miles apart, smoke had already filled the air and the flames of war had already soared. Green Hunchback Mountain. The mountain mentioned here was not really a mountain, but a mountain range. Green Hunchback Mountain was the tallest mountain in this mountain range. The mountain range in front of them was the place where the four great sects had jointly stationed themselves to deal with the Chaoyang sect. Now, this mountain range had become a territory that the four great sects jointly occupied. Of course, on the surface, it was said that they jointly occupied it, but in reality, they were very distinct. Even though they were not far from each other, they rarely interacted with each other. Of course, it was unavoidable for them to secretly visit each other. At this moment, at the place where the Heavenly Sword sect was stationed, there were many buildings on top of a majestic mountain peak. The majestic buildings on the mountain peak towered into the clouds. Regardless of whether one looked at it from afar or close up, there was a kind of majestic and magnificent appearance. At a glance, one could not help but feel a sense of pride and emotion surging in one's heart. However, compared to the scene from the outside, at this moment, in the Heavenly Sword sect, there were many people standing in the majestic main hall at this moment. At this moment, among the people in the main hall, the people of the four great clans were seated separately. However, there was a considerable distance between each other. Even at this moment, the eyes of this group of people who had forgotten about each other were filled with hostility. Smoke permeated the air. From the looks of everyone's expression, it was as though they would start a fight if there was any disagreement. However, each time there was someone who could not help but want to attack, their eyes would involuntarily look toward the golden-robed old man on the main seat with his eyes tightly shut. Below this golden-robed old man, there were four white-haired old men seated. The distance between the seats of these four people was quite close. However, they similarly did not look at each other. The expression on each of their faces appeared gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall continued in this silence for a long time. Everyone felt as though there was an enormous rock pressing on their heads, causing their breathing to become somewhat hurried. The irritation in their hearts became even more intense. It was a long while later before the golden-robed old man on the main seat finally slowly raised his head. At the same time, a pair of turbid old eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time slowly opened at this moment. From the looks of it, this old man was the 8-star Do Di who had seriously injured Xiaoyan in Green Jade City back then. At the same time, he was also the chief of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming, Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version website. In the dazzling hall, human figures were scattered about, each taking their own seats. On the main seat, Jianming, who was wearing a golden robe, was standing. At this moment, Jianming was slowly raising his pair of eyes that were filled with golden light. His emotionless gaze swept past everyone in the hall. Finally, it stopped on a white-robed young man. This person was the heir of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin. Nephew Zhuolin, according to what you said, Xiaoyan disappeared in front of your eyes? Jianming's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Zhuolin, who was still standing with his head held high under his gaze. After a few breaths, he finally opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. The moment Jianming's words fell, the other people in the hall also turned their gazes over. Bai Ying was still fine, and his expression did not change much. On the other hand, the people from the other two clans turned their gazes towards Jianming in unison. Everyone's faces were exceptionally gloomy. Sect leader, you must not listen to this brat's nonsense. This matter must have been arranged by the Zhuo clan and the Bai clan together. Their goal is to suppress our two clans. Sect leader, you must not, did I ask you? However, just as a purple-robed old man from the two clans stood up and was about to speak, Jianming, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the purple-robed old man with a dark and cold expression. The tone of his words was even more shocking. Following Jianming's reprimand, the purple-robed old man also sat back down heavily on his seat with a face full of unwillingness. His old face was filled with deep resentment. After a long while, he finally buried his head deeply. A pair of shriveled hands under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. On the seat beside him, a middle-aged man in a black robe had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. From time to time, his gaze would look at the people from the Bai clan and the Zhuo clan sitting opposite him. Killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. This person was the current head of the Hua clan, Hua Xianrui. The purple-robed old man sitting beside him was the supreme elder of the Sun family, Sun Ji. The deaths of Hua Tianyi, Hua Ba, and Sun Shua could be said to have shaken the foundations of these two large clans. The two clans each had a 3-star Dodi and a 1-star late-stage Dodi. This kind of lineup could be said to be in existence that could do whatever they wanted in the entire western region. However, these three people, whose strength had already reached such an extent, had actually died miserably in the remains. Moreover, the ones who had returned alive from their journey with them were actually people from the other two large clans. This kind of result caused one to have difficulty not feeling suspicious in one's heart. Apart from Zhuolin and Bai Ying, there were no other witnesses. This meant that only the two of them knew what had happened in the ruins. They could say whatever they wanted to say to outsiders. As a result, the words of the two families were the least trustworthy. Jianming was naturally aware of this point in his heart. However, when he heard Xiaoyan's name from Zhuolin's mouth, some doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. If all of this was related to Xiaoyan, it was likely that he would really have to listen carefully. Jianming only slowly shifted his gaze away after seeing Sun Ji return to his seat. Immediately, his gaze paused on Hua Xianrui by the side. A cold glint that was difficult to detect flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, he once again looked at Zhuolin. The expression in his eyes swiftly recovered to normal. However, his face still appeared dark and cold. Zhuolin, tell me everything that you saw that day. Jianming spoke faintly. At the same time, his body gently leaned back and leaned against the seat. His eyes were half narrowed as he stared at Zhuolin. Only when he heard that did Zhuolin raise his head. He seemed to have just heard Jianming's words and seemed to have been intimidated by the latter's aura. Zhuolin slowly stood up and swept his gaze across everyone present. The moment his gaze met Bai Ying's, the latter could clearly see a trace of coldness in Zhuolin's eyes. It seemed to be a threat, a request, or a neither servile nor overbearing feeling. So there are times when you're afraid, Bai Ying sneered inside when he saw this. Although Zhuolin wanted to kill him in the ruins that day, both of them were not in their best condition at that time. If they fought, it would not benefit either of them. It was even very likely that both of them would be left there forever. As a result, the two of them had no choice but to carefully and vigilantly leave the ruins in the end. Zhuolin, who had raised his head, recounted most of the things that had happened in the ruins that day. Of course, there were also some things that had been fabricated. Even if Jianming could hear them, he was too lazy to mention them. Regardless of whether he mentioned them or not, these things were no longer important. Death was death. Even if the reason was found, what was the use? If the relationship between the four great clans became intense, it would not be a good thing for his heavenly sword sect. It was better to avoid trouble. In any case, Jianming's aim was only Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether everyone present wanted to listen or not, they were all listening to Shuolin's description. Due to the space within the large hall, waves of echoes continued to echo. Shuolin was the only one speaking, but everyone seemed to have heard it a couple of times. Regardless of whether they wanted to listen or not, they more or less understood it. Hu Xianrui and Sun Ji frowned as they watched Shuolin's speech. The two of them snorted disdainfully in their hearts. Their hearts did not believe that a mere bandit, even with the help of a puppet and a strange snake whose strength was merely that of a one-star Dodi, could be strong. They were actually able to turn the people from the four great clans into such a miserable state. This was complete nonsense. However, just because they did not believe it, it did not mean that everyone did not believe it. At the very least, Jianming had been attracted by Sun Shua's words at this moment. Jianming gradually listened carefully as she listened to the words that were emitted from Shuolin's mouth. Her body, which was lying on the ground, had unknowingly sat up. Her narrowed eyes stared intently at Shuolin. Finally, when Shuolin spoke about how Xiaoyan's figure had suddenly disappeared from the open ground, some ripples involuntarily surfaced in Jianming's eyes. What everyone did not know was that a great storm had been stirred within Jianming's heart at this moment. According to what Shuolin had said, after Xiaoyan had used all his strength to unleash his douqi in the remains back then, his condition could already be considered as an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to have the ability to retaliate, much less survive that kind of energy storm. However, the result that Shuolin had given was that Xiaoyan had disappeared from the open ground together with the narwhal snake. This was something that was impossible, but it had really happened. Xiaoyan, who had lost all his fighting strength, would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to escape from that place, much less bring the narwhal snake with him. Since that was the case, the only explanation was that there was someone else secretly helping them and helping them escape from the remains. That person's skills were so great that even with Shuolin's and Bai Ying's strength, they were unable to sense any unusual movements. This also meant that the latter's strength was far above theirs. A mysterious strong person had suddenly intervened and rescued Xiaoyan when he was in danger. This kind of thing might appear illogical in the eyes of others, and it was also not true. However, in Jianming's eyes, it was a different kind of view. Don't tell me, behind Xiaoyan, is there really another strong person protecting him? Jianming's eyes were empty and lifeless as she sat on the main seat. Her brows were tightly knit together. Her heart involuntarily recalled the big battle in Green Jade City a few years ago. 4 elite Dodi had gathered in one city. Their aim was actually a mere bandit, who was like an ant in their eyes. Originally, they had thought that it would be an easy parade. However, they did not expect that the 4 of them, who were elite Dodi, would end up fleeing like stray dogs. Jianming would never forget the humiliation that day. He was even more unable to forget the great strength of that aura. If that mysterious person had really attacked, Jianming dared to guarantee that even if the 4 of them were to join forces, they would definitely not be able to last one exchange with that mysterious strong person. However, the scene back then had appeared once again. Another mysterious strong person had suddenly intervened when Xiaoyan was in danger. If this news were to spread to the ears of the other 3 sect leaders, it was likely that it would stir an invisible storm. Shuolin, who had finished narrating all of this, returned to calmness. He no longer spoke. His eyes were indifferent as they swept over the people from the 2 clans. He glanced at Bai Ying before returning to his seat. Everyone present threw their gazes toward Jianming on the main seat. After what had happened earlier, everyone present consciously shut their mouths this time around without Jianming speaking. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall had once again become strange. It did not appear nervous, but it also caused everyone to not dare to relax even a little. Everyone hoped to be called out by Jianming, but at the same time, they were afraid that they would open their mouths and say the wrong thing. Can you guarantee that what you have said is true? The atmosphere in the hall was in a deadlock for a long time. A moment later, Jianming once again opened his mouth to speak. This junior dares to guarantee with my life that what I have said earlier is true. Shuolin stood up. His eyes looked at Jianming on the main seat. His eyes were calm as he spoke without looking sideways. Jianming could not help but feel surprised in his heart when he saw Shuolin's manner. He immediately nodded gently. All right, I hope that I can believe your words. Shuolin sat down again. At the same time, Jianming turned his gaze to Bai Ying and said in a serious voice, Patriarch Bai, only you and nephew Shuolin came out of the ruins that day. Can you guarantee that what Shuolin said earlier is true? At the end of his words, Jianming's gaze was somewhat cold as he stared at Bai Ying. If Bai Ying criticized Shuolin's words in the slightest, then the latter would have to pay the price for what he had said earlier. After all, he was willing to use his life as a guarantee. At this moment, the people from the other three clans instantly looked at Bai Ying. Jianming's action could be said to have placed Shuolin's life in Bai Ying's hands. Whether he lived or died depended on Bai Ying's words. Hua Xianrui and Sun Ji stared at Bai Ying with sneers on their faces. They naturally wanted Bai Ying to say what they wanted to hear. They were certain that Bai Ying would definitely say those words. As long as Bai Ying spoke, not only would it be considered as revenge for their two clans, but it would also remove a huge problem for their three clans. The two clans were naturally happy to do such a thing. Compared to the reactions of the people from the two clans, the expressions of the people from the Zhou clan changed. They did not expect Jianming to use such a method. In this way, Shuolin's life was in the hands of Bai Ying. Beside Shuolin, a middle-aged man next to him was about to stand up, but he was pulled down by Shuolin, who had a calm expression on his face. Shuolin shook his head without a trace. When the latter saw this, although he was still very worried in his heart, in the end, his body swayed and sat down heavily. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was being stared at by everyone, also felt a sense of difficulty in his heart. If he said what the two clans and even Jianming wanted to hear, then Shuolin's life would be in danger and the Zhou clan's momentum would be greatly reduced. At that time, even their entire clan would be affected. This situation was definitely what the three clans wanted to see. But if Shuolin died, then Bai Ying would not only have to face the enmity of the other two families, but he would also be targeted by the Zhou family. Coupled with the greedy wolf that was the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bai family's situation would definitely fall to rock bottom. Besieged on all sides, the Bai clan's future would be in danger. However, if Bai Ying disobeyed Jianming's orders, then the Bai clan would inevitably be suppressed by the Sky Sword sect. In this way, his clan would also become the target of public criticism. His days would not be easy, however, even so, compared to being swallowed up like the former, it was better to temporarily restrain himself and wait for an opportunity to act in the future. This was not a bad idea. Jianming, I didn't expect you to finally make a move against our four great clans. If you want to swallow us, you won't be able to bite our hard bones without breaking a few of your dog teeth. Bai Ying cursed in his heart. A moment later, he finally slowly raised his head. Under the gazes of everyone present, he looked at Jianming, who was seated at the head of the table. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile that was like a spring breeze. Hua Xianrui and Sun Ji stared at Bai Ying, hoping that Bai Ying would say what they wanted to hear. When Jianming saw the smile on Bai Ying's face, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Under his wide sleeves, a pair of withered hands slowly raised and involuntarily gripped the armrest of the chair tightly. Reporting to Sect Master, what Shuolin said just now was witnessed by this subordinate with his own eyes. Every word is true. Hua. As soon as Bai Ying finished speaking, everyone in the hall was in an uproar. They never thought that Bai Ying would actually say such words. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. At the same time, on the main seat, the stone armrest that Jianming was holding tightly in his hand had inadvertently turned into a pile of powder. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, while everyone in the Sky Sword sect was talking about Xiaoyan, the other three sects in Green Hunchback Mountain were also discussing what happened in the desolate ancient ruins a few months ago. Refining God sect. In a majestic hall filled with golden light, the sect leader of the refining god sect, Xianxia, was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the various leaders of the refining god sect. In the refining god sect, other than the sect leader Xianxia, the elders and deacons sitting below the stage had the greatest authority. Naturally, they were involved in any major matter in the sect. Elder Zhao, what do you think about the desolate ancient ruins? Xianxia sat upright on the main seat as his gaze swept across the elders in the hall. Finally, his gaze landed on a silver-robed elder who was sitting closest to him. The elder was dressed in a purple robe. His body was upright with his eyes slightly closed. His aura was completely concealed within his body, making it difficult for others to detect him. At a glance, this elder gave off a rather imposing and domineering feeling, causing others to not dare to look at him. When the elder heard Xianxia's words, his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Soon after, he stood up leisurely. The brows on his old face slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about how to speak. After a short stubble, the silver-robed elder raised his gaze and looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the main seat. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader, this Xiaoyan is unpredictable. We know too little about him and it is difficult for this old man to comment on him. Furthermore, in the desolate ancient ruins, other than those who did not enter the core area of the ruins, only the Xue family's eldest son, Xuelin, and the Bai family's head, Bai Ying, have returned alive. Therefore, regarding what happened in there, only the two families under the Sky Sword sect know. Judging from our point of view is really unwise." When they heard this, the other elders in the hall could not help but frown. The elders' words directly contradicted Xianxia's words. As the sect leader, Xianxia's words were something that no one in the sect could refute. However, the words of this purple-robed elder were likely going to attract trouble. However, just when everyone thought that Xianxia would be angry because of this, the latter smiled and nodded in agreement under the surprised gazes of everyone present. "That's right. First elder's thoughts are my thoughts." When Xianxia's words were spoken, the many elite Dodi in the hall involuntarily raised their brows. They immediately faced each other and a wave of private conversations were immediately emitted from the hall. Numerous gazes involuntarily revealed surprise when they looked at this first elder. At the same time, they were curious and doubtful. Almost everyone in the western region knew that Xianxia's character was proud and aloof. He never placed anyone in his eyes. However, he seemed to have restrained himself a lot in the face of this new first elder. At the very least, he would not be as fierce and overbearing as he was in the past. That's right. This purple-robed elder was the first elder that the Divine Refining sect had just appointed a couple of months ago. His appointment and even his appearance caused everyone in the Divine Refining sect to be surprised. This was because no one in the sect had seen this purple-robed elder before he became the first elder of the Divine Refining sect. His sudden appointment had stirred up a great commotion within the Divine Refining sect. However, this commotion was swiftly suppressed under the personal appearance of the original first elder. Although everyone had some dissatisfaction in their hearts, after a couple of months of gradually getting used to it, everyone had reluctantly accepted this first elder. However, what they didn't expect was that not only was the original great elder extremely modest towards this purple-robed old man, even the sect leader of their own sect was actually so amiable towards her. This truly caused them to be extremely puzzled in their hearts. Just who was this newly promoted great elder? What was his identity? Naturally, no one would tell them the answer to this question. Looking at the whispering crowd below the stage, Xianxia, who was seated on the leader's seat, sneered in his heart. The reason why he had raised this question was to let those dissatisfied fellows below the stage understand exactly what kind of position this first elder held in their Divine Refining sect. If those present were still full of complaints about this new first elder 2 hours ago, now that Xianxia had expressed his stance, these people would probably be too late to curry favor with the purple-robed elder. Humph, Xianxia laughed mockingly in his heart. After which, he and the purple-robed old man echoed each other and said a bunch of nonsense. After that, they casually dismissed everyone present. Only then did the meeting in the large hall come to an end. Looking at the final hall door that was heavily shut, Xianxia slowly stood up from his seat. With his hands behind his back, he walked down the stage and arrived beside the purple-robed elder. Haha, junior brother, from now on, you are the only first elder of the divine refining sect. Haha, I still have to thank senior brother. This bunch of trash, if not for senior brother saying that there was still a use for them, junior brother would have already taken action against them. Hearing Chen Zhen's words, the purple-robed elder stood up and respectfully cupped his hands towards Chen Zhen. His tone was cold as he laughed. Humph, although these fellows have formed their own cliques, as long as they remain in the divine refining sect, they will always be our lackeys. Now is not the time to do so. Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. Naturally, he knew what those people were thinking. However, for the future of the divine refining sect, he had to endure it no matter what. When the time was right, those people would become useless pawns in his hands and be mercilessly crushed by him. After the two of them chatted for a while, their bodies distorted slightly and turned into illusionary figures. Finally, they completely disappeared from the hall. On the other side, within the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian had also dismissed everyone in the hall. Arriving in front of the hall door, Wu Jitian raised his head and looked at the sky. His fierce-looking face revealed a solemn expression. Looks like the current western region is no longer as peaceful as before. At the very least, it was calm on the surface in the past. It was fine if there was an undercurrent flowing in the interior. Now, a real storm is about to arrive. The sky of the western region is about to change. His mouth softly muttered. Immediately, Wu Jitian's eyes slowly fell. Finally, he looked towards the south. That was where the Shilin mountain range was located. At the same time, it was also where the desolate ancient remains had appeared. Over 10 elite Dodi had died at that place because of one person, a young man wearing a black robe. It was likely that no one in the entire western region would be able to do such a thing. However, the impossible that everyone felt in their hearts had now become reality. The location of the Withered Leaf sect. The somewhat dark large hall appeared incomparably quiet. There was not a single light within the empty large hall. The withered yellow pillars were like rotten wood. They appeared to be standing in the large hall with great difficulty. Even the air was filled with the smell of something rotting. It was extremely pungent. The deepest part of the large hall was dim without any light. At a glance, it was dark. If one were to walk in this place, it was likely that even an elite Dodi would involuntarily feel a shudder in his heart. Such a sinister place was actually the face of a sect. This was really difficult to imagine. This kind of place appeared to have been abandoned for many years. Perhaps no one had maintained it since it was built, resulting in it falling into such a state. It really caused one to feel sad. Could such a place really be the meeting hall of a sect? It was likely that no one would believe it. In this dark, desolate, sorrowful, and terrifying place, there was finally a small space that was surrounded by light at the deepest part of the large hall. The faint cream-white light emitted a gentle glow in the air. It was able to illuminate this small space without causing one to feel that it was glaring. Within this space, an old man wearing a linen robe with a shady face was seated cross-legged. At this moment, between the old man's eyebrows, a milky white fluorescent light the size of a rice grain was gradually surging out from a huge ball of light. In front of him. Following the old man's thoughts, it gradually converged into the soul beat in his mind and became a part of his strength. A long while later, the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, finally slowly opened them. A cold expression flashed across the deep part of his eyes where a dark green glow lingered. Immediately, he swiftly stored the milk-white light cluster in front of him into his storage ring. Only then did he open his mouth and speak in an indifferent tone. "Since you have already come, why do you need to watch by the side? Come out and meet me. TSK, sect leader, why do you need to hide? Don't tell me that I have not seen many small things like you." A cluster of dense black fog swiftly flashed in front of the old man in a ghost-like manner as the strange laughter slowly sounded within the large hall. In an instant, one could see a strange-looking ink-colored mask within the exposed black fog. The appearance of the mask appeared to be some kind of magical beast. Its expression appeared quite ferocious and terrifying. This mask was just like the mask that Xiao Yan had obtained from the third hall chief of the ghost hall back then. Needless to say, this cluster of black fog was naturally a member of the ghost hall. This old man who was addressed as sect leader was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a reason. I'm afraid that you have not come to find me at such a time just to say such nonsense to me. Yi Luotian's gaze swept back and forth across the dark space in front of him. Although the large hall was completely dark, everything seemed to be clearly visible in front of his eyes. This dark world was unable to block the eyesight of an elite Dodi. TSK, do you really not know what I am here for? Xiaoyan? A strange laughter was emitted from the darkness. Soon after, Yi Luotian spoke in an indifferent tone. Sect leader is indeed as I wish. TSK. It is likely that he is the only person in the entire western region who can cause all of you to care so much about him. A flattering laughter was emitted from the black fog when Yi Luotian once again opened his mouth with a cold expression. His tone did not leave any room for negotiation. He did not have a good impression of this group of damned things. I think that sect leader has already heard about the matter from 3 months ago. You are talking about the matter of Xiaoyan in the desolate ancient remains. Do you really believe that so many Dodi have died because of him? Yi Luotian did not move. His eyes, which were sweeping left and right, paused as if he was a little tired. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the empty space in front of him. His words contained a trace of disdain. No matter how active a mere Bandi was, it was impossible for him to kill an elite Dodi. Forget about Yi Luotian, even if it was someone else, they would also not believe it. That's right. If it was someone else, I would not believe it. However, if it was Xiaoyan, sect leader, even the first hall master has been alerted by this matter. We do not wish for the 4 great sects to act together and fail to deal with a Bandi. If the upper echelons were to blame us, don't tell me that a Bandi like him can really unleash a strength that can kill an elite Dodi? How is this possible? Yi Luotian's heart was filled with shock. Being able to cause the upper echelons of the Ghost Hall to pay attention to this matter meant that the matter that had occurred in the desolate ancient remains could not be underestimated. I have already said that it might be impossible for someone else. However, he is Xiaoyan. We must be careful in everything we do. The voice was once again emitted from the dark black fog. Compared to before, it was clearly much more solemn this time around. Just who is he to be able to cause all of you to be so moved? Yi Luotian frowned. His heart was incomparably curious. This mysterious and strange superfaction was actually so concerned about a mere Bandi. It was likely that anyone would be unable to resist being curious about this. Sect leader, I have already told you that there are some things that it is better for you not to know. My Ghost Hall was able to allow you to achieve what you have today, and we can similarly ensure that you do not have a tomorrow. An icy cold voice was emitted from the black fog, causing Yi Luotian's heart to immediately sink. Dealing with this group of people was like taking a shortcut by stepping on the edge of a knife. He had to go along with them, but he also had to be cautious. Yi Luotian descended into silence as this thought rose in his heart. The atmosphere in the large hall had also become even more strange. 1 month later. Shilin Mountain Range. Seated on the mountain peak, Xiaoyan's statue-like body suddenly moved. His body, which had been silent for an entire month, suddenly moved at this moment. Both of his hands began to move the instant he opened his eyes. A series of complicated seals were formed between his hands. They swiftly condensed into numerous chaotic afterimages in front of Xiaoyan. Until a certain moment, a golden light suddenly surged from the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. Force Elephant Skill. Activate. A thunderous cry erupted from Xiaoyan's mouth. In the next instant, Xiaoyan's seated body suddenly moved. His body instantly stood up. At the same time, his feet heavily stomped on the mountain peak that was about to collapse. In an instant, Xiaoyan's body shot out explosively and somersaulted into the sky. Both of his eyes swiftly locked onto a mountain peak below. In the air, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. A creaking sound was emitted from his palm. Soon after, a fist violently smashed towards the mountain peak as his body landed. Xiaoyan did not rely on any doqi for this punch. However, its might was extremely frightening. The invisible space in front of Xiaoyan was instantly crushed and collapsed after the punch was thrown. It turned into an endless darkness. An invisible fist imprint swiftly descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it heavily smashed against the mountain peak. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread apart. At this very moment, two huge mountains in the mountain range below suddenly collapsed. The surrounding mountain range began to tremble intensely. In an instant, all the birds and beasts fled. The frightening might actually caused the magical beasts in the mountain range to be frightened. Xiaoyan looked at the mountain peak that had collapsed and turned into ruins from the empty sky. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Soon after, a fiery hot emotion surged into his heart, causing a wild joy to surge into his heart. Is this the Force Elephant skill? This strength is indeed extraordinary. Compared to my King Kong glass body, this Force Elephant skill is clearly even stronger. It is indeed worthy of being a spirit class Do technique. Under the azure sky, Xiaoyan's upper body was naked as he stood in the empty air. He eyed the mountain range below that had been buried by the collapsed rocks. His face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. It is indeed worthy of being a Ling class Do technique. With this Force Elephant skill, I believe that I will have the ability to fight even if I meet a Do D the next time. Feeling the powerful strength that surged out from every muscle cell in his body, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an excited smile. This Force Elephant skill had increased his strength by quite a lot. When he used it, he would not exhaust his body like the angry Buddha lotus flame. With it, Xiaoyan was confident that he would still have the ability to fight with an ordinary Do D without using any of his trump cards. If Xiaoyan were to add those tactics of his, he would also have the confidence to kill the Do D if he went all out. However, he could not be as crazy as he was in the remains this time around. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan's mind moved. The black robe that had been shattered by the frightening huge strength earlier once again agglomerated with Xiaoyan's mind. Immediately, a pair of dark black eyes slowly lifted and looked towards the deep regions of the mountain range. Letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan cupped his hands together and faced the deep regions of the mountain range. His gaze was solemn. Immediately, his body that was standing in the empty air suddenly turned. His feet moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps, swiftly flying out of the Shilin mountain range. Now that the trip to the remains had come to an end, Xiaoyan should set off to search for the last medicinal ingredient needed to refine the ice spirit pill. Fire plume flower, Xiaoyan muttered softly in his mouth. His body that was flying forward also became increasingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the edge of the mountain range. Half a month later. On a certain mountain peak outside Yen City, a black-robed human figure stood leisurely. It was Xiaoyan. Half a month's time. With Xiaoyan's current speed, he should have already reached this place. However, he had met quite a number of obstacles along the way, causing him to waste some time. Faced with those who wanted to take his life, Xiaoyan did not show any mercy. He only wanted to test the strength of the Force Elephant skill. Therefore, each time he attacked, Xiaoyan relied on the Force Elephant skill to deal with his enemies. He did not even use the slightest Do Qi. Those Bandi experts were naturally extremely furious in the face of Xiaoyan's disdainful actions. Other than that, they were filled with disdain and ridicule. Unfortunately, their hearts were filled with regret after they witnessed Xiaoyan's frightening physical body. In the eyes of an ordinary strong person, it was impossible for an expert who focused on training one's physical body to compare with them. Under most circumstances, it was impossible for one to compare with Do Qi just by relying on one's physical body. However, this time around, they had met with a tough opponent. This was also one of the few experts who trained in physical body training. Under Xiaoyan's Force Elephant skill, any expert who was below the strength of a Do Di, even if they were an advanced 9-star half-emperor, would not be able to withstand the might of Xiaoyan's punch. However, after a couple of big fights, Xiaoyan had indeed met a 1-star initial stage Do Di. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he did not even have the time to attack when he saw Xiaoyan's great strength. Instead, he bitterly withdrew. It was fine if an ordinary person did not know about it. Being an elite Do Di, he had naturally heard about the things that had happened in the desolate ancient remains a couple of months ago. After recognizing Xiaoyan, how would he have the courage to target him? It should be known that there were over 10 elite Dodi who had died in Xiaoyan's hands during that trip to the desolate ancient remains. He, a one-star initial stage Dodi, did not have the courage to do so. After seeing that elite Dodi withdraw, Xiaoyan's heart was involuntarily stunned. Immediately, he helplessly withdrew his aura. Originally, he had planned to borrow the latter's strength to test his strength. However, from the looks of it now, there was indeed no need for that. After recovering, Xiaoyan's gaze looked at the majestic city that sat on the ground in front of him. An anticipation involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart. The last time, he had gathered the few most important medicinal ingredients that he needed to refine medicinal pills. He did not know just what kind of opportunity he would have this time around. Fire plume flower, Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth. His toes pressed gently on the mountain peak. Soon after, his body drifted forward like a willow leaf. Soon after, he swiftly disappeared from the edge of one's sight after a series of flashes. A moment later, Xiaoyan had already entered the city. He followed the path in his memory and walked for a moment. Immediately, an enormous pavilion building appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Thousand Medicinal House. This place was the Thousand Medicinal House that Xianxia had established. At this moment, Xiaoyan had placed his hopes in this place. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he raised his head to look at the ancient building in front of him. The matter with Zhao Xian the last time was ultimately all thanks to Xianxia. The reason he had come to the Thousand Medicinal House this time around was firstly to search for medicinal ingredients. Secondly, it was also to thank Xianxia for helping him the last time. Although the matter back then appeared to be dangerous, Xiaoyan had carefully thought about it after the matter. As elite Dodi, as long as the difference in strength between two people of the same class was not too great, it was almost impossible to kill the other party. Xianxia was no exception. Therefore, the current Xiaoyan was able to enter the house with a smile. Otherwise, it was likely that his face would be gloomy. However, Xiaoyan had just stepped into the house with a smile on his face when the expression on his face involuntarily changed a moment later. The instant he entered the interior of the Thousand Medicinal House, he clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura. From the looks of the strength of the aura, the latter was clearly an elite Dodi. However, this was nothing. The thing that caused Little Yen to frown was that the owner of this aura did not seem to have a good intention. Xiaoyan immediately raised his head and looked over when he thought of this. Sure enough, the spacious hall on the first floor appeared incomparably empty. If this was a normal time, there should be quite a number of people. However, from the looks of it, even the few people in Xiaoyan's eyes were similarly walking toward the upper floors of the Thousand Medicinal House. From the looks of their somewhat chaotic footsteps, it was likely that something had happened within the Thousand Medicinal House. Xiaoyan's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. His entire face also became gloomy. He was clearly aware of the rules within the Thousand Medicinal House. No one was allowed to attack anyone within the Thousand Medicinal House for any reason. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that someone had purposely violated this rule. This was the reason why everyone had gone over to take a look. Humph! Xiaoyan let out a cold snort in his heart. Immediately, his body moved and he swiftly headed toward the upper floors of the building. Within a short period of time, Xiaoyan consecutively passed through quite a number of cubicle corridors. Finally, he arrived in front of a cubicle that was surrounded by layers of people. Before he arrived, he could already hear a vicious and overbearing laughter being emitted from within the cubicle. Haha, Xianxia, you know my feelings towards you. Tell me, how many times have I come here? I see that the doorstep of your Thousand Medicinal House is about to be flattened by me. You can't possibly continue to hide from me like this, right? At this moment, within the cubicle, a burly man with a bear-like figure was laughing heartily as he stared at Xianxia in front of him. A pair of small eyes, which did not match his body size, stared lustfully at Xianxia's alluring and beautiful body. His mouth continuously laughed out loud as he spoke. Lu Qing, I have already told you many times that there is absolutely no relationship between us. At the very most, we can only be considered acquaintances. Why do you have to pester me time and time again? Hearing the words of the burly man in front of her, Xianxia's willowy eyebrows tightly knitted together. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart towards this burly man's hooligan-like character. Humph, Xianxia, you told me 3 years ago to wait. Fine, in order to obtain you, I have endured. However, after waiting for 3 years, you didn't even give me a fart. You didn't even give me any information. Now, you want to use these words to brush me off. Do you really think that I, Lu Qing, am a monkey that you can play around with as you wish? Xianxiao's straightforward words caused Lu Qing's expression to instantly darken. For Xianxiao, he had endured time and time again. Originally, he thought that even if the other party was a block of ice, she would still be melted by his repeated visits. However, he did not expect that even now, Xianxiao was still unwilling to accept him. Haha, Lu Qing, stop putting on an act in front of me. Don't think that I don't know that other than me, there are quite a few other ladies who have been forcefully taken over by you. If it weren't for their lack of strength, they would have long killed you. You actually have the cheek to say such words in front of me? Xianxiao's words caused Lu Qing to be instantly at a loss for words. Numerous mocking and disdainful gazes were also thrown over from the surrounding crowd. Clearly, everyone present more or less had some understanding of Lu Qing's character. Although Lu Qing appeared simple and honest on the surface, he had relied on his strength to do many heartless things. Anyone who saw such a person would want to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, because he was a 2-star Dodi with extraordinary strength, there were very few people who were a match for him. Hence, even though everyone knew that he had an evil character, no one was able to do anything to him. Lu Qing's fierce-looking face became even more ferocious when he noticed the numerous mocking and disdainful gazes being shot over from around him. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. When those people noticed Lu Qing's dark and vicious eyes, their expressions instantly changed. The crowd also involuntarily stepped back. Suddenly, Lu Qing's eyes turned and landed on Xianxiao. His dark and vicious gaze stared viciously at Xianxiao as though he wanted to eat her up. Xianxiao, today, regardless of whether you are willing or not, I will bring you back. Lu Qing's body suddenly moved at the same time as the low cry from his mouth sounded. His feet heavily stomped on the ground and a frightening strength immediately erupted. The ground under his feet forcefully caved in. Even the entire pavilion could not help but sway slightly at this moment. Lu Qing's body shot out like a cannonball when the explosion sounded. The frightening strength emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound in the empty space around him when he moved. Seeing this scene, a deep solemnness immediately appeared on Xianxiao's pretty face. With a flip of her hand, the douqi in her body swiftly surged out of her body and swiftly gathered in her palm. Although the two of them were experts of the same class, Lu Qingxing had the advantage in that other than douqi, he was also a physical body practitioner. Just his physical body alone possessed an extraordinary strength. Adding his strength as a 2-star Dodi, he would be able to completely suppress her should he unleash all of his strength. Xianxiao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Lu Qing. Bang! The speed at which the two of them attacked was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already violently collided. As the attack landed, Lu Qing had just taken 2 steps back when his sturdy body suddenly shook. The enormous force that was transmitted to his body was forcibly removed. On the other hand, Xianxiao appeared to be in a much more miserable state in comparison. She staggered back over 10 steps. The expression on her pretty face had also become increasingly solemn. When Xianxiao lifted her gaze, she saw Lu Qing staring at her with a ferocious smile. The gaze he used to look at her was as though he was looking at his prey, causing one's hair to stand on end. Xianxiao, do you plan to obediently return with me or do you want me to personally take action? Lu Qing lifted his large hand and aimed it at Xianxiao from a distance. It was as though he wanted to hold her in his palm. Humph, even if I die, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price. Xianxiao's gaze was cold. Her pretty eyes revealed a decisive expression. At the same time, Xianxiao's lovely body shook. A powerful douqi swiftly surged out from within her body and swiftly covered her entire body. She was arrogant by nature and would definitely not allow herself to be manipulated by others. This was also one of the important reasons why she had opened the 1,000 medicinal house. If Lu Qing wanted to forcefully occupy it, she would definitely not submit even if she were to die. Humph, rather die than submit. This is what makes one's blood boil. Lu Qing's scarlet tongue violently licked his lips. His eyes revealed a greedy glint. His gaze stared intently at Xianxia like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of bloody red meat. I have waited for you for 3 years. How can I let you die? No matter what, you must return with me today. Lu Cheng's mouth emitted a mocking laugh. Following which, his foot suddenly stomped on the ground. At the same time that the expression on Xianxia's pretty face changed drastically, Lu Cheng's figure had already appeared in front of her. The ghost-like speed caused Xianxia to be greatly alarmed. However, before she could do anything, the latter's large palm heavily imprinted itself on her lower abdomen. Although this palm was not enough to cause Xianxia to be seriously injured, it had instantly forcefully scattered the dou qi that had gathered in her body. It was likely that it would be difficult for her to gather it again in a short period of time. What? Xianxia was greatly alarmed. Her mouth could not help but let out a sharp cry. However, following which, Lu Cheng once again attacked with a flip of his hand. Even though Xianxia had avoided a vital point, she was still forced back by Lu Cheng's attack. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. However, before Xianxia could stabilize her body, Lu Cheng once again pressed forward. With a wave of his large hand, he attempted to grab Xianxia's neck. Lu Cheng did not intend to use dou qi in this grab. Firstly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Secondly, he was worried that this woman would resist for the first time. If she really died, this was not something he wanted to see. He wanted a living person. There would be no meaning in having a dead body. It was also at this moment that a dark black light suddenly flashed in the empty space in front of Xianxia. It suddenly stood in front of Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Cheng's grab had also arrived in front of the black shadow. Lu Cheng involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw this black shadow that had suddenly appeared. However, from the looks of the current situation, it was impossible for him to maneuver his dou qi in time at such a close distance. However, if he were to rely on his physical strength alone, Lu Cheng had 100% confidence. In the eyes of an outsider, he was a powerful 2-star dou di. However, in his heart, the strength of his physical body was the pinnacle that he pursued. The reason he was able to suppress Xianxia was because he had relied on his physical strength. At this moment, he also had absolute confidence in his physical strength even when facing this black shadow in front of him. At the same time that Lu Cheng thought of this in his heart, the muscles on his arm that he had thrown out suddenly bulged. His entire arm had suddenly become much thicker. A powerful strength was completely revealed in front of the naked eye. Oh? Physical strength, huh? A little interesting. Seeing this scene, the black shadow in front of Lu Cheng actually let out a soft laugh in his heart. In an instant, the hand of the small black-robed figure suddenly clenched into a fist. At the same time that a low sound was emitted from the bottom of his heart, his white fist appeared to be powerless as it was swiftly thrown out from under the black robe. Like a bolt of lightning, it ruthlessly smashed into the palm of the large palm that was coming toward him. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. The fist and claw collided and separated upon contact. The white fist and the claw line collided for an instant before they separated. The black-colored human figure stood in the same spot and did not move. On the other hand, Lu Cheng was forced back over 10 steps by that punch. Only then did he stabilize his body with an ugly expression. Soon after, he lifted his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the black-robed human figure who had suddenly appeared in the arena. However, when Lu Cheng saw that the black-robed person standing opposite him was actually a young man with a white face, the expression on his face involuntarily became startled. He did not expect that the person who could force him back with one blow was actually such a young man. Even so, Lu Cheng still did not think that the black-robed young man in front of him was that strong. After all, the black-robed young man had only taken advantage of the opportunity to attack and made use of Lu Cheng's carelessness to force him to retreat. If it was a direct confrontation, Lu Cheng was confident that he could easily defeat the black-robed young man. Of course, this was merely what Lu Cheng thought in his heart. Moreover, all of this was merely his first impression of the black-robed young man in front of him. He had yet to see the latter's true strength. After all, the latter did not seem to have used any dou qi in the collision just now. Huh? Lu Cheng's heart leaped when he thought of this. Only then did he recall that the black-robed young man in front of him did not use any dou qi in the collision just now. Even the expression in Lu Cheng's eyes when he looked at the black-robed young man involuntarily changed when he thought of this. Both of his eyes narrowed. A pair of small rabbit-like eyes stared at the black-robed young man in silence. On the opposite side, Xiaoyan, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, also lifted the corner of his mouth into an arc of a smile. His eyes were calm as he stared at Lu Cheng opposite him. His hands were crossed over his chest as he stood proudly in front of Xianxia, hiding her alluring lovely body behind him. It was only at this moment that the pale-faced Xianxia finally recovered from her earlier shock. At the same time, the scattered doqi within her body was finally able to gather. However, the moment Xianxia regained her senses, her beautiful eyes landed on the thin black figure in front of her. Looking at the thin figure in front of her, Xianxia couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. Soon after, she hurriedly bowed respectfully to the person in front of her. At the same time, a weak voice filled with gratitude spat out from Xianxia's alluring red lips. "This concubine thanks Mr. for your help. If Mr. can help this concubine settle today's matter, this concubine will be deeply grateful to Mr. in the future." Xiaoyan recovered when he heard the familiar voice that was transmitted from behind him. The corner of his mouth was lifted and he revealed a playful smile. At the same time that his body turned around, a soft laughter that carried a teasing intent was emitted from his mouth. "Hee, there's no need to be so grateful. How about Sister Xianxia just come with me?" The instant this laughter was emitted, the expression on Xianxia's face, which was originally filled with gratitude, instantly changed. She didn't expect that she had thought that she was saved, but it turned out that another perverted person who coveted her body had come. However, just as Xianxia couldn't help but open her mouth to curse, a familiar handsome face with a gentle smile appeared in front of her eyes. Immediately, the words that were about to reach Xianxia's mouth were instantly stopped. At the same time, her entire body was stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh softly and say, "Why, after not seeing each other for half a year, you don't recognize me? It's really you?" Hearing this familiar voice once again, Xianxia's fiery hot body trembled in excitement. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This also caused the surrounding onlookers to be stunned. They originally thought that it was another person who had come for Xianxia's body. However, from the looks of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. "Hee, looks like Sister Xianxia hasn't forgotten me." When he heard this, Xiaoyan teased with a smile. When she heard Xiaoyan's words, Xianxia's pretty face couldn't help but reveal a faint blush. Immediately, she looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on her face and playfully said, "You keep saying that I haven't forgotten you. Then, you couldn't have come to Yan City this time because you missed me, right?" Xiaoyan gently shrugged his shoulders and smiled in a noncommittal manner. When she saw this, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a lovely laugh. Xiaoyan also laughed softly in agreement. However, while the two of them were teasing each other, Lu Cheng, who was standing behind the two of them and watching all of this, was so angry that his originally gloomy face had completely darkened because of the actions of the two of them. Even his sturdy body was continuously trembling. The two people in front of him had actually ignored him in front of so many people. This kind of action was as though they didn't care about him at all. How could this not cause him to be angry? As a two-star Dodi, Lu Cheng's powerful strength caused others to not underestimate him wherever he went. When everyone looked at him, their gazes would more or less contain some fear or dread. Being ignored on the spot was something that he had never encountered before. Humph, no wonder you aren't willing to follow the old me. It turns out that you like this kind of tender pretty boy. Lu Cheng's face was filled with disdain as he stared at Xiaoyan and Xianxia. Killing intent flowed within his eyes, but his mouth was so angry that it ended up laughing. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, the atmosphere between Xiaoyan and Xianxia seemed to have been broken in an instant. The expressions on their faces became sluggish. Xianxia's eyebrows were knit together. Impatience was revealed between her brows. Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. His pair of dark black eyes were as calm as a serene pool. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He was about to turn around when Xianxia grabbed Xiaoyan's sleeve and pulled him back. At the same time, she spoke in a solemn tone, "Leave it to me. Leave it to me. He is also a two-star Dodi." Xianxia's feet moved once she said those words. She ignored Xiaoyan and stepped in front of Xiaoyan. Her pretty eyes looked at Lu Qing as her tone suddenly changed and she spoke in a cold voice. Lu Qing, I hope that today's matter will end here. You and I are both two-star Dodi. If I am unwilling, you will not be able to bring me away from Yan City. Why don't we both take a step back and seek peace? Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders behind her. He also knew that Jinyao had a strong nature. Since Jinyao did not wish for him to see her being protected by someone, he might as well let her do it herself. Ha ha ha, seek peace? Do you think that you can resist me if I want to capture you and bring you back? Lu Qing was already unhappy in his heart when he saw Jinyao take the initiative to grab Xiaoyan's sleeve. Now that he heard these words of Jinyao, he was immediately unable to suppress the emotions in his heart and directly opened his mouth to curse. This also caused the faces of Jinyao and Xiaoyan, who was standing behind her, to instantly become gloomy. Humph. Soon after, Jinyao's lithe footsteps took a heavy step forward. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a two-star Dodi swept out from Jinyao's body. The frightening aura and pressure forced the surrounding onlookers to withdraw some distance. Since you are so confident, you can come forward and give it a try. Jinyao's tone was extremely cold. She did not have the gentle and calm attitude that she had when facing Xiaoyan earlier. The fury in Lu Qing's heart grew even greater when he saw the great contrast between Jinyao's attitude before and after. Everything that was happening in front of him was because of this pretty boy behind Jinyao. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, Lu Qing was also able to tell that the current Jinyao was clearly in a similarly furious state. Lu Qing did not think that it was a good thing to fight with her at such a time. It was just as Jinyao had said. At the end of the day, the two of them were experts of the same level. Once they truly engaged in a life-and-death battle, it was really difficult to say what the final outcome would be. If he did not have complete confidence, he would not dare to easily attack. From the looks of it, it was likely that today's matter could only be left unsettled. However, Lu Qing's heart was unwilling. He was unwilling to flee the city in such a miserable manner. Since he had already said those words, he must bring her back. Lu Qing's eyes revealed a furious expression as he stared at Xiaoyan behind Jinyao. The killing intent in his eyes grew even denser. Bastard! The old me will definitely tear you to shreds today. Lu Qing's heart was extremely painful from the anger as he viciously cursed. Soon after, Lu Qing's eyes rotated. His heart immediately emitted a cold laugh. Alright, I can forget about today's matter. Lu Qing's expression became serious after he recovered. The gloominess on his face was instantly swept away. It was as though he had really thrown this matter to the back of his mind and no longer cared about it. Huh? Jinyao involuntarily knit her eyebrows when she saw Lu Qing's sudden change. Given her familiarity with the latter, Lu Qing did not appear to be a broad-minded person. Once one was targeted by him, it would be like being bitten by a crocodile. He would not relent until his opponent was dead. However, at this moment, as expected, Jinyao quietly said in her heart. This fellow would indeed not give up so easily. Immediately, Jinyao's heart quietly shivered. She was constantly on guard against the latter. Behind Jinyao, Xiaoyan also involuntarily frowned as he looked at Lu Qing. This fellow had been staring at him since a moment ago. Clearly, he harbored evil intentions. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed that his target was. As long as this pretty boy can endure 5 rounds from the old me without dying, the old me will not take even half a step into the 1,000 medicinal house from today onwards. Lu Qing's thick arm was suddenly raised. He extended his finger and pointed at Xiaoyan as he spoke in a dark and cold tone. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately hardened when he heard this. He was also a little surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that this fellow would really target him. No. You are a dignified elite Dodi, yet you attack a bandit. This is not fair. I will definitely not agree to such a thing. At this moment, Jinyao's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at Xiaoyan. Her delicate body moved and completely blocked Xiaoyan's body behind her. Her pair of pretty eyes were filled with fury. She would definitely not let Xiaoyan suffer any harm because of her. Humph, relax. I will give him a chance. Lu Qing's face revealed a mocking smile as he coldly laughed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiaoyan's body as he parted his mouth and laughed. Pretty boy, in the previous exchange with you, I discovered that you seem to be a body refiner, right? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He was non-committal. Seeing this, Lu Qing was even more certain in his heart. Haha, I can lower my requirements for you. As long as you dare to step forward and fight with me, I guarantee that I will not use even a trace of doqi from the start of the fight until I kill you. If I do, it will be a violation of the agreement. From now on, I will never step into the 1,000 medicinal house again. Of course, unless you are really someone who lives off a woman. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, I will naturally not force you. However, Lu Qing did not say anything else when he reached the end of his words. He merely looked at Xiaoyan with a smile that was not quite a smile. It seemed that he was waiting for him to make a choice. No. You must not fall for this fellow's provocation. This fellow is not only a 2-star Dodi, but he is also a body refiner. His physical body strength. Alright, I agree to your request. Before Jinyao's voice sounded, Xiaoyan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke slowly at this moment. However, this time around, other than Lu Qing in front of him, all the surrounding observers in the arena threw pitiful gazes toward Xiaoyan. Everyone present knew that Lu Qing's physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Xiaoyan fighting with him was no different from seeking death. Even if Lu Qing did not use doqi, Xiaoyan's chances of victory were basically zero in everyone's hearts. Jinyao's pretty face was anxious. She was just about to open her mouth to stop Xiaoyan when Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward and blocked in front of Jinyao. He turned around, faced her, and laughed. Since the other party has already forced me to such an extent, I can't possibly continue to hide behind you, right? But this fellow is a 2-star Dodi, why? Do I look like a person who likes to flaunt his superiority? Xiaoyan's face remained carefree in the face of this. His careless manner caused one to be unwilling to underestimate him. The expression on Jinyao's pretty face was involuntarily startled when she heard this. Only then did she recall that the Xiaoyan in front of her could not be viewed with the attitude of an ordinary person. Being able to kill dozens of elite Dodi in one fell swoop and withdraw in one piece. How could this kind of battle result be something that a Bandi could achieve? Only then did Jinyao cease saying anything more when she thought of this. She swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Her gaze turned and landed on Lu Qing. Lu Qing involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan actually dared to step forward. Moreover, from the looks of his manner, it was as though he was not worried about the upcoming fight. This caused Lu Qing to feel surprised in his heart. Xiaoyan also turned his gaze around. He wore a smile as he looked at Lu Qing. He placed one of his hands behind his back and slowly extended a hand toward the latter. Please give me your guidance. Please enlighten me. Lu Qing let out a cold snort after these 3 words were casually uttered from Xiaoyan's mouth. Although a faint uneasiness surged into his heart due to the scene earlier, Lu Qing, being an elite Dodi, firmly believed in his own strength. Even if he did not use his doqi, it was not difficult to deal with a brat who was still wet behind the ears and his eyes. Brat, you have guts. Based on this, I believe that you are still a man. Haha. Lu Qing laughed out loud as he showered Xiaoyan with ridicule. The corner of his mouth parted into a smile that appeared extremely dense. This was especially the case when he revealed a row of dense white teeth. It caused people to shudder when they saw it. It was as though the weapon this fellow was about to use was this row of dense white teeth. Xiaoyan's face was expressionless in the face of the latter's intentional infuriating words. His heart did not even have the slightest ripple. He had heard such words far too many times. He had also met a countless number of such people. It could be said that he had long since become accustomed to seeing them. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows as he thought of this. Many people he had met were like this. Perhaps it was because they boasted that they were successful in their training, or perhaps it was because they were used to being in a superior position and were used to being superior to everyone else. However, they did not know that there was always someone better than them. Back then, the Doqi continent was also like this. How could the current Yuanwu continent not be like this? Xiaoyan only recovered after a brief moment of lamentation in his heart. He discovered the numerous gazes that were filled with pity that were shot at him from all directions. At this moment, behind him, there was a faint smile on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. However, a trace of worry involuntarily surfaced on her forehead. Clearly, even though she had heard a lot about Xiaoyan's battle achievements, she had not seen them with her own eyes. Since she had not seen them with her own eyes, it was natural that she would have some doubts. Hence, such a complicated expression appeared on Xianxia's pretty face. "Gigolo, stand still for me. The first round is about to begin." While the atmosphere in the arena gradually became tense, Lu Qing, whose body was as strong as a black bear, suddenly emitted a thunder-like explosive cry. Soon after, Lu Qing's enormous feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, a frightening strength shot out from Lu Qing's feet. At the same time, a heavy muffled sound sounded beside everyone's ears. Lu Qing's body instantly shot explosively towards Xiaoyan. His entire body was like an enormous rock that violently smashed towards Xiaoyan. Ha! Although Lu Qing did not use the slightest bit of doqi in this attack, its might was far from what an ordinary half-martial emperor could compare to. With just the strength of Lu Qing's physical body, it was likely that even an expert of the late 9th star half-martial emperor level would not necessarily be a match for him. From this, one could imagine how frightening Lu Qing's physical body had been. Even the surrounding ordinary half-martial emperors could not help but reveal extremely grave expressions when they saw this scene. When they looked at Xiaoyan, the expressions of pity in their eyes became even more intense. Even they had to admit that they were unable to withstand Lu Qing's attack. Thus, even if this young boy was also a half-martial emperor, how strong could he possibly be? The outcome of making an enemy out of Lu Qing had already been decided from the very beginning. However, faced with the various gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyan still had an indifferent expression on his face. It was so much so that even the posture of his outstretched hand did not change. In everyone's eyes, this was the reaction of someone who had been scared silly by their opponent. However, at this moment, as Lu Qing got closer and closer to Xiaoyan, the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart became even more obvious. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing's figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His sturdy body appeared to be more than twice the size of Xiaoyan. It was difficult to imagine just how tragic the scene would be if this attack were to land on Xiaoyan's body. Thinking of this, many of the people present involuntarily shifted their gazes away. In the next instant, Lu Qing's sturdy body was about to collide with Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan slowly withdraw his outstretched hand. Soon after, just as Lu Qing, this human tank, was about to arrive, his hand appeared to gently land on the latter's left shoulder. Lu Qing's body was standing sideways. He had gathered all of his strength onto his left shoulder. With this attack, Lu Qing was capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor would not dare to easily receive this attack of his. However, seeing that Xiaoyan did not dodge at this moment, Lu Qing involuntarily wanted to laugh coldly in his heart. A mere half-martial emperor actually dared to show off in front of him, a dodi. He would definitely die with remaining grievances today. Brat, go and die. A ferocious laughter was emitted from Lu Qing's mouth. His body shook and a powerful force immediately surged out of his body in an attempt to break Xiaoyan's hand, which had landed on his left shoulder, along with his arm. This attack could be described as ruthless. Sensing this, the expressions of the surrounding crowd involuntarily changed. Although it was said that there would only be 5 exchanges, from the looks of Lu Qing's overbearing manner, it was clear that he did not wish to give this brat another chance to fight. At this moment, even the pretty face of Xianxia, who was standing behind Xiaoyan, involuntarily changed. The doqi within her body began to circulate. If anything were to happen to Xiaoyan, she would be able to react immediately. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was calmly staring at Lu Qing in front of him, revealed a cold expression within his eyes. He had naturally seen through Lu Qing's intention at a glance. Immediately, he coldly laughed in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the force elephant skill was unleashed as he wished. Immediately, there was an enormous strength that was different from an ordinary person quietly surging within this seemingly weak body. Once Xiaoyan thought about it, that strength would surge out like the Yellow River bursting its banks. Since you wish to decide the victor in one move, come at me. Xiaoyan laughed coldly in his heart. Coincidentally, he had yet to truly unleash the might of this force elephant skill ever since he had started practicing it. Today, he had finally met an opponent. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little excited in his heart. Soon after, just as Lu Cheng's heavy attack was about to violently charge toward Xiaoyan, whose hand had landed on Lu Cheng's left shoulder, suddenly jerked his outstretched arm. Immediately, an overbearing aura that was not inferior to the former swept out from Xiaoyan's body. Not only did it cause the surrounding empty space to tremble, but even the surrounding crowd was once again forced back by this invisible aura. What? Only at this moment did Lu Cheng recover from the shock in his heart. His mouth involuntarily emitted an exclamation that was filled with shock. A force gathered in Xiaoyan's palm, which had landed on Xiaoyan's left shoulder. Immediately, his palm shook and an extremely powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiaoyan's palm. Bang! The terrifyingly powerful force instantly blasted Lu Cheng's body away. The crowd scattered in all directions. Lu Cheng's body rolled miserably on the ground for a few rounds before heavily crashing into a pillar within the room. The terrifyingly huge force continued to pour out and the pillar behind him nearly collapsed. Even if it did not collapse, it already looked as though it was on the verge of collapsing. It appeared to be quite dangerous. Only at this moment did the crowd in the arena gradually recover from their shock. Soon after, gazes that were filled with shock uniformly landed on Xiaoyan's body like spotlights. Everyone's face revealed a look of disbelief. It was really hard to imagine that Lu Cheng would actually be defeated by an unknown young man. Moreover, this young man actually defeated him with the physical strength that Lu Cheng was most proud of. This kind of thing really caused the crowd to be unable to react. In just one exchange, Lu Cheng had been instantly defeated by this young man in the most direct and overbearing manner. Moreover, the most important thing was that this young man had not even used the slightest bit of douqi since he had appeared until now. All he relied on was his own physical strength. This kind of strength that could easily destroy everything was something that the people present found hard to believe. This was actually something that a skinny and weak-looking young man could achieve. This fellow, is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock stared intently at Xiaoyan from the surrounding crowd. The fear in their hearts caused their bodies to tremble. Just Lu Cheng's physical strength alone was something that they could not compare with. It was even more difficult for them to imagine if they would be able to keep their lives like Lu Cheng if this black-robed young man in front of them were to attack them. There was no need to think about it. It was naturally impossible. At this moment, even Xianxia, who was standing behind Xiaoyan, could not help but open her mouth wide. A shocked expression appeared on her pretty face. Although she had long since heard of Xiaoyan's frightening battle results, her heart was even more shocked after witnessing it with her own eyes. From the looks of it, even if Xiaoyan's fighting strength was not as frightening as the rumors said, it was not inferior. I really don't know how you train. Not only is your cultivation not weak, but even your physical strength is strong to such an extent. The most important thing is that you are actually a rank 3 alchemist. If news of this were to spread, it is likely that those old fellows from the Alchemist Alliance would be too ashamed to show their faces. Jinyao's footsteps were light as she arrived beside Xiaoyan. She used a voice that only the two of them could hear to laugh and tease Xiaoyan. At the same time, it was not difficult to hear the charm of envy in her words. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could only smile in a noncommittal manner. He habitually shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything else. Jinyao's face immediately revealed a helpless expression when she saw this. She copied Xiaoyan and gently shrugged her shoulders. However, this caused the latter to involuntarily laugh out loud. However, just as Jinyao was about to open her mouth again, the crowd in front of the two of them was suddenly forcefully flipped over by a powerful force. Soon after, a frightening aura and pressure instantly swept over the entire room. When Jinyao turned her head to look, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily changed drastically. One could see that Lu Cheng, who had been sent flying by Xiaoyan, had actually made a comeback at this moment. However, unlike before, this fellow had clearly violated the agreement he had made earlier. Not only did his physical strength erupt to its peak condition, but even the powerful douqi within his body crazily swept out at this moment. "Ha! Stinking brat! Die for me!" A vicious and furious cry was emitted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing's body had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Jingyao. His arm shook and suddenly clenched into a fist. A frightening doqi crazily agglomerated in his palm. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and the clothes he was wearing immediately turned into pieces. Soon after, Lu Qing's strong body swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had become many times larger. Following the change in Lu Qing's body, green veins appeared on the surface of his body. They repeatedly twisted like snakes and worms, appearing as though they would burst apart at any moment. Additionally, there was doqi covering his body. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even Jin Yao, who was at the same level as him, would not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Lu Qing. You have violated your own agreement. You should immediately get lost from the Thousand Medicinal House. Jin Yao's heart immediately panicked when she saw the menacing Lu Qing. Her mouth also loudly reprimanded him. Ha ha ha. The old me will naturally leave. However, before that, the old me must kill this pretty boy. If it were not for you today, this slut would have obediently followed the old me back. Lu Qing laughed out loud when he heard Jin Yao's furious reprimand. At the same time, his charging body suddenly shook and his speed increased by a little. You. Jin Yao was furious. She did not expect this fellow to be so shameless. She was just about to attack when Xiaoyan, who was beside her, took the lead and moved first. There is no use in talking to such a person. It is better to use one's fist to reason with him. Xiaoyan's soft voice rang out. At the same time, his body had already charged forward. With a thought, the King Kong glass body was instantly displayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body transformed into a King Kong giant. His huge body was almost the same size as the current Lu Qing. Looking at Xiaoyan, who had taken the initiative to charge forward and transformed into a King Kong giant with a shake of his body, Lu Qing could not help but let out an earth-shattering laugh. Soon after, the two of them collided heavily under the shocked gazes of everyone present. Bang! Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out in the room. Soon after, an incomparably powerful energy storm suddenly swept out from the place where the two of them collided. With just one blow, it sent the surrounding onlookers flying. At the same time, the floor that everyone was on was instantly destroyed by this powerful energy storm. Even the roof of the building was lifted high up into the sky by this enormous energy storm. Boom! Soon after, the roof of the building landed heavily on the Thousand Medicine Shop, which had yet to collapse. The onlookers, who had been blown away by the energy storm, were now standing in the sky outside of the Thousand Medicine Shop with deathly pale faces. At this moment, Jin Yao was also standing in the sky. Her long and beautiful eyes were filled with worry as they stared at two different directions in the sky. These two directions were divided by the Thousand Medicine Shop. At the end of each direction stood a huge figure. These two were undoubtedly Xiaoyan and Lu Qing. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Their aura soared to the heavens. A terrifying energy storm swept across the sky above Yan City, immediately attracting the attention of most of the people in the city. In the vast Yan City, countless people lifted their heads and stared at the two huge figures in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, in a small open-air courtyard in the Heavenly Clouds auction house, two elders were seated at a stone table. At this moment, the expressions on the two elders' faces involuntarily changed because of this sudden turn of events in the city. The two of them first looked at each other. Soon after, they lifted their heads and looked at the two figures in the sky. Heh, this fellow is Lu Qing, huh? Haha, this fellow has shamelessly sought out Jin Yao so many times. To think that he would actually fight with her now. Between the two of them, a white-haired elder gently stroked his beard. As he looked at Lu Qing in the sky, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Based on this elder's appearance, he was the manager of Yan City's Heavenly Clouds auction house, Feng Qian. The one fighting with him is not Jin Yao. At this moment, the other elder beside Feng Qian, who was wearing an extremely dignified brocade robe, was frowning slightly. Both of his eyes stared intently at the giant metal figure in the sky. A doubtful expression involuntarily surged into his eyes. It was unexpected that he was actually unable to see through the cultivation level of this person given his strength. This brocade-robed elder was the chairman of Yen City's Heavenly Clouds auction house, Dong Chuan. He was an extremely strong person whose strength had reached that of a 5-star Dodi. Oh, it really is, but this fellow, who is he? From the looks of it, he is actually able to fight evenly with Lu Qing. Even I have to be careful when facing this old fellow. That body-tempering qi method of his from the war sect is extremely difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Fang Qian finally turned his gaze toward Xiaoyan in the sky. At the same time that he exclaimed in surprise, he also revealed Lu Qing's identity. He was actually a member of one of the 4 great sects, the war sect. That's right. I am also curious. Just who is he? Dong Chuan narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Xiaoyan in the sky. With his strength, he was able to faintly sense a vague aura being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. That aura was extremely weak, causing him to be unable to capture it. However, Dong Chuan was able to sense a somewhat familiar aura from it. It seemed that the owner of this aura was someone that he had met before. Humph. Brat, it is unexpected that you actually have some ability. However, you are still far from being able to fight with the old me just based on this. In the sky, Lu Qing's body shook. A powerful aura spread out from within his body, causing the empty space around him to ripple. Although the collision earlier was intense, Lu Qing did not suffer any substantial damage due to his own strength. At the very most, his qi and blood surged. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. Oh? Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan, whose entire body was wrapped in golden light, softly chuckled. Under the golden light, a cold smile appeared on his pale face. Soon after, as his words fell, a vast and majestic spiritual force instantly swept out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. Just like an invisible storm, it suddenly engulfed the sky above Yen City. In the next instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for those who had witnessed everything with their own eyes. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. They never expected that this mysterious young man in black robes was not only powerful, but his physical strength was also terrifyingly powerful. Even his spiritual force was actually so powerful. Such powerful spiritual force. This spiritual force is probably comparable to a rank 3 alchemist. In the city, voices filled with astonishment continuously sounded out. At this moment, Jin Yao, who was hovering in the sky, could not help but reveal a smile on her beautiful face. I almost forgot that this fellow is also a rank 3 alchemist. Of course, from what Jin Yao knew, Xiaoyan had borrowed Guyu's strength to assume this identity. However, the current Xiaoyan had already become a genuine rank 3 alchemist after swallowing the spirit condensation fruit. At the same time, in the Heavenly Cloud auction house, Fan Qian and Dong Chuan's expressions suddenly froze when they sensed this spiritual force. Soon after, the two of them slowly turned their heads and looked at each other. Shock involuntarily surged into their eyes. I never imagined that it would actually be him. These two old men were naturally unaware of Xiaoyan's identity. However, back then, Xiaoyan had used his identity as a rank 3 alchemist to shine in Yen City. Hence, the Dong Chuan duo had a deep impression of him. This spiritual force? How is this possible? How can your spiritual force reach such a level? You have clearly trained your physical body, how can your spiritual force? In the sky, Lu Qing's fierce-looking face revealed an expression of deep disbelief. His small eyes appeared to be widening with great effort as he stared intently at Xiaoyan. He did not dare to believe that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had soared to such an extent while his doqi and physical body had been trained to such an extent. Puff. However, Xiaoyan waved his hand the moment Lu Qing let out a furious cry of disbelief. Following a puff sound, a cluster of flames rose from his hand. This also proved Xiaoyan's identity. Alchemist, you are an alchemist? How is this possible? Everything in front of him looked like an illusion. He had never heard of such a terrifying person who could achieve such achievements in 3 different areas of cultivation at the same time. This was simply impossible. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. In the sky, the shock in Lu Qing's heart was indescribable when he saw the ferocious flame rising from Xiaoyan's hand. At the same time, fear involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. If Xiaoyan did not possess such powerful spiritual strength, Luqing might have had the confidence to defeat him. However, the shock that the latter had given him was unprecedented. By relying on the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan's fighting strength would be greatly enhanced. In a situation where he did not have the upper hand in terms of dou qi, physical strength and spiritual strength, Luqing did not think that he had the ability to kill the latter. Furthermore, without mentioning his terrifying charisma, just based on his spiritual strength alone, an alchemist's keen observation skills were publicly acknowledged by the entire continent. Currently, the only ones who could compare with an alchemist in terms of spiritual strength were those similarly frightening formation masters. Unfortunately, Luqing was not a formation master. After secretly comparing the two in his heart, Luqing's heart involuntarily sank. In the current situation, not only was it difficult to deal with Xiaoyan alone, but more importantly, there was also Xianxia beside him. If the two of them joined hands and truly wanted to deal with him, it would be a problem whether he could leave Yan City today. Damn it. Don't tell me that I can only leave like this. When he thought of the current situation, Luqing's heart was immediately filled with unwillingness. However, on second thought, fighting 2 against 1 was not a wise choice. Moreover, these two were not ordinary people. If he hesitated, it would be disadvantageous instead. Damn it. Stinking brat. Jin Yao, I will remember today's matter. In the future, I will definitely make you pay back double. Luqing cursed in his heart. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was in the empty space opposite him, suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nose. Immediately, Luqing sensed that the entire place was trembling slightly. Even the temperature of the place had quietly risen a little. It was as though a big battle was about to arrive. Humph. Brat, you are powerful. Today's matter ends here. However, you must remember that I will personally settle this debt sooner or later. His eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan, as Luqing angrily reprimanded, unwilling to admit defeat. Alright, as long as you dare to come knocking, I will accompany you at any time. Under the golden light, Xiaoyan's pale face was cold and his tone did not show any signs of backing down. This angered Luqing so much that his face contorted. However, in the end, after a furious snort, he turned his body and swiftly flew out of Yan City. Behind him, gazes filled with ridicule followed him until the end of his sight. On the other hand, when these people stared at Xiaoyan peacefully, a respectful expression surfaced on their faces. Even their faces, when Xiaoyan looked at them, quickly piled up a humble smile. In response to the crowd's reaction, a sneer involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's pale face. Even though he did not want to bother with these people, in his heart, he could not help but sneer. When he forced Luqing back, everyone's gazes were filled with pity and ridicule. However, now that the situation of the battle had changed, the gazes of the spectators had also shifted. However, this so-called shift was extremely shameful. Taking the first step and then being respectful, just thinking about it makes one laugh. Xiaoyan softly muttered in an indifferent tone. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind. Only then did he disperse the King Kong glass body. At the same time, Jin Yao's lovely body moved. She swiftly arrived in front of Xiaoyan with a grateful smile on her face. However, just as Jin Yao was about to praise Xiaoyan with a smile on her face, she saw Xiaoyan's pale face. Immediately, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily changed. She quickly stepped forward to support Xiaoyan, but the latter gently shook his head and stopped her. There's no need, it's only some minor injuries. I'll be fine after some rest. Now is not the time to be careless. That guy has not truly left yet. If he discovers us, we will be in trouble. Xiaoyan's voice was somewhat strained as he spoke. At the same time, his gaze slowly turned towards a certain direction outside Yan City. Relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiaoyan was able to easily detect Luqing's location. Right now, the latter was just as Xiaoyan had said. He had not truly left and was secretly observing the situation. Unfortunately, when Xiaoyan deliberately looked at him, he immediately knew that he had been discovered. Now, even if he did not want to leave, he had no choice. Moments later, when Xiaoyan's spiritual strength detected that Luqing had truly left, Xiaoyan, who was hovering in the air, finally let out a long sigh. Soon after, he gently shook his head. His figure moved, and under the careful watch of Xianxia, he left this area. The surrounding onlookers also gradually dispersed as Xiaoyan and the rest left. In the courtyard, Fan Qian and Dong Chuan gradually recovered from their shock. The two elders looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Dong Chuan was the first to open his mouth and say, "Perhaps, we should go and meet him." Upon hearing this, Fan Qian nodded his head in agreement. They could not bear to miss out on such a young cultivation genius. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Xianxia also landed in a courtyard in another part of the city. This was Jinyao's residence in Yan City. It was a rather large courtyard, and the courtyard that the two of them were currently in was merely a corner of the entire courtyard. "Are you all right?" Jinyao's face revealed a worried expression as she looked at Xiaoyan in front of her. A self-blame expression surfaced on her pretty face. The reason Xiaoyan was injured was all because of her. Currently, Xiaoyan was injured because of her, but she herself was completely unharmed. How could this calm her heart? Haha, relax. It is just that I have recently practiced a Do technique and am currently unable to completely grasp it. Therefore, I have exhausted myself when I attacked just now. That fellow's punch did not cause me any harm, *******. Xiaoyan's comforting words had just sounded when a coughing sound was involuntarily emitted from his mouth. Immediately, an embarrassed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's pale face. This also caused Xianxia to involuntarily laugh out loud. From Xiaoyan's point of view, Xianxia's current attitude was much more comfortable and natural than her usual delicate and gentle act. Smiling in his heart, Xiaoyan no longer let his imagination run wild. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan, who was seated on the chair, actually really fell asleep. Xianxia carefully listened to the orderly breathing sound that was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. Her lovely body twisted and her enchanting snake-like waist bent as she sat on the chair opposite of Xiaoyan. Her alluring soft lovely body was lazily lying on the stone table. Her pair of pretty eyes looked at Xiaoyan, who had fallen asleep in the blink of an eye. Her red lips were slightly pursed as she smiled sweetly. A few pine trees stood in the middle of the courtyard that was filled with grass. Sunlight shone down, forming an enormous shadow on the ground. There were sparse palm-sized light circles that penetrated through the gaps between the leaves and landed in the shadow. Near the northern wall of the courtyard, there was a small pond. The water in the pond was clear and one could see the bottom of the pond. The bottom of the pond was covered with pebbles that were laid out flat. There were also aquatic plants that were gathered together, deliberately arranged to form the word gold. Clearly, it was deliberately arranged by someone. There were also fish swimming in the pond. They scuttled between the aquatic plants in a leisurely manner. Although they were exposed to the sunlight, it was clear that they were not afraid of humans. Otherwise, they would have long scattered and fled in all directions to hide. In the middle, beside a short plum tree, there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. They were placed facing each other, and on one of the chairs, there was a beautiful woman with a delicate body. Her delicate body was lying lazily on the stone table, and she was in a deep sleep. Ugh! Suddenly, a low moan was emitted from the girl's nose. Immediately, she slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the space above the stone chair in front of her was empty. The original figure was no longer there. Immediately, Jinyao's heart was startled. Her mind, which had yet to completely wake up, seemed to have been stimulated by something. Her entire body immediately sat up from the stone chair. Her beautiful eyes hurriedly rotated, while her heart was filled with anxiety. That fellow could not have quietly left without saying anything, right? However, immediately after, when Jinyao's gaze turned to the side of the pond, the breath that was tightly held in her chest also suddenly relaxed. Her lovely body immediately became soft like a deflated rubber ball. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, was seated cross-legged on a green rock beside the pond in the courtyard with his back facing her. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Both of his hands formed training seals. Following the inhalation and exhalation of his nose, waves of faint natural energy gathered toward Xiaoyan. The instant Jinya woke up, Xiaoyan also seemed to have sensed something. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened as a golden light flitted across the depths of his eyes. Soon after, a smile surfaced on his lips. Only then did he stand up from the green rock and turn to look at Jinyao. "You're awake?" Xiaoyan softly smiled as he asked. At the same time, he gently lifted his feet and arrived in front of the stone table. "I thought you left without saying goodbye. You really gave me a fright." When Jinyao saw Xiaoyan walk over and sit down, she gently nodded her head and softly smiled as she said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but softly chuckle. After which, he lifted his eyes to look at Jinyao opposite him and said, "I came to Yan City this time because I have something to ask of you. How can I leave without saying goodbye?" When Xiaoyan's words fell, Jinyao's heart suddenly understood. Soon after, she teased, "Looks like Xiaoyan did not really miss sister, but rather miss sister's collection, right?" Xiaoyan's mouth parted as he awkwardly smiled. "Tell me, what do you need? Perhaps I really do have it here." When she saw Xiaoyan's appearance, Jinyao no longer continued to tease him. The smile on her pretty face disappeared as she returned to the topic at hand and seriously asked. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan did not hold back and directly stated his intentions. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, Jinyao could not help but deeply furrow her eyebrows. A thoughtful expression appeared on her pretty face, causing one to not dare to carelessly disturb her. 10 minutes later, Jinyao faintly sighed as a helpless expression surfaced on her face. Her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Xiaoyan and softly said, "I'm sorry, fire-plumed flower. Forget about the fact that my 1,000 medicine house does not have this item. I have never even heard of any information regarding it. Therefore, I'm afraid that I cannot help you this time." Upon hearing these words, a disappointed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's face that was filled with surprise. However, he soon forced out a smile and consoled Jinyao, "No matter, the fire-plumed flower is an extremely precious medicinal ingredient. How can it be so easy for me to find it? This time, I only came to Yan City to try my luck. Since you don't have it, it's not a big deal." Even though he said these words, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little dejected in his heart. The fire-plumed flower was directly related to his strength. Now that his search was fruitless, it would be a lie to say that he did not care. However, based on the current situation, he was extremely helpless. "Why don't you go to the auction house and take a look? Perhaps they will auction some valuable items there. Even I do not know the inside story. However, you are different. You are a tier 3 alchemist and those fellows would love nothing more than to establish a relationship with you. Perhaps with their help, you will be able to find the fire-plumed flower." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan's pair of pitch-black eyes, which had just dimmed, suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Jinyao's words instantly gave Xiaoyan hope in his heart. Perhaps he could really borrow their strength to help him find the fire-plumed flower. However, it would not be through the auction house. "Haha, Sister Jinyao, many thanks. Perhaps I have a way to find the fire-plumed flower." With this thought in mind, a warm smile immediately surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he gratefully smiled at Jinyao. Immediately, his figure moved as he swiftly stood up. The tip of his foot gently tapped on the empty air. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared high up in the sky. However, immediately after, just as Xiaoyan was about to move, his pair of pitch-black eyes abruptly shrunk. Even the expression on his face was taken aback as his body, which had just floated in the air, froze in mid-air. Behind him, Jinyao also hurriedly flew into the air, intending to ask Xiaoyan what was going on. However, just as she appeared beside Xiaoyan, at the same time, her eyes noticed the two elders standing in front of him. These two people were the manager and chairman of the Heavenly Clouds auction house, Fang Qian and Dong Chuan. The gazes of the four people in the sky focused on each other. They did not utter a single word. The atmosphere instantly became strange. However, the thing that surprised Jinyao was that it seemed that the two people in front of her had not even glanced at her since the beginning. All of their attention was placed on Xiaoyan, who was standing beside her at this moment. Genius remembers website address in 1 second, mobile version website, the sun shone brightly in the sky above Yan City. The scorching sunlight was like an invisible fireball that fell on the city below, causing the already noisy city to become even more restless. At this moment, in the distant horizon, 4 figures stood in the void, completely ignoring the scorching heat between the heavens and the earth that caused one's heart to become restless. In the sky, Jean Yao looked at the two elders who had appeared in front of her as the expression on her pretty face became somewhat solemn. From the looks of it, these two did not seem to have good intentions. Of course, this was merely Jean Yao's personal suspicion and she was unable to confirm that this was the truth. Jean Yao involuntarily knitted her brows as she looked at the three people in the square. Soon after, she took a bold step forward, her delicate body slightly tilting as she stood in front of Xiaoyan. She first respectfully bowed towards the two elders in front of her, before speaking in a somewhat apologetic tone. The previous matter was due to the negligence of my thousand medicine shop. If we have disturbed the two of you, I hope that Chairman Dong and Manager Feng can be magnanimous. This so-called matter was naturally referring to the battle that had occurred in the city not long ago. Jean Yao had assumed that the two of them were here to find trouble with Xiaoyan, hence her words. When Jean Yao's words left her mouth, the two people who were staring at Xiaoyan finally regained their senses. Even Xiaoyan, who was behind Jean Yao, trembled slightly as he recovered from his momentary absent-mindedness. When Xiaoyan lifted his eyes, he saw that Dong Chuan and Feng Qian also could not help but reveal a smile on their faces. This caused Jean Yao's heart to be filled with doubt. Could it be that she had made a mistake? Haha, owner Jean, you worry too much. Lu Cheng's character is not upright and everyone has the right to punish him. However, due to his special status, it was inconvenient for us to take action. Today, when we saw this gentleman take action to dampen his spirit, the two of us were extremely happy. Why would we find trouble with him? An amiable smile surfaced on Dong Chuan's old face as he seemed to have seen through the thoughts in Jean Yao's heart. The words in his mouth also revealed his dissatisfaction with Lu Qing. However, when these words were transmitted to Xiaoyan's ears, the latter involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. He could not believe anything else, but Dong Chuan had said that Lu Cheng's identity was special. This was something that Xiaoyan could not help but feel curious about. Although Lu Cheng was not weak, in the entire western region, there were countless people who were stronger than him. There were also many people who hated him to the core. However, since he had been able to survive until now, Xiaoyan would not believe that he did not have a background. When Xiaoyan regained his senses and continued to look at Dong Chuan, the latter continued to speak under Jean Yao's somewhat awkward gaze. Moreover, both our families belong to the same faction in Yan City. Within Yan City, we are one family. When faced with those outside Yan City, we should naturally be united against a common enemy. Why would we complain about the Thousand Medicine House because of this? Wouldn't doing so be equivalent to associating ourselves with Lu Qing? When Dong Chuan's words left his mouth, Jean Yao's pretty face was instantly stunned. Soon after, her expression swiftly changed as she hurriedly apologized to Dong Chuan with an apologetic expression. Chairman Dong, please do not misunderstand. I did not mean that. Tianyun Auction House has always been upright and upright, why would I, District Master Jean, you don't have to explain. We understand. However, the two of us are not here to look for you, District Master Jean. Instead, we hope to invite this mister to our Tianyun Auction House. Before Jean Yao could finish her sentence, Dong Chuan's tone changed as he straightforwardly stated the purpose of their visit. When Jean Yao regained her senses, Xiaoyan, who was behind her, also lifted his gaze as he looked at the two elders opposite him with a smile. When his gaze landed on Feng Qian, the latter politely cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan and smiled. Mister, it has been a long time. When he saw this, Xiaoyan also cupped his hands together and returned the greeting. Manager Feng, it has been a long time. Haha, I have long heard this fellow mention Mr. He said that Mr. is a dragon amongst men and is one of the few outstanding talents among the younger generation. Now that I have met you, Mr.'s bearing is truly extraordinary. Beside Feng Qian, Dong Chuan echoed. Chairman's words are too serious. The reason why I am where I am today is merely due to luck. Compared to those true cultivation geniuses, I do not dare to call myself outstanding. When he heard this, Xiaoyan cupped his fists and shook his head with a humble tone as he sighed. Seeing this, Dong Chuan could not help but nod in his heart. Young and promising, with a calm temperament, neither arrogant nor impatient. Such a temperament was undoubtedly necessary for anyone to achieve great things. Without saying much, just based on this point alone, Xiaoyan was enough to make Dong Chuan pay attention to him. Haha, Mr. is too modest. Luck is also a part of strength. To be able to win the favor of luck already shows that Mr. has talent. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things. Dong Chuan spoke with a flattering smile. Xiaoyan also smiled in a noncommittal manner. Quickly following this, his gaze glanced at Jin Yao by the side and laughed. Actually, I was planning to look for the two of you. I didn't expect to meet you here as soon as I left. This can be considered as telepathy. Xiaoyan chuckled. A look of surprise flashed across Dong Chuan and Fang Qian's faces. They looked at Xiaoyan and found that the latter was also staring at them. Immediately, the two of them quickly scanned the city below. The city is full of crooks and honest people. Mr. Xiaoyan, please come to the auction house to talk. Fang Qian retracted his gaze and continued to look at Xiaoyan as he said in a serious voice. Dong Chuan by the side nodded slightly. The purpose of their trip this time around was to strengthen their relationship with Xiaoyan. Since they had heard that Xiaoyan had such intentions, they naturally hoped to invite Xiaoyan to their auction house. Xiaoyan turned his head to look at Jin Yao by the side when he heard this. His expression revealed a meaning that he was asking if the latter wanted to accompany him. Go ahead. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with at the Thousand Medicine House. Remember to come back and look for me when you are done. Jin Yao thought for an instant in her heart when she sensed Xiaoyan's intention. In the end, she dispelled the thought of following them. When the words from her mouth sounded, her gaze stared at Dong Chuan and the other man. She appeared to be deliberately warning the two of them that these words were not meant for Xiaoyan alone to hear. When the two of them sensed the unique charm in Jin Yao's words, the two of them smiled knowingly. They did not open their mouths to say anything. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, nodded slightly after hearing Jin Yao's words. He did not appear to have sensed anything from it. However, the muscles on the corner of his mouth were lifted slightly. From Jin Yao's point of view, these two fellows in front of her were echoing each other and their words were even better than singing. No one knew just how much of the words that they had said earlier were true or false. If they were to recognize Xiaoyan's identity and wanted to kill him, would Xiaoyan not be like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth? If she was outside, she might be able to act as an outsider at a critical moment. However, if she were to follow and fight, it would really be like beating a dog behind closed doors. Xiaoyan's trip was still uncertain. Although she could ensure Xiaoyan's safety if she followed along, she could also intimidate the two of them and prevent them from plotting anything. Of course, on the other hand, Jin Yao naturally hoped that the two of them did not have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would use all her strength to rush into the auction house and bring Xiaoyan out safely. Xiaoyan finally sighed softly after seeing Jin Yao turn around and leave. He turned his head and looked at the two old men in front of him. Haha, District Mistress Jin seems to be quite concerned about Mr. Just as Xiaoyan turned around, Dong Chuan's face was filled with a crafty expression as he glanced in the direction that Jin Yao had left. After which, his gaze turned back to Xiaoyan. His tone carried a teasing tone as he laughed. The two of you didn't come looking for me just to say these things, right? Hearing Dong Chuan's words, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He did not like to be entangled in such matters. The expressions on the two old men's faces were involuntarily startled when they sensed the sudden change in Xiaoyan's tone. Only then did they withdraw their intention to continue joking. They led the way in front and swiftly flew in the direction of the Tianyun auction house. In a short period of time, Xiaoyan and Dong Chuan had already appeared in the small courtyard where the two of them had previously stayed. The small courtyard was set up in the auction house and was heavily guarded by the auction house's guards. This was indeed the safest place in Yen City. Without permission, no one could use spiritual strength to enter this place. Of course, if a high-tier alchemist personally intervened, especially a tier 3 alchemist like Xiaoyan, the outcome would naturally be different. Landing in the middle of the small courtyard, Xiaoyan turned his head to look at the tall pitch-black walls around him. His eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of astonishment. The 4 tall walls practically surrounded the entire small courtyard. If an elite practitioner passed by the auction house, without careful inspection, he or she would not be able to notice the existence of this small courtyard. Landing in this place, if no one purposely inspected it, this place would definitely be overlooked. Furthermore, in order to not be disturbed, this entire small courtyard did not have an entrance or exit. The only direction one could choose to leave in was the sky above their heads. Hee, this small courtyard was specially built by the two of us and can be considered as our private place. Usually, we use a formation to conceal it. In the entire Yan city, no one knows of its existence. Besides the two of us, Mr. is the third person to be able to come here. This time around, Feng Qian's words immediately brought the relationship between them and Xiaoyan much closer. It appeared that he wanted to dissolve the awkward atmosphere from earlier. After these words left his mouth, to one side, Dong Chuan also softly chuckled. His smile was somewhat awkward, as if he was worried that Xiaoyan still held a grudge over his previous words. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan faintly smiled. With regards to the previous matter, he originally did not care much. However, he did not expect that these two fellows in front of him would treat him in such a manner. Mr. The previous matter, Chairman, there is no need to take it to heart. It was merely a joke. All I can say is that I do not like to make such jokes. Before Dong Chuan could finish speaking, Xiaoyan quickly followed with a soft chuckle, indicating that he did not mind. Upon hearing these words, the latter's heart quietly relaxed. Previously, Xiaoyan's seemingly angry expression had caused him to feel somewhat nervous and worried in his heart. After all, this was such a young Tier 3 alchemist. Forget about his Tianyun auction house, even if any faction saw him, they would take the initiative to express their goodwill. Yet, his previous actions had merely pushed him out the door. How could he not feel nervous? Only after hearing Xiaoyan's words at this moment did the huge rock that had been hanging in Dong Chuan's heart finally fall to the ground. When he saw this scene, a smile surfaced on Feng Qian's old face. Soon after, his eyes turned as he once again smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Oh, that's right. From before until now, the two of us have always addressed Mr. as such. May I know Mr.'s name? Can you tell the two of us?" When Feng Qian's words left his mouth, Dong Chuan immediately turned his gaze to Xiaoyan. He was also very curious in his heart. Who exactly was this black-robed young man in front of him? He was actually able to raise his alchemy skills to such a level, and was also able to train both his doqi and physical strength to such a powerful level. Logically speaking, such a person should not be a nameless person. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's face was also startled. Immediately, his eyes turned as he opened his mouth and smiled, "Of course. Since I am here, I will naturally inform the two of you of my identity. However, before that, I would like to show the two of you something." Seeing Xiaoyan's mysterious manner, Feng Qian and Dong Chuan could not help but raise their eyebrows slightly. A suspicious expression involuntarily surfaced on their old faces. Immediately, the two of them looked at Xiaoyan in unison. Their gazes stared curiously at the latter, as if waiting for him to take that thing out. Xiaoyan smiled. In his heart, he could not help but think of a person. A handsome young man. Wearing white clothes with extraordinary strength could be said to be the first person Xiaoyan had seen in his life. However, other than this, the most important thing was that he was Xiaoyan's friend and brother. The most unique characteristic of this person was that he held a jade fan in his hand. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan's gaze once again landed on the two old men in front of him. Under his sleeve, a white hand was slowly extended and exposed to the air. Even though the small courtyard was surrounded by 4 high walls, when Xiaoyan's hand was extended into the air, it still appeared to be white and dazzling. The two old men stared intently at Xiaoyan's outstretched hand. The curiosity in their eyes grew increasingly intense. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's mind moved. Following a flash of light, in the blink of an eye, a jade fan that was even more beautiful and white than Xiaoyan's hand appeared in Xiaoyan's outstretched hand. The instant this jade fan appeared, the expressions on the faces of the two old men in front of Xiaoyan instantly froze. 2 pairs of turbid old eyes opened wide as they stared unwaveringly at the jade fan in Xiaoyan's hand. Their faces were filled with shock. They never imagined that this jade fan, which represented a special identity, would appear in the hands of this black-robed young man in front of them. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. 3 human figures were standing in the middle of the small courtyard that was surrounded by tall walls. They were Xiaoyan, Feng Qian, and Dong Chuan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. His eyes were as calm as before. His hand was extended to the empty space in front of him with his palm facing upwards. A completely white jade fan was slowly standing in his palm. At this moment, Dong Chuan and Feng Qian in front of Xiaoyan had their eyes wide open. Their turbid old eyes stared intently at the jade fan in Xiaoyan's hand. A surprised expression surfaced on the faces of the two of them. They had never expected that this fan would actually appear in the hands of this black-robed, young man in front of them. It was a long while later when the two of them gradually recovered from their shock. Only then did they slowly raise their heads. The two of them first exchanged glances with each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. After which, they turned their gazes in unison toward Xiaoyan, who was currently holding the jade fan in his hand. The expressions on the faces of the two old men gradually became solemn. Their eyes stared intently at the person in front of them. The doqi within their bodies also began to quietly circulate. "May I ask, where did you get this fan?" Suddenly, the chairman, Dong Chuan, cupped his hands heavily toward Xiaoyan. Even the tone of his voice had changed. At the same time his words sounded, Feng Qian, who was beside him, similarly stared intently at the black-robed, young man in front of him. A pair of shriveled hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. As a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan naturally sensed this unusual action of the two old men in front of him. However, he also knew that this matter concerned the owner of this fan. They had no choice but to be extremely careful. A gift from a friend. Xiaoyan unhurriedly kept the jade fan in his hand. At the same time, his gaze stared at Dong Chuan as he spoke in a calm tone. "Yes, these are the words that we wish to hear the most. However, how can Mr. prove that this fan is indeed a gift from someone else?" Dong Chuan nodded. Just as he agreed, he opened his mouth again. His tone was still filled with doubt. At the same time, Dong Chuan stared at Xiaoyan with an even more solemn and profound gaze. If the person in front of him couldn't answer even a single question, no matter how talented he was in cultivation, he wouldn't be able to leave this place today. "My proof is my identity." Xiaoyan still had a calm appearance. The words that came out of his mouth involuntarily caused the two in front of him to frown slightly. What kind of proof was this? In that case, please prove yourself. If you are unable to prove your identity, I'm afraid that the two of us will have to ask you to stay here for the time being. Dong Chuan's tone was somewhat dense as he spoke. A faint doqi glow gradually surged on the surface of his body while the words were spat out from his mouth. By the side, Feng Qian had also unleashed the doqi within his body. Once the situation changed, the two of them would immediately capture Xiaoyan. "I am Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His mouth opened slightly as these words were spat out from his mouth. A thought passed through his heart. The instant his words sounded, a puff sound appeared in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. A cluster of brilliant flames suddenly rose. Following the rise of this cluster of flames, the temperature of the small courtyard that the three of them were standing in suddenly rose. Even the many plants that were planted within the small courtyard swiftly turned yellow. You are Xiaoyan?" Seeing the brilliant flame that rose in front of them and hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, the two old men did not have the slightest doubt in their hearts. The person in front of them was definitely Xiaoyan, whose name had shaken the entire western region. "Do you believe me now?" Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head. This jade fan was given to him by Luo Jin when Xiaoyan had left Green Jade City back then. The purpose was to allow Xiaoyan to find a timely helper if he were to encounter any trouble in the future. It was also at that time that Xiaoyan found out that this so-called Tianyun auction house was actually connected to the Yuning Pavilion. On the surface, the two of them appeared to be unrelated, but in reality, they were both factions under Luo Jin's command. When he had first found out about this, Xiaoyan was extremely shocked in his heart. However, when he thought of old Luo, his heart understood. Old Luo was such a powerful existence. With the old man's support, it would not be difficult for Luo Jin to establish a faction if he wanted to. Recently, we have heard that Mr. Xiaoyan defeated the 4 great families a few months ago in the desolate ancient ruins. The two of us have always wanted to meet you, but we did not expect to see you today. Previously, we were disrespectful. Please forgive us, Mr. Xiaoyan." After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, Dong Chuan's old face suddenly revealed a touch of excitement. The higher-ups had reported that if Xiaoyan came one day and needed any help, regardless of the manpower and material resources, Yuning Pavilion and Tianyun Auction House must fully cooperate. The person who had given this order was the pavilion master of Yuning Pavilion, Luo Jing. At first, Dong Chuan only hoped to meet Xiaoyan one day. After all, regardless of whether it was the latter's talent or his relationship with Luo Jing, Dong Chuan attached great importance to him. However, he did not expect that the opportunity would come today. From the looks of it, it seemed that the latter had come with a purpose. However, after thinking about the previous incident, Dong Chuan could not help but feel ashamed in his heart. Immediately, he bowed to Xiaoyan with an apologetic expression on his old face. Haha, President Dong, you don't have to take it to heart. What you did just now was just to be on the safe side. This is human nature. Even in that situation just now, you still have doubts about me. This is something that I admire. If it was me, I'm afraid that I would have already dispelled all my doubts the moment I saw the Buddha Jade fan. If the other party was a fake, I'm afraid that I would have put myself in danger. Regarding this point, President Dong's method is the safest way to ensure your safety. When he saw Dong Chuan bow, Xiaoyan hurriedly helped him up. At the same time, he rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to flatter Dong Chuan. When they heard these words, Dong Chuan and Fang Qian looked at each other and smiled. Even though they knew that Xiaoyan's words were meant to comfort them, but then again, who would mind being praised by others, the three of them chatted happily and flattered each other. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the small courtyard became warm again. Previously, I heard that Mr. Xiaoyan was looking for us. I wonder if Mr. needs any help. As long as it is within our ability, we will do our best to help you. Suddenly, Dong Chuan changed the topic and asked Xiaoyan again. Now that he had revealed his identity, Dong Chuan would naturally do his best to help Xiaoyan. However, unlike what he had said before, this time, he was not only doing this because of Luo Jin's order, but also because he hoped to get closer to Xiaoyan. This was just like what he had said to Fang Qian before he was aware of Xiaoyan's true identity. It would be too much of a pity if he was unable to recruit such a training genius. When he said this, Fang Qian also looked at Xiaoyan. If they could get closer to Xiaoyan, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to them in the future. Naturally, they would not miss such an opportunity. When it came to the main topic, the expression on Xiaoyan's face quickly returned to normal. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his head and looked at Dong Chuan. That's right. I came to the Tianyun auction house this time in the hope that I could borrow your strength to find a medicinal herb for me. When Xiaoyan said this, the two men in front of him suddenly smiled. Obviously, they had expected Xiaoyan's words. As an alchemist, other than looking for pill formulas, his other purpose in coming to the auction house was probably to find medicinal herbs. Haha, I wonder what medicinal herbs Mr. Xiaoyan needs. As long as my Tianyun auction house has it, I won't be stingy. Even if we don't have it, I guarantee that I will find it for you within a month. Dong Chuan parted his mouth and smiled. His shriveled hand patted his chest, which was still quite strong. His manner was one of leave everything to me. This scene caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely comfortable in his heart. The good impression he had of the two of them had also soared greatly in an instant. Now, the ice spirit pill was extremely important to Xiaoyan, and the fire plume flower was one of the key medicinal herbs to refine the ice spirit pill. It would be difficult for him to find the fire plume flower by himself. However, if he could borrow the power of the Tianyun auction house, it would be a different story. If that's the case, thank you, Chairman Dong. A smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he cupped his hands toward Dong Chuan. Soon after, however, an anticipation swiftly surged into Xiaoyan's eyes. A pair of dark black eyes stared at Dong Chuan in front of him. His words were filled with anticipation as he asked. I wonder if the auction house has the fire plume flower? As Xiaoyan's words faded, the two old men in front of him could not help but frown slightly. It was obvious that they had heard of this fire plume flower. Although this was the case, the two of them still frowned and descended into deep thought. Their hearts also hoped that they could provide the greatest help to Xiaoyan in the matter that he needed. Unfortunately, after a while, Dong Chuan still frowned and shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Beside him, Fang Qian still frowned and fell into deep thought. No, this fire plume flower is extremely valuable. From what we can remember, we have not heard of it for more than 10 years. Furthermore, our Tianyun auction house does not seem to have handled such a medicinal ingredient before. Upon hearing these words, a disappointed look involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's face. However, soon after, Xiaoyan lifted his head and asked again with a sigh in his eyes. Since you don't have it here, I wonder if the Tianyun auction house branches in other cities have it. No, the Tianyun auction house has a special rule. If the value of an auction item is too high, it will be recorded in the records. As the chairman of the auction house, we will also see the list. From what I can remember, there is no fire plume flower on the list. Before the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, Dong Chuan interrupted him with a helpless face. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became somewhat ugly when he heard this. It was unexpected that even the Tianyun auction house was unable to find the location of the fire plume flower. Did this not mean that there was no hope of finding the fire plume flower? The Tianyun auction house's influence was spread throughout the western region. If even they could not find it, then other ordinary factions would also not be able to find it. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt some dissatisfaction when he thought of this. In order to gather the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, his journey could be said to be extremely arduous. Now that he was about to gather all the medicinal ingredients, he was actually missing this fire plume flower at such a critical moment. What should he do? Damn it! Is there really no way to find it? Xiaoyan growled unwillingly in his heart. Steeling his heart, he suddenly clenched his fists under his sleeves and a fierce look emerged on his face. If there is really no other way, then let's go to the western wastelands and try our luck. Although it is dangerous there are many powerful practitioners. Perhaps there is hope of finding the fire plume flower there. Mr. Xiaoyan, don't be anxious. The fire plume flower is after all a rare and precious medicinal ingredient and its value is quite high. Not long ago, I heard someone mention that this medicinal ingredient was indeed found in a certain mountain range. However, it seems that someone had already obtained it. As for the exact information, I do not know. However, I hope that Mr. can stay in Yen City for a few more days. My Tianyun auction house will definitely do our best to find Mr. Xiaoyan's whereabouts. Is that possible? Just as Xiaoyan's heart was filled with disappointment, suddenly, the silent Fang Qian seemed to have thought of something and solemnly spoke to Xiaoyan. Fang Qian's words were undoubtedly like a life-saving straw, falling into Xiaoyan's hands just as he was about to sink into a quagmire. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart, which was originally on the verge of despair, was once again rekindled at this moment. Is Steward Feng's words true? Xiaoyan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at Fang Qian before him. His words were filled with endless excitement. Mr. Xiaoyan, please rest assured that my Tianyun auction house will definitely do our best to find the fire plume flower for Mr. Xiaoyan. In that case, I will leave it to you. Fang Qian opened his mouth and laughed softly. The expression on Xiaoyan's face became even more excited. He did not expect that at such a crucial moment, Fang Qian's words would actually give him hope once again. If the two of you can help me find the fire plume flower, I guarantee that in the future, I will definitely repay you with 2 level 4 elixirs. Xiaoyan said in a firm tone as he clasped his fists towards the 2 men before him. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the faces of Dong Chuan and the other man the moment these words were uttered. Just what kind of medicinal pill was Xiaoyan refining that would actually cause him to make such a promise? As the sky gradually darkened, Xiaoyan had unknowingly stayed in the Tianyun auction house for more than half a day. However, this did not affect the 3 people who were chatting in the small courtyard. Haha, this is really a joke. I did not expect that the narwhal snake would benefit from the Dochi inheritance that the 4 great clans fought over. This is really like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Ha 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 ha. Within the small courtyard, Dong Chuan's face was filled with laughter as he listened to Xiaoyan's narration. In his heart, he had a general understanding of what had happened in the desolate ancient remains a few months ago. After knowing that the Dochi inheritance had coincidentally fallen into the mouth of the narwhal snake, Dong Chuan could not help but laugh out loud. Their Tianyun auction house did not have a good impression of the 4 great sections. Now that they saw one of their people being defeated, they naturally felt incomparably carefree. Moreover, the person these people wanted to deal with was Xiaoyan. Speaking of which, according to what I know, there were very few people from the 4 large clans who successfully returned alive from the trip to the desolate ancient remains the last time. I think that this matter has already spread among the 4 large sections. These few factions will definitely act on their own. Mr. Xiaoyan should be careful about this point. Fang Qian's expression was grave as he looked at Xiaoyan. They all knew about the grudge between Xiaoyan and the 4 great sections. Even though Xiaoyan's skills were not weak, he was after all facing 4 powerful sects that had stood in the western region for hundreds of years. Their foundation was so strong that it was not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With just Xiaoyan's strength, it was ultimately impossible for him to fight against the 4 great sections. Fang Qian said this in hopes that Xiaoyan would be more cautious in the future. Hearing this, Xiaoyan also revealed a solemn expression and nodded. Although Lung Bingxuan had intervened and brought him away from the desolate ancient remains at the critical moment, he was not the only one who had left. The sudden disappearance of the narwhal snake and the northern king would definitely arouse suspicion. This was especially so for the heir of the Zhuo clan, Zhuo Lin. This person was very scheming and would see anything unusual in his eyes. The latter would naturally not believe that Xiaoyan had died in the energy storm. That's right, Mr. Xiaoyan. The fellow you met during the day was also a member of the 4 great sections. Moreover, he was a member of the combat martial sect, which specializes in physical strength. When the 4 great sects were mentioned, Dong Chuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He lifted his eyebrows and spoke to Xiaoyan in a serious voice. When these words were spoken, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His eyes turned and he could not help but ask, "Are you talking about Lu Qing?" "That's right." Mr. Xiaoyan should have seen him during the day. That fellow's physical strength is not something that an ordinary elite Dodi can compare with. This is also because he is a member of the combat martial sect. Dong Chuan's face revealed a solemn expression. Xiaoyan also narrowed his eyes. A look of understanding surfaced on his face. No wonder Lu Cheng's physical strength was so strong. It turned out that he was a member of the combat martial sect. The entire combat martial sect specialized in physical strength. The combination of doqi and physical body caused one's fighting strength to far surpass an ordinary strong person of the same level. Take Lu Cheng for example. Under the premise of relying on his physical strength, he was able to suppress Jin Yao, who was at the same level. However, despite this, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit of regret in his heart for what he had done during the day. Xiaoyan already had quite a deep grudge with the 4 great sections. Additionally, Jin Yao had once helped him. Even if he did not have that layer of relationship, Xiaoyan would still go all out in today's matter. As he thought of this, the wrinkles that had just formed between Xiaoyan's brows quickly disappeared. At the same time, Fang Qian, who was in front of him, opened his mouth once again. That Lu Qing himself is nothing much. Although he is a 2-star Dodi, it is likely that with Mr. Xiaoyan's strength, he is not worth mentioning. It is just a troublesome matter. Behind this old fellow stands an elder of the combat martial sect. That old fellow's seniority is extremely high. His strength has already reached the level of a 4-star Dodi. Mr. should be more careful in the future. Thank you for the information. Hearing Fang Qian's words, Xiaoyan revealed a solemn expression as he nodded his head. Immediately, he cupped his hands together and expressed his thanks. Seeing this, Dong Chuan and the other man hurriedly cupped their hands together. After knowing the latter's identity, the two of them were even more respectful towards this rank 3 alchemist in front of them. Back then, they only knew that the person in front of them was a rank 3 alchemist. Their target in their hearts was the medicinal pills that the latter refined. However, from the looks of it now, compared to the medicinal pills, they placed more importance on their relationship with the latter. After chatting and laughing for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, it was already close to midnight. The moon was above the treetops, scattering a thin layer of silver light that covered the entire Yan city. Waves of laughter filled the small courtyard as the 3 of them chatted happily. During this period, the two old men would occasionally cleverly interrogate Xiaoyan about his background. However, Xiaoyan would easily reply with a smile, causing the two old men to be secretly surprised. During this period of time, even the two of them had nearly fallen into Xiaoyan's trap. Immediately, the two of them could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile. This interesting atmosphere continued for a long time. If no one disturbed them, it was likely that the three of them would be able to chat until daybreak. At this moment, a woman in a red dress arrived outside the Heavenly Clouds auction house with a ferocious aura all over her body. Dong Chuan and Feng Qian. Get out here for this old lady. Following an angry roar that shook the entire Yan city, in the blink of an eye, the dimly lit Yan city seemed to have caught on fire. Light after light swiftly spread throughout the city, and the already silent city was abruptly awakened at this moment. Figure after figure continuously flew into the sky, their gazes either impatient or curious as they looked towards the direction of the voice. In the end, the only thing that appeared in the crowd's eyes was a gorgeous lady wearing a red dress. At the same time, the three people who were chatting in the small courtyard at this moment were suddenly shaken by this thunder-like furious cry until they recovered. The gazes of the three of them simultaneously looked toward the sky. Being a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan was naturally the first to recognize the identity of the woman. This red-dressed lady was without a doubt Jinyao. Immediately, Xiaoyan's originally seated body abruptly stood up, as if he had just awoken from a dream. Only then did his mind recall the words that Jinyao had said to him before she left earlier in the day. She had asked him to return to the Thousand Medicine House to look for her after he was done with his business. He did not expect that the three of them would actually reach this point in their conversation. It's Jinyao. I nearly forgot about her. At the same time, the Dongchuan duo, who were currently seated beside Xiaoyan, recalled the expression on Jinyao's face when she looked at them earlier in the day. Immediately, the two of them felt as if their wives had come to bring their husbands home. However, although the two of them could not help but want to tease Xiaoyan in their hearts, they quickly recalled the expression on Xiaoyan's face when he was angry at them earlier. That gaze was truly ice-cold. The two elders looked at each other and smiled. Only then did they resentfully swallow the words that were at the tip of their tongues. At the same time, they also stood up and turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. Mr. Xiaoyan, we are truly sorry. We were too engrossed in our conversation and seemed to have forgotten about Boss Jean. At the end of his words, Dong Chuan's tone slightly paused as he silently looked towards Feng Qian. Sigh, let me go. This is also my fault. I actually forgot about what we agreed on. She must be thinking that something has happened to me here. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with regret. This matter was also his fault. If he had told Jinyao the reason in advance, he would not have ended up in this situation. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed. His body moved and his black-robed body turned into a ray of light in the dark night, causing others to be unable to see any trace of him. However, in a short period of time, Xiaoyan's body was already standing high in the sky. His eyes turned and his gaze swiftly landed on the red-dressed lady in the sky above the Tianyun auction house. Immediately after, the Dongchuan duo followed closely behind Xiaoyan. At the same time, an ice-cold killing intent surfaced on Jinyao's pretty face. She had not seen Xiaoyan's figure since he had entered the Tianyun auction house for nearly half a day. This caused Jinyao to be extremely worried in her heart. The frightening aura was just like a huge mountain that stood above the heads of everyone in the city. At this very moment, other than those experts whose strength had reached the Do D class, the faces of everyone else in the entire Yan city had turned pale. Some of the weaker ones were even forced back by this pressure to spit out blood on the spot. The pressure of a Dodi's aura was not something that ordinary half-emperors like them could easily withstand. Of course, Xiaoyan was naturally not included among these half-emperors. The coldness in Jinyao's pretty eyes became even denser when she saw Dong Chuan and Xiaoyan appear in the empty sky. Her entire face was filled with an endless icy cold killing intent. If anything were to happen to Xiaoyan today, she would definitely cause this heavenly cloud auction house to suffer a great loss regardless of how great the price she had to pay was. Dong Chuan. Where is Xiaoyan? Hand him over to me. Jinyao's tone was ice cold. Even the temperature of this place had strangely become cold. When the Dongchuan duo heard this, they involuntarily looked at each other with embarrassed faces. It was true that once a woman was enraged, she would not care about the strength of the other party. He was a 5-star Dodi, yet he was being berated by a 2-star Dodi in such a manner. If it was not because the other party had some relationship with Xiaoyan, it was likely that an ordinary person would have already attacked. Cough cough. I am fine. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, finally slowly raised his head. He pulled off the black robe on his body and looked at Jin Yao with an embarrassed smile. Seeing that Xiaoyan was fine, the large rock that had been lifted in Jin Yao's heart finally fell to the ground. Soon after, her lovely body flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. A pair of pretty eyes swept all over Xiaoyan's body. Only after confirming that the latter was not injured did Jin Yao sigh in relief. However, her eyes also contained caution when she looked at the Dongchuan duo. This caused the two of them to feel helpless in their hearts. With their strength, if they really wanted to do something to the person in front of them, why would they wait until now? Could it be that it was merely because of Jin Yao? A mere 2-star Dodi was really nothing in front of a 5-star Dodi. Cuckoo, relax, I am fine. Today, I had a great chat with the two of you. Therefore, we chatted for a while and suddenly got excited, so, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. However, he involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression at the end of his words. Jin Yao's intelligent pretty eyes flickered when she saw this. Soon after, she came to an understanding in her heart. It seemed that the person in front of her had not been harmed by the two people behind her. However, he had treated her words as wind that passed his ears and had forgotten about them. Jin Yao curled her red lips violently. Her pretty face revealed a warm anger. Soon after, Jin Yao turned her lovely body. Her pretty eyes viciously swept over those people in the distant empty space who had been attracted over. Immediately, everyone withdrew in shock wherever her pretty eyes passed. Jin Yao's lovely body moved. She carried the resentment in her heart as she swiftly left this place. Xiaoyan behind her had a stunned face as he watched Jin Yao turn around and leave. He involuntarily turned around. At the same time, the two old men behind him also threw a pitiful gaze at Xiaoyan. Sigh, it's fine if you say it, but you actually spoke the truth. Don't you know that women have hearts made of glass? Can't be touched, can't be touched. The two old men looked at each other and could not help but bitterly laugh in their hearts. From now on, they could only rely on Xiaoyan to fend for himself. Mr. Xiaoyan, you should hurry and chase after her. If you are too late, you may not be able to enter the house. Even though he did not want to joke about Xiaoyan in his heart, Fang Qian could not help but tease him at the end of his words. When he heard these words, Xiaoyan's eyebrows furrowed. Indeed, he did not linger on this issue. He clasped his hands together towards the two old men in front of him. Then, he turned around and swiftly chased after Fang Qian. After Xiaoyan left, Dong Chuan and Fang Qian's gazes once again met. Then, they helplessly shook their heads and sighed. Turning around, they once again headed towards the small courtyard below. It seems like you have never told me anything about the fire plume flower? Landing in the small courtyard, Dong Chuan could not help but ask with a puzzled expression. If Fang Qian had not personally mentioned it today, he would not have known that the latter actually had information about the fire plume flower. Sigh, that is not true. I have indeed heard someone mention the fire plume flower before. However, that was merely a coincidence. I am simply unable to confirm whether the fire plume flower truly exists. I did not mention it today only to stall for time. Hopefully, we will really be able to find the fire plume flower. When he heard Dong Chuan's words, Fang Qian helplessly shook his head. A solemn expression surfaced on his elderly face. The latter could not help but slightly raise his eyebrows as he was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Fang Qian's words were actually used to threaten Xiaoyan. This was truly crazy. You rascal, haven't you thought about how we are going to explain to him if we are unable to find the fire plume flower? Xiaoyan obviously values the fire plume flower greatly. If we are unable to find it, then our relationship with him will be completely severed. Before Dong Chuan could finish his words, Fang Qian quickly followed up. At the same time, the solemn expression on his face became even more pronounced. Tomorrow, I will send people out to search for the fire-plumed flower in all the large cities in Xiling region. No matter what, let's give it a try. After all, we cannot disappoint his hopes. Dong Chuan furrowed his eyebrows as he said. When he heard this, Feng Qian first nodded his head. However, immediately after, he gently shook his head. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he solemnly said. No, wait for tomorrow. Immediately send people out. Mobile version reading website, Night. In a certain courtyard in Yen City, a beautiful lady whose delicate body was wrapped in a red dress was currently standing beside a pond in the courtyard. Her two lotus root-like white jade arms were crossed in front of her chest. Her delicate body stood upright, completely revealing her alluring figure. Compared to her usual self, this lady at this moment could be considered a true stunner. Coupled with the current situation, one could not help but have wild and fanciful thoughts in one's heart. At this very moment, the lady's beautiful eyes were listlessly staring at the pond in front of her. Her tender and alluring red lips were slightly pouted, while a somewhat complaining expression appeared on her pretty face. Soon after, in the sky above this small courtyard, a pitch-black figure approached from afar in the dark night. Finally, it landed in the small courtyard. This person was Xiaoyan, while the beautiful lady standing beside the pond in the small courtyard was undoubtedly Jinyao. Cough cough, after descending, Xiaoyan's face under his black robe involuntarily turned slightly red as he raised his eyes to look at Jinyao. An awkward expression involuntarily appeared on his old face. He could only cough softly twice to indicate his arrival. Weren't you having a good time chatting? Why did you come back? Even though she clearly knew that Xiaoyan was not far behind her, Jinyao still pretended as if she had only just discovered him. She was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. Upon hearing these words, the awkward expression on Xiaoyan's old face became even more pronounced. He awkwardly smiled and lowered his head. His gaze stared at a beautiful flower that was blooming under the moonlight on the ground. He paused for a moment before he spoke. Regarding today's matter, I am indeed sorry. Because of their relationship, I have caused you to worry. This is my fault. After which, I even forgot about you. This is also my fault. Xiaoyan did not intend to find an excuse to explain. He had indeed forgotten about Jinyao today. This matter was his fault and there was no need for him to find an excuse. This is already the second time today. After a long while, Jinyao, who did not hear Xiaoyan's explanation, slowly turned around. Her red lips parted slightly. Compared to before, the resentment on Jinyao's pretty face had clearly lessened by quite a bit. Perhaps due to the latter's sincerity, Jinyao had forgiven him in her heart. Hearing Jinyao's words, Xiaoyan couldn't help raising an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. The reason Jinyao said it was the second time was because Xiaoyan had disappeared from her sight without her consent. The first time was in this small courtyard. She thought Xiaoyan had left without saying goodbye. The second time was when Dong Chuan and the other man didn't see Xiaoyan. Jinyao mistakenly thought that something had happened to Xiaoyan. If Xiaoyan didn't appear tonight, then even if Dong Chuan and the other man tried to persuade her, Jinyao would still do her best to fight them. After staring blankly for a while, Xiaoyan seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't know what to say in his heart. Sorry, next time, I don't want there to be a next time. Before Xiaoyan could spit out the words from his mouth, Jinyao lifted her pretty eyes. Her long and narrow eyes stared at Xiaoyan as she spoke in a decisive manner. Xiaoyan was first taken aback, his face showing that he didn't know what to do. Then, he nodded heavily at Jinyao and solemnly said. Definitely. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Jinyao pursed her lips and smiled, as if she didn't care about what had happened earlier. And this was indeed the case. Jinyao believed in Xiaoyan. This had started from the moment Xiaoyan defeated Lu Qing and she would never doubt him again. Since Xiaoyan had said these words, Jinyao naturally believed that next time, or in the future, Xiaoyan would definitely not leave without saying goodbye. Is there any progress on the fire-plumed flower? Relaxing her mood, Jinyao gently exhaled. A smile quickly flitted across her beautiful face, her shapely eyebrows slightly knitted together as she looked at Xiaoyan and asked. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan first smiled and nodded, but quickly frowned and shook his head in uncertainty. This caused Xianxia to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that they didn't find the fire plume flower? If they couldn't even find a single fire plume flower in the collections of the Heavenly Cloud auction, then they probably couldn't find a second one in the entire western regions. Nothing? Xianxia slowly asked. The expression on her beautiful face was exceptionally cautious. She knew that the fire plume flower was very important to Xiaoyan. When this matter was mentioned, her face quickly regained its seriousness. There is indeed no fire plume flower in the Heavenly Cloud auction. Xiaoyan's tone was somewhat doubtful as he said. At the same time, Xianxia, who was slowly walking forward, couldn't help but frown slightly. If that's the case, it was indeed hopeless to find the fire plume flower? Fortunately, Manager Fang Qian seems to have some information in this area. In the next few days, he will help me search. I believe that there should be some news soon. Just as Xianxia was helplessly knitting her eyebrows, Xiaoyan's despondent face suddenly surfaced with a smile. Following which, a tinge of surprise appeared in his eyes. When these words left his mouth, a smile instantly surfaced on Xianxia's beautiful face. Doesn't this mean that Xiaoyan will temporarily stay in Yen City for a period of time while waiting for news of the fire plume flower? When she thought of this, joy immediately surfaced in Xianxia's heart. For some reason, a faint crimson flush surfaced on her fair and beautiful face. However, due to the cover of the moonlight, Xiaoyan before her did not notice. What do you plan to do next? Xianxia blinked her pair of exquisite large eyes as she asked with a lovable smile. Xiaoyan's eyes swiveled as he pursed his lips and looked at Xianxia in front of him. He softly smiled and said, I also don't know what to do. I have nowhere to go. Therefore, I wonder if it would be convenient for District Owner Jean to stay for a while. Oh? Coincidentally, I have quite a number of empty rooms here. You can take your pick. The two of them seemed to be singing a double act. Although they were well aware of the situation, they purposely spoke respectfully. After a short while, the small courtyard could not help but emit the laughter of the two people, which gradually soared under the light of the silver moon. During the next couple of days, Xiaoyan avoided the trouble of searching for the fire plume flower by himself. He continued to stay in Xianxia's private villa. It was quiet and there was no one to disturb him. Xiaoyan was happy to do so. In his free time, other than carefully controlling the powerful spiritual strength that he had just obtained, he placed his mind on the strength elephant skill. Although Xiaoyan was currently able to generally display the strength of the force elephant skill, he was not very familiar with the force elephant skill from the few battle experiences he had. It was likely that he was still quite a distance away from being able to truly control it. After all, based on the current situation, Xiaoyan might have successfully practiced the force elephant skill, but his control of his own strength was not as smooth as what was described in the scroll. Needless to say, he was unable to unleash a powerful strength like using 4 tails to defeat 1,000 pieces of gold. In the small courtyard, Xiaoyan had moved a huge rock from somewhere. At this moment, it was calmly placed in front of Xiaoyan. The huge rock was heavy and huge, like a small mountain. Looking from afar, even from a distance outside the small courtyard, one could still vaguely see the huge size of the huge rock. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing steadily in front of the huge rock. Under Xiaoyan's feet was a mud pit that was not too muddy. Xiaoyan stood in the mud pit without any external help. His feet were steady, and his entire body was obviously sinking slightly until the mud pit could barely support the weight of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's arms were naturally hanging down. His eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was steady and orderly. He was trying his best to adjust his body's condition so that he could maintain a delicate balance with the mud pit under his feet. This kind of balance was extremely fragile. If there was even the slightest movement, Xiaoyan's legs would quickly sink into the mud pit. At this moment, Xiaoyan was trying his best to control his body's focus in order to maintain this balance. Xiaoyan's face did not reveal the slightest relaxed expression as he stood in this muddy pit where he could sink into it at any moment. Although he was a half-emperor expert, under the premise that he did not use any do qi, his body could only be considered as stronger than an ordinary person. Standing in the mud pit, he was similarly helpless. However, because of this, Xiaoyan intended to use this mud pit to improve his control of his body's strength. Xiaoyan had always had high requirements for himself, and this time was no exception. In order to improve his control of his body's strength, Xiaoyan had to maintain a stable standing in the mud pit while using the force elephant tactic to shatter the huge rock in front of him. It was not difficult for Xiaoyan to shatter the huge rock. However, the key was that Xiaoyan's body had to remain standing in the mud pit while shattering the huge rock. This was a great challenge for Xiaoyan, who did not use any dou qi. Phew, Xiaoyan breathed carefully. In order to maintain the stability of his body, he had to be very careful with his every movement. Even his breathing had to be exceptionally careful. Xiaoyan's white palms slowly folded under his sleeves. Every movement of his seemed very delicate. He gradually raised his arms. In the center of his palms, strength quietly gathered and became stronger little by little. Imperceptibly, Xiaoyan's entire body's focus had also changed. Xiaoyan's body began to tilt to one side. Although the arc was not big, Xiaoyan could still clearly sense it. Xiaoyan's heart slightly tensed up. Then, his heart quickly calmed down. In fact, this situation was not the first time in these few days. After dozens of failures, Xiaoyan had already learned some experience. The situation that he was in now was a sign that Xiaoyan was about to fall into the mud pit. However, Xiaoyan gradually became familiar with this situation. He also had a new countermeasure in his heart. He thought that this might work. Of course, this was already the umpteenth time that Xiaoyan had comforted himself like this. Xiaoyan's other hand slowly clenched into a fist. Xiaoyan's slightly tilted body indeed stabilized. However, his entire body, which was standing in the mud pit, was clearly slightly sunk downwards. Xiaoyan took in a deep breath, as though doing so could reduce the pressure that his body was exerting on the mud pit. He did not know if Xiaoyan's method was effective or if it was for some other reason, but Xiaoyan's sunken body no longer moved. He was immediately overjoyed. The two palms under his sleeves slowly lifted up from the left, slowly and heavily, as if he was carrying some heavy burden. Fortunately, this time, Xiaoyan did not fail. Even when Xiaoyan raised his hands to his chest and clenched them tightly, his body was still stable. This could not help but make Xiaoyan's heart beat faster. It seemed that he was not far from the final step of success. As long as he could successfully throw out a punch, after shattering the huge rock in front of him, his body could still stand steadily in the mud pit. This could be considered a success. Of course, at the same time, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that the final punch was the most difficult. However, right now, the arrow on the bow had to be released. Furthermore, seeing that he was only one step away from the final step, how could Xiaoyan relax so easily? Xiaoyan held a breath in his chest. His entire body tensed up. The air was still inhaling through Xiaoyan's nose. Nervousness and excitement made Xiaoyan inhale even more frantically. For the final attack, he did not dare to relax, causing his entire chest to seem especially protruding. Finally, Xiaoyan's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. However, his entire body stood steadily. His feet were slightly sunken in the mud pit, but they did not completely sink. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan made up his mind. His two fists were about to fiercely punch forward. And it just so happened that at this moment, Xiaoyan, sister is back. You didn't run away, right? Ha 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 ha. A lovely laughter that was filled with temptation suddenly sounded in the small courtyard. Xiaoyan's body, which was about to move, suddenly sank. His two legs once again sank into the mud pit. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. His eyebrows instantly furrowed. The breath that was tightly held in his chest was also instantly exhaled. His entire body was like a deflated rubber ball as it instantly softened. Xiaoyan did not expect that Jin Yao, who had not appeared for a few days, would not appear any sooner or later. Just as he was about to succeed, she suddenly appeared like a natural disaster. Ha 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 ha. Because of the matter with Lu Qing last time, there were many matters in the Thousand Medicine House that could not be resolved in time. It caused me a lot of trouble. Until today, it has finally been resolved. Jin Yao smiled in a relaxed manner as she walked to Xiaoyan's side. Seeing the latter's strange appearance, a curious expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. You are? Jin Yao's pretty face was filled with suspicion as she asked. Her tone was somewhat strange. Xiaoyan's mouth was madly twitching in his heart. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh. Lightly shrugging his shoulders, he did not say anything as he walked out of the mud pit. Xianxia's pretty face was also filled with suspicion, indicating that she did not know what had happened. Soon after, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Just as she was about to tell Xiaoyan about what had happened in the Thousand Medicine House, an elderly figure appeared outside the small courtyard. Immediately after, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan and Jingyao. The person who had arrived was the steward of the Tianyun auction house, Fang Qian. Mr. Xiaoyan, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The fire plume flower has been found. Please remember the domain name of this book. The sudden arrival of Fang Qian also caused Xiaoyan to be slightly taken aback. However, immediately after, when Xiaoyan heard the words that came from the latter's mouth, the expression on his face instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, what emerged was endless joy and excitement. Xiaoyan originally thought that he would have to stay here for 10 days to half a month. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, there was already news of the fire plume flower's whereabouts. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Fang Qian's figure landed in the small courtyard. First, he smiled and cupped his hands together towards Jingyao, whose face had darkened when she saw him. Then, he walked towards Xiaoyan, cupped his hands together and smiled. Haha, mister, I have already sent someone to help you find the whereabouts of the fire plume flower that you are looking for. Although he had clearly heard Fang Qian's words earlier, Xiaoyan's heart had become even more excited after hearing Fang Qian's confirmation once again. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Fang. Xiaoyan cupped his hands together towards Fang Qian in front of him and said with a joyful face. Haha, Mr. is too polite. It was just a small matter, there is no need to thank me. Moreover, if we can really help Mr., it is our fortune. Mr. need not thank me. Fang Qian respectfully cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan also smiled. However, he did not notice that Jinyao's pretty face was currently gloomy. Originally, she thought that after settling the matters within the Thousand Medicine shop, she should be able to relax and accompany Xiaoyan for a few days. However, from the looks of it, after she had just settled the matters within the Thousand Medicine shop, Xiaoyan was about to leave in the blink of an eye. While she felt regret in her heart, Jingyao was also happy for Xiaoyan. From the conversation a few days ago, Jingyao knew that Xiaoyan valued the fire plume flower. Now that there was news about it, she was naturally overjoyed. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan's departure left Jingyao with sadness and disappointment. Sigh, Jingyao helplessly sighed in her heart. She stood by the side and was silent. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, smiled and chatted with Fang Qian for a while before looking at the latter. Haha, Sister Jingyao, thank you for taking me in these few days. With the whereabouts of the fire plume flower, it's time for me to leave. Seeing the disappointment on Jinyao's pretty face, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but faintly. However, in the end, he still could not help but sigh in his heart. You're leaving? Jinyao lifted her pretty eyes. Her gaze was distant as she looked at Xiaoyan in front of her. Her tone carried a little loneliness as she asked. Fang Qian by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He was naturally able to tell that Xiaoyan and Jinyao's relationship was not ordinary. Although the two of them had only met twice and could be said to have not known each other for long, Xiaoyan's various actions caused Jinyao, a 2-star Dodi, to be endlessly impressed in her heart. This was especially the case when Xiaoyan had intervened for her. Using the strength of a half-D to contend with a Dodi, this kind of shocking action was the best way to capture a woman's heart. Although this appeared a little old-fashioned, it was undoubtedly the most effective method. Wasn't this point proven by Jinyao? I will first go to the auction house to understand the specific situation of the fire plume flower. I should be leaving today. After pausing for a moment, Xiaoyan finally spoke slowly. Cuckoo, mister, why don't you chat with district owner Jean first? There are still some matters that have not been settled in the auction house. The old me will return first. The expression in Fang Qian's old eyes flickered slightly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two people in front of him. A moment later, he finally spoke with a smile. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wait. Jin Yao, who was facing Xiaoyan, suddenly turned around and hurriedly called out to Feng Qian. At the same time, Xiaoyan also slowly turned around. An awkward expression flashed across his face. At the same time, it was also mixed with a helplessness. District Owner Jin, is there anything else? Feng Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. His old eyes looked at Jin Yao before sweeping over Xiaoyan beside her. His voice was uncertain as he asked. Xiaoyan, you should go with him. I remember that there are still some matters that have not been settled in the Thousand Medicinal House. I'm afraid that I cannot accompany you any longer. Jin Yao turned her head and looked at Xiaoyan as she forced a smile. The matters in the Thousand Medicinal House had all been settled. Hence, Jin Yao had returned to this small courtyard. Xiaoyan was well aware of this point. The reason why Jin Yao said this was just to find an excuse. She did not know what she should say to Xiaoyan after Feng Qian left and how she should say it. In order to avoid any awkwardness between the two of them, Jin Yao chose to leave on her own. This would lessen the apologetic feeling in Xiaoyan's heart. At the same time, it would allow Xiaoyan to focus more on his own matters. After all, the fire plume flower was just too important to Xiaoyan. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Jin Yao had already stepped into the air. Her beautiful face carried a forced smile as her delicate body moved and swiftly left the place. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaoyan and Feng Qian were left in this small courtyard. Sigh, he helplessly sighed as he recalled that he had clearly told Jin Yao that he would let her know when he was leaving. However, he never expected that all of this would happen so suddenly. The sun was high in the morning. After this trip to the Heavenly Clouds auction house, Xiaoyan should be able to leave Yen City soon. However, could this be considered as leaving without saying goodbye? Although Jin Yao was the one who knew about this news, Xiaoyan still felt a little apologetic in his heart. Mr. Xiaoyan, let's go. Feng Qian could see the apprehension and hesitation in Xiaoyan's heart. For the sake of this important matter, Feng Qian had no choice but to wake Xiaoyan up from this state. After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan's expression slightly froze as his gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction that Jin Yao had left. Because she was worried about Xiaoyan, the direction that Jin Yao had left in was not towards the Thousand Medicinal House. Mr. Xiaoyan, let's go. Feng Qian seemed to be a little impatient, but his voice was still calm. However, there was a slight tremble in his voice like a zither string, indicating that the latter's heart was not at peace. Xiaoyan interrupted Feng Qian's words as his figure flashed as he led the way in a familiar manner, while Feng Qian followed beside him. After he and Dong Chuan found out about Xiaoyan's identity, they no longer dared to treat the latter with the status of a superior. Furthermore, the latter was no ordinary individual. When they faced Xiaoyan now, they unknowingly felt that Xiaoyan was a head above them. However, Xiaoyan did not care about this. Xiaoyan flew forward as he rushed into the empty air. At the same time, he sensed the gazes that were thrown over from the city below. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Mr. Xiaoyan's strength is extraordinary. After your previous exchange with Lu Qing, no one in Yen City would dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Feng Qian smiled as he spoke, his words unavoidably laced with flattery. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan did not comment as he smiled. He still clearly remembered the disdain and pity in these people's eyes when they looked at him back then. This was not because Xiaoyan was holding a grudge, but because he had seen too much and Xiaoyan no longer believed in them. These people were like foxes. One moment, they might be smiling at you, but who knows when they will bite you in the next moment. These people were even more treacherous than the grass on the top of a wall. After the short scam, Xiaoyan and Feng Qian once again arrived at the Tianyun auction house. It was still the same small courtyard. From afar, Xiaoyan could see a figure standing in the middle. Needless to say, it was naturally Dong Chuan. When Xiaoyan and Feng Qian landed in the middle of the small courtyard, Dong Chuan had already turned around. First, he swiftly exchanged glances with Feng Qian, then looked towards Xiaoyan as he laughed heartily. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, it has only been a few days since we last met and you look so much better than before. Xiaoyan smiled. He really could not stand this Dong Chuan, who had started to flatter him the moment he arrived. This time, I am here to find out more about the fire plume flower. President Dong, please speak your mind. Following Dong Chuan's footsteps, Xiaoyan sat down at a stone table that had already been prepared and slowly spoke. When they saw that Xiaoyan had cut straight to the chase, Dong Chuan and Fan Qian could not help but look at each other. The speech that they had prepared in advance was instantly shattered by this one sentence. That's just as well. I know that Mr. Xiaoyan has waited for a long time. Therefore, I shall not say any unnecessary words. We have already confirmed the news of the fire plume flower. 2 months ago, a fire plume flower was indeed born. However, it has already been plucked by someone. Now, the owner of that fire plume flower wishes to auction off that fire plume flower in an auction. There is less than a month's time left until the auction. After a slight pause, Dong Chuan decided not to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Auction? A month? Then President Dong, do you know where the auction will be held? Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiaoyan picked up the key point in Dong Chuan's words. Yes, according to my understanding, the auction will be held in a city called Xian City. Unfortunately, Xian City is located within the territory of the Sky Sword sect. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across Dong Chuan's face. Soon after, he continued to speak. However, his following words caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily frown. It was unexpected that the auction location of the fire plume flower would actually be within the territory of the Sky Sword sect. In this way, it was extremely likely that he would bump into people from the Sky Sword sect on this trip. After the incident at the desolate ancient remains, the Sky Sword sect would definitely hate him to the core. With Xiaoyan's last annihilation Fire Lotus, he had caused the Sky Sword sect to suffer quite a great loss. A total of 2 3-star. Do Di, and one of them was the heir of the Hu clan. This time around, once Xiaoyan's identity was exposed, he would likely be surrounded and killed by the Sky Sword sect. Do you know the exact location of Xian City? Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. His expression was solemn. The last time around, it was because Lung Bingshuang had intervened in time that he had the opportunity to leave that place alive. This time around, Lung Bingshuang and Guyu were no longer around. The only person that Xiaoyan could rely on was himself. The location of Xian City, Dong Chuan had just opened his mouth when he paused. He was also aware that the fire plume flower was extremely important to Xiaoyan. However, at the same time, he also knew that once he told Xiaoyan the exact location of Xian City, it was extremely likely that he would face a life-and-death situation. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned after guessing the concern in Dong Chuan's heart. This was like a man and a woman who were taking off their clothes. They were halfway through taking off their clothes when the woman suddenly stopped. It caused one to feel extremely anxious and uncomfortable. However, soon after, Xiaoyan smiled slyly. He parted his mouth and looked at Dong Chuan. His face was filled with laughter as he said, "Since you have already said so much, you can't possibly stop here. Moreover, since it is a city within the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, there are definitely many people who know about it. Even if you don't tell me, I can still go out and ask around." Dong Chuan suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. At the same time, he smiled helplessly. He glanced at Fan Qian and discovered that the latter was also looking at him with a bitter smile. Immediately, the both of them sighed in their hearts. Dong Chuan lifted his head to look at Xiaoyan and helplessly said, "Xian City is located at the border between the Hu clan and the Bai clan. It is a city that is jointly managed by the 2 clans. Due to the fire plume flower being auctioned this time around, it has attracted the attention of many experts from the 2 clans. Therefore, thank you for informing me, Chairman Dong." Before Dong Chuan could finish speaking, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and cupped his hands together towards Dong Chuan. The smile on his face appeared to be quite relaxed. "Mr. Xiaoyan, are you not worried about the people from the 2 large clans?" Dong Chuan frowned. His words contained some anger. He did not expect that Xiaoyan did not reveal the slightest trace of worry when he said these words. Instead, he appeared to be indifferent. Could it be that he was not the least bit worried about the people from the Hu clan and the Bai clan? Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head when he heard Dong Chuan's words that contained a warning tone. Seeing this, Dong Chuan's face immediately became anxious as he hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiaoyan, the 2 clans will send elite Do Di to the scene." At that time, once, Chairman Dong, there is no need to worry. It has not reached that time yet. Why should you be worried? Being afraid before the battle is the beginning of failure. I don't think that I will be held back by them. Since I dare to go, I naturally have my own means to protect my life. Dong Huijing need not worry about this point. Besides, Xiaoyan softly smiled. At the end of his words, he suddenly paused. At the same time, deep within Xiaoyan's eyes, a glint flashed across. Seeing this, Dong Chuan helplessly sighed. He could only hope that Xiaoyan really had his own means to protect his life. Otherwise, the trip to Xian City would be troublesome. They did not wish for Xiaoyan, whom Luo Jin had instructed them to help, to hand over his life because of them. This was not something that Luo Jin wanted to see. Similarly, they did not want to see it. Haha, if there is nothing else, I will return first. After saying these words, Xiaoyan turned around and prepared to leave. Mr. Xiaoyan, you are going back? Where are you going? Xiaoyan had just turned around when Fang Qian and Dong Chuan behind him were instantly stunned. They exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, Fang Qian asked in a curious tone. I am naturally going to the Thousand Medicine House. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. The frowns of the two people behind him became even more intense. Mr. Xiaoyan, Xian City is quite a distance from Yan City. There is less than a month's time left. If you continue to waste time like this, I'm afraid, don't worry, I am confident. Xiaoyan's back was facing the two of them. As he softly laughed, he waved his hand with his back facing the two of them. After which, his body moved and his feet stepped into the air. Soon after, he flew in the opposite direction of the Thousand Medicine House. Please remember the domain name of this book. Thousand Medicine House. A few days ago, an entire floor of the Thousand Medicine House had been destroyed because of Lu Qing. At the same time, the entire Thousand Medicine House was more or less affected. However, under Jin Yao's command, the Thousand Medicine House had once again returned to its original appearance in less than a week. Looking from the outside, the entire Thousand Medicine House looked brand new and appeared even more imposing than before. Even the flow of people within the Thousand Medicine House had greatly increased. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be some people who came for Xiaoyan. The reason was naturally because of his fight with Lu Qing. Unfortunately, although these people came to the Thousand Medicine House with an expectant attitude, they were ultimately unable to see Xiaoyan. Instead, under the crazy recommendations of the various managers in the house, the Thousand Medicine House brought in quite a lot of business. At this moment, in a certain independent room within the Thousand Medicine House, an absolutely beautiful lady whose delicate body was wrapped in a red dress was lying on a wooden table near the window with a depressed expression. Her long and narrow eyes looked from top to bottom at the endless stream of people on the streets outside the house. Her eyes were lifeless and it seemed as though she was thinking about something in her heart. Ugh, he clearly said that he would inform me before he left. I never expected that he would leave today. What a man, a liar, the lady softly muttered in her mouth. Her voice was filled with resentment. This lady was surprisingly Jin Yao, who had left Xiaoyan and Fang Qian and finally returned to the Thousand Medicine House by herself. Jin Yao's long and narrow pretty eyes lifted slightly. Her gaze was focused in the direction of the exit of the city. It was as though she was waiting for something to appear. At the same time, the resentment in her eyes grew even more intense. That fellow, who knows if he will leave the city from another direction? To think that I actually want to see him from here. I am really thinking too much. Leave, leave. It is best that you don't come back in the future. You only make me worry when you come and leave without a care in the world. Haha, who said that I am leaving? Since I have promised you, I will naturally do as I say. Just as Jin Yao's beautiful face was gloomy, a familiar chuckle suddenly came from outside the window. Immediately after, from above the window, a figure in a black robe slowly descended. His feet stepped on the void and landed beside the window. His height was the same as Jin Yao's. Upon seeing the figure that had suddenly appeared, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face froze for a moment. Soon after, she regained her senses and hurriedly looked over. Soon after, she saw Xiaoyan in a black robe. You, don't worry. If you don't agree, I definitely won't leave easily. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His smile looked rather warm and intoxicating. Haven't you already left? Regaining her senses, Jinyao still couldn't believe it. Xiaoyan was clearly preparing to leave, so why would he appear here? Logically speaking, Xiaoyan should have left by now. Could it be that you're here to see me before you leave? Don't think that I will forgive you just because of this. Don't expect me to forgive you for leaving without saying goodbye. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Jinyao continued to speak, causing Xiaoyan to be speechless for a moment. In his heart, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to not let you forgive me, so, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He was just about to spit out his words when he suddenly paused. Jinyao, who was by the window, immediately stood up. A pair of pretty eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. Her eyes were widened until they were completely round. A cold snort was emitted from her nose as she twisted her lovely body and prepared to leave. Therefore, I plan not to leave today. The next moment, when the words were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth, Jinyao, who had just walked to the front of the door, froze on the spot with her soft and seemingly boneless lovely body. A smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. At the same time, Jinyao, whose back was facing Xiaoyan, also had a beautiful smile on her pretty face. What about the fire plume flower? You don't want it anymore? Jinyao turned around. Her graceful figure was mesmerizing, but Xiaoyan did not have any other thoughts. I'll leave tomorrow, there's still time. Xiaoyan smiled in a casual manner. I'm curious, how did they find the fire plume flower? Even I haven't heard any news about it recently. Jinyao smiled and shifted her attention to the fire plume flower. Xiaoyan softly smiled and did not speak. He did not intend to tell Jinyao that the fire plume flower was far away in Xian City. That would only make her worry. Hehe, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. I can't be bothered to ask. When she saw Xiaoyan's expression, although Jinyao did not seem to mind, she could not help but worry in her heart. If the location of the fire plume flower was not important, Xiaoyan could have told her. But since he did not, it meant that the location of the fire plume flower was not a safe place. Oh right, what were you doing in my courtyard previously? I seem to have disturbed you, I'm sorry. Changing the topic, Jinyao brought up the incident in the courtyard. When she thought of Xiaoyan's pathetic appearance in the mud, Jinyao could not help but let out a bell-like laughter. Hehe, it's all your fault, you caused me to be in such a sorry state. Xiaoyan came to the window and finished the cup of tea on the table in one gulp. Hey, that's mine. Jinyao softly exclaimed, her beautiful face flushed red. Although she had almost forgotten about the cup of tea, she was used to using this teacup. Haha, Xiaoyan laughed out loud. Jinyao covered her mouth and giggled, her mouth softly spitting. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. The silver moon hung high in the sky and the stars shone brightly. The night sky was like a vast sea and the ground was like a boundless snowfield. On the roof of the Thousand Medicine Clinic, two figures casually sat there. Looking from afar, the silver moon seemed to be behind them, like a background, a foil. Jinyao casually fiddled with the accessories on her wrist, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Xiaoyan. The latter was lying on the roof, gently chewing on a small piece of grass. Xiaoyan, just who are you? Suddenly, the silence between the two was broken by Jinyao's curious words. Xiaoyan was startled. Because of his gentle chewing, the swaying grass in the air paused. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jinyao, who was looking at him. He turned his gaze back and looked at the distant night sky. The resplendent sea of stars reflected in his eyes, reflecting specks of starlight. Why do you suddenly ask? Xiaoyan was silent for a moment before replying with a question. Because I feel that you're different from others. You're different from everyone I've met. You and them, including me, don't seem to belong to the same world. Is it because you've never met anyone who can challenge a Dodi with the strength of a half-emperor? Xiaoyan softly asked after the words left Jinyao's mouth. Perhaps. Actually, I don't know. It's just a kind of intuition. Jinyao was silent. She copied Xiaoyan's manner and shrugged her shoulders before speaking in a faint manner. A woman's intuition is really frightening. The muscles at the corner of Xiaoyan's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Jinyao was right. They didn't belong to the same continent. Are you from the central region? Or is your family from the central region? Suddenly, Jinyao questioned Xiaoyan in a seemingly unwilling manner. In her imagination, it was likely that only the people from the middle region possessed such a great training talent and such a frightening fighting strength. In her imagination, it was likely that only the people from the middle region of the continent possessed such an ability. However, Xiaoyan merely smiled and shook his head in front of Jinyao's focused eyes. This kind of reply involuntarily caused Jinyao's pretty face to reveal a surprised expression. Then, do you have a family? Or is it someone you've always liked? Jinyao hesitated for a moment before she involuntarily asked. However, her voice gradually became softer. The end of her words could not be heard clearly. They are still very far away. The appearance of Sun Er and Kai Lin surfaced in his mind. After that, it was Xiao Xiao and the other children. They? You have children? A disappointed expression flashed across Jinyao's pretty face. However, she still couldn't help but ask. Haha, that girl Xiao Xiao should be an adult by now. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see her here. Xiaoyan sighed and smiled. A lonely expression appeared on his face. Beside him, Jinyao also became silent because of this. The silent night flowed by in solitude and memories. In the blink of an eye, dawn once again descended upon the world. The night receded and all living things swiftly woke up like the early spring. In Yan City, on the roof of the Thousand Medicine House, Xiaoyan, who had been seated for half the night, slowly opened his eyes to welcome the light of a new day. Jinyao, who was beside him, was nowhere to be found. The city below had once again become bustling, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Xiaoyan stood up and looked into the distance. At the end of his sight was a vast mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiaoyan's gaze looked around the city. He did not sense Jinyao's figure. His eyes flickered slightly as he let out a soft sigh in his mouth. He once again identified his direction. After which, he ceased hesitating. He moved his body and swiftly flew in the direction of Xian City. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's figure was already far away from Yan City. At this moment, Jinyao's figure slowly appeared on the roof of the Thousand Medicine House. Her beautiful eyes gazed in the direction that Xiaoyan had left in as a disappointed expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. However, there was also some worry mixed within. On the other side, two elderly human figures slowly appeared in the sky above the heavenly cloud auction house. They similarly looked in the direction that Xiaoyan had left in. It was a long while later before the two of them looked at the spot where Jinyao was located. At the same time, Jinyao also turned her eyes over and exchanged glances with the two old men from a distance. Time was just like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Xiaoyan traveled day and night without rest. Finally, at the horizon of his vision, the silhouette of a huge city appeared before Xiaoyan's eyes like a pitch-black mountain rock. As he gazed at this huge city from afar, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but be filled with a fiery passion. After half a month, Xian City was finally right in front of his eyes. This also meant that the fire-plumed flower was not far away from Xiaoyan. When he thought of the fire-plumed flower, Xiaoyan's heart became even more fiery. Without any hesitation, his figure moved and instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His figure was just like the wind, resonating with the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's figure had already disappeared from this world. From afar, he was like a star that had actually appeared at the edge of one's vision. A moment later, Xiaoyan was already standing in front of a huge city. From afar, the entire city looked like a huge crouching beast that sat heavily on the ground. It gave off an extremely powerful aura and pressure. Is this Xian City? It is indeed a city under the rule of the Skysword sect. This degree of prosperity is obviously not something that an ordinary city can compare to. Looking at the crowded crowd before him, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but reveal a tinge of surprise. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Soon after, Xiaoyan's mind moved and a pitch-black robe instantly enveloped his entire body. Following the crowd, Xiaoyan finally entered the city after a long while. Compared to the tip of the iceberg outside the city, the prosperity within the city could be said to be shocking. Other than the site that was filled with people, there were also huge buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were all kinds of merchant associations and innumerable markets. Lying in this place, it was as if one had truly entered a sea of people. After a few turns, Xiaoyan finally found a temporary residence in a relatively remote place in the city. Of course, the so-called remote place was also in the current city. In order to stay in this place, Xiaoyan had also paid a hefty price. Just a residence alone caused Xiaoyan to pay 3 level 2 elixir pills. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a heartache when he thought of the shop owner's greedy and arrogant manner. 3 tier 2 medicinal pills. If he were to bring them to other places, he would be able to exchange them for quite a lot of Ling coins. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to stir up trouble, Xiaoyan would not be willing to be a sucker. Helplessly withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan quickly left the inn and wandered around the city. Although he had already arrived at Xian City, he still needed to know where the auction would be held. It would be best if he could understand the layout of the various factions in the city. This would definitely be of great use when the auction began. Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. Moreover, this was the territory of the 4 great clans. If Xiaoyan was the slightest bit careless, he might bring endless trouble to himself. Although Xiaoyan had the intention to investigate some information related to the auction, what caused him to be disappointed was that due to the increasingly crowded crowd of people in the city, Xiaoyan was unable to find the information that he needed for a long time. Helpless, he was even squeezed into an alchemist association. The Alchemist Association was indeed much more spacious. As it belonged to the Alchemist Alliance, ordinary people did not dare to enter this place. However, most of the people who could enter this place were alchemists. Therefore, Xiaoyan's sudden intrusion attracted the attention of many people. Please remember the domain name of this book. Xian City, Alchemist Guild. Xiaoyan, who had just been forced to enter the Alchemist Guild due to the crowd outside, immediately attracted the attention of many people in the guild. These people's gazes were all different. Some were curious, some were sympathetic, some were disdainful, and some were disgusted. Standing within the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan's gaze swept all around him. At this moment, the place where Xiaoyan was standing was a courtyard that could not be considered large. The main entrance of the Alchemist Association was still inside. One needed to walk in for a distance of over 10 steps. Turning his head to look at the crowd outside the door, Xiaoyan wanted to go out, but after thinking about it, he realized that he could only stay here for a short period of time. Helplessly shaking his head in his heart, Xiaoyan lifted his feet and walked towards the main entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Since he was already here, he might as well go in and take a look since he was bored. Just as Xiaoyan was strolling to the front of the main entrance, a human figure suddenly flashed from the side and blocked Xiaoyan's path. Or perhaps, it could be said that the person had blocked his path. Kid, this is the Alchemist Guild. It is not a place where someone like you can enter as you wish. Since you have entered this courtyard, we are already kind enough to not chase you out. This is already very benevolent of us. This is not a place where someone like you can enter. At this moment, standing in front of Xiaoyan was a middle-aged man. His body looked quite sturdy and the first impression he gave was similarly overbearing. Other than that, from Xiaoyan's investigation, this person was also a tier 7 alchemist. Haha, it is only the Alchemist Guild. Why can't someone like me enter? Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. Since he was already in Xian City, he did not plan to stir up any trouble. This was not a good thing for him. When the large man saw that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually so easy to talk to, the mocking expression on his face became even more pronounced. This is the Alchemist Guild. Of course, only alchemists can enter. Just based on what qualifications do you have to enter? From the moment Xiaoyan entered the small courtyard, the large man's gaze had already landed on the latter's body. Under the probing of his grade 7 alchemist's spiritual strength, he was unable to detect an enormous amount of spiritual strength within the body of the person in front of him. This also meant that the latter's spiritual strength was either too weak or far surpassed his own. Between the two options, the burly man didn't think that a young lad could have strong spiritual power. Therefore, he naturally chose the former option. Now, get back. The burly man crossed his arms over his chest, and a fierce look appeared on his fierce-looking face. At the same time, he took half a step forward and let out a cold snort. At the same time, an enormous soul pressure pressed down on Xiaoyan in front of him. But, in the face of the burly man's powerful soul pressure, Xiaoyan's expression didn't change. Even his body didn't move in the slightest. Even the black robe he was wearing didn't move in the slightest. The appearance of this scene caused the burly man and the few other alchemists in the courtyard to be startled in unison. Soon after, an aghast expression surged onto their faces. "You! What's going on? Get back!" The burly man's expression froze. In his heart, he never would have thought that the black-robed young man in front of him actually didn't change at all under his soul pressure. Immediately, his thick arm suddenly lifted up, wanting to push Xiaoyan back with a palm. Seeing the burly man like this, Xiaoyan, who had always had a calm expression, couldn't help but frown slightly. He only wanted to enter the Alchemist Guild to take a look, but this fellow in front of him actually blocked him for no reason. Now, he actually wanted to attack. This was a little too much. Immediately after, in the next moment, the instant the burly man's palm landed heavily on Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan raised his arm and grabbed the burly man's thick wrist with one hand, causing the latter to be unable to move in an instant. Immediately, the burly man's expression changed drastically. The instant his wrist was grabbed by the black-robed young man in front of him, an intense pain immediately entered his mind. At the same time, even his entire arm was unable to move. "Bastard! Get lost!" His arm was unable to move, but the burly man was unwilling to be captured. His other hand suddenly rotated, and a palm fiercely smashed towards Xiaoyan in front of him. "Stubborn!" After coldly spitting out these 4 words, Xiaoyan's hand that grabbed the other party's wrist gently twisted. Immediately, the burly man's entire body turned around, and the attack on his hand was also forced to withdraw. "Brat, this is the Alchemist Association. If you dare to hurt me, the Alchemist Association will definitely..." Ah! Even though he had already lost his ability to attack, the burly man was still filled with unwillingness. Before his angry shout could leave his mouth, Xiaoyan used even more strength to grab his wrist. Not long after, a painful cry rang out in the courtyard. "In the end, you were only a Tier 7 alchemist. Do you really think that there are no other alchemists in this world other than you? Even if I do anything to you today, do you really think that the Alchemist Association will find trouble for a Tier 7 alchemist like you?" After coldly saying these words, Xiaoyan used some strength and directly pulled the burly man's body to one side. At the same time, his feet moved, and he stepped into the Alchemist Association in front of him. After seeing Xiaoyan enter the Alchemist Association, the faces of the crowd in the small courtyard could not help but reveal resentful expressions. Even though the burly man was dissatisfied in his heart, from the attack of the black-robed young man just now, it was obvious that he was no match for him. If he continued to be stubborn, he would not be so lucky next time. Just like what Xiaoyan said just now, he was only a Tier 7 alchemist. His words just now were only used to intimidate Xiaoyan. Naturally, the Alchemist Association would not go through so much trouble for a Tier 7 alchemist like him. Otherwise, as an alchemist, how could he be willing to stand in the courtyard of the Alchemist Association? The reason was because he did not have the qualifications and was not allowed to enter the Alchemist Association. The reason why he attacked Xiaoyan just now was because he wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. While the burly man resentfully withdrew, Xiaoyan also stepped into the Alchemist Association in front of him. The instant Xiaoyan stepped into the interior of the Alchemist Association, a rich and familiar medicinal fragrance immediately pounced on Xiaoyan. The rich fragrance caused Xiaoyan to feel a little suffocated. Soon after, Xiaoyan frowned and looked towards the interior of the Alchemist Association. The first thing that entered his eyes was an enormous black medicinal cauldron in the Alchemist Association's hall. The medicinal cauldron was extremely tall. Its top reached the dome and its bottom reached the foundation. It was just like a small mountain that stood in the middle of the Alchemist Association. This medicinal cauldron was the pillar of the Alchemist Association. If this medicinal cauldron collapsed, it was likely that the entire Alchemist Association in front of Xiaoyan would be burned to ashes. It was likely that this medicinal cauldron represented the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was the place where all the alchemists on the continent gathered. If the Pill Tower collapsed, the world of alchemists would definitely be greatly shaken. The Pill Tower was the pillar in the hearts of all the alchemists. Xiaoyan quietly sighed in his heart as he looked at the enormous black medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, he did not stay any longer. His feet moved and he walked towards the interior of the Alchemist Association. As he walked within the interior of the Alchemist Association, there would occasionally be people who walked past Xiaoyan. When these people looked at Xiaoyan, a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. In Xiaoyan's eyes, these people who walked past him were all wearing alchemist robes without exception. The lowest-ranked alchemist amongst them had already reached the level of a Tier 8 alchemist grandmaster. Of course, a Tier 8 alchemist grandmaster in the eyes of an ordinary person was nothing special in the eyes of the current Xiaoyan. Walking within the interior of the association, which could be considered spacious, Xiaoyan would see some display windows displaying various kinds of precious medicinal ingredients every once in a while. However, these medicinal ingredients, which could be considered extremely valuable in the eyes of an ordinary person, appeared ordinary in the eyes of the current Xiaoyan. They did not attract the slightest bit of his interest. This did not mean that these medicinal ingredients were worthless. However, following the growth of Xiaoyan's strength, Xiaoyan's horizons regarding various things had also increased. He had seen far too many of the so-called precious medicinal ingredients in his eyes. As the saying goes, when one climbed high and looked into the distance, what one could see was merely the tip of the iceberg. Only by continuously climbing higher and higher would one be able to see even further places. Even though the nearby scenery was beautiful, there would come a day when one would grow tired of looking at it. However, if one was able to continuously push aside the clouds, one would be able to see an even more vast and majestic scenery. Even though the current Xiaoyan was still standing halfway up the mountain, what he was able to see was a scene that many people would not be able to imagine. Of course, Xiaoyan would not be captivated by this. The scenery along the way had long become a fleeting cloud in the eyes of others. What Xiaoyan wanted to pursue was the pinnacle that others had never seen before. Xiaoyan carelessly passed by each exquisite display case that was filled with medicinal ingredients. Gradually, the number of people walking by Xiaoyan's side also increased. At this moment, Xiaoyan finally realized that it was not that there was no one in this seemingly empty alchemist association. It was just that they did not gather in other places. As the number of alchemists around him gradually increased, Xiaoyan could feel that the air was filled with a scorching hot aura. At the same time, waves of faint pill fragrance also spread out. From the looks of it, there seems to be someone refining pills. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The Alchemist Association was indeed worthy of being a place where alchemists gathered. Just from the pill fragrance just now, even though the grade of the medicinal pill being refined was not very high, it could still be considered not bad. A moment later, when Xiaoyan passed through the surrounding crowd and arrived at the front of the crowd with some difficulty, he discovered that the place he was currently in was actually a huge alchemy room. It was no wonder that there was such a scorching aura and pill fragrance. Looking towards the place where the pill fragrance came from, Xiaoyan saw a medicinal cauldron that was completely golden in color. At this moment, within this medicinal cauldron, a blazing flame was wrapping around a perfectly round medicinal pill. Waves of dense medicinal fragrance spread out from within, including the medicinal fragrance that Xiaoyan had detected earlier. It was also emitted from this place. After which, when Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over, the expression in his eyes could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, he saw that the person sitting cross-legged in front of the golden medicinal cauldron was a beautiful young lady whose entire body was wrapped in a tight red dress. The young lady's fiery red hair was at the same level as her shoulders. Her pretty face was smooth and delicate. Drops of tiny perspiration continuously appeared on the young lady's forehead. Her originally pink pretty face was also slightly pale at this moment. Very clearly, in order to refine this medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, the young lady had expended quite a bit of energy. A Tier 9 medicinal pill in front of the crowd, Xiaoyan glanced at the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron in front of the young lady. Immediately, his gaze turned towards the young lady and he could not help but nod his head slightly. The young lady in front of him did not look very old, but her alchemy skills were quite exquisite. It was likely that there was an experienced alchemist guiding her behind. TSK. Miss Su's alchemy skills have improved quite a bit. From the looks of it, this Tier 9 medicinal pill should be completed soon. That's right, who says it isn't? A Tier 9 alchemist who is not even 30 years old. This kind of frightening alchemy talent, even in the entire continent, there are very few people who can compare with Miss Su. Around Xiaoyan, the surrounding crowd's gazes were also staring at the young lady in red dress in the arena. Everyone's eyes revealed an amazed expression, especially when they looked at the medicinal pill that was about to be completed in the medicinal cauldron. Their eyes could not help but reveal an envious expression. In comparison, even though the people present were all alchemists, there were very few of them who could truly refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill. Who was like this young lady in front of them, whose alchemy skills had actually already reached such a shocking level at such a young age? Hearing the exclamations from the surrounding crowd, Xiaoyan found out the surname of the young lady in front of him. The young lady's surname seemed to be Su, and from their words, Xiaoyan also found out that her name was a single word, Yao, Su Yao. Su Yao Ha. Xiaoyan silently repeated this young lady's name in his heart. Immediately after, the instant he raised his eyes and looked over, the round medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of the young lady in red dress in the arena finally showed some changes. Buzz buzz buzz. As a buzzing sound was emitted from the medicinal cauldron, everyone in the arena hurriedly turned their gazes over. They saw that within the medicinal cauldron, the medicinal pill that was being refined by the raging flames a moment ago, was emitting a vast and powerful aura at this moment, causing the expressions of everyone in the arena to change one after another. The medicinal pill is completed. At the same time that the exclamations sounded from the mouths of everyone present, the medicinal pill within the golden medicinal cauldron began to tremble violently. Immediately, an extremely powerful energy swept out from within the medicinal pill. From the looks of its might, it seemed as though it wanted to forcefully shatter the medicinal cauldron. Humph! How can this young lady allow you to be so presumptuous? Keep it for me. The pretty nose of the red-dressed young lady immediately emitted a cold snort when she saw this scene. Immediately, a thought passed through her heart and an even stronger doqi spluttered out from the palm of the young lady's extended hand. It swiftly entered the medicinal cauldron and swiftly retrieved the medicinal pill that was emitting a vast and mighty aura within a short period of time. All of the young lady's actions appeared to be like moving clouds and flowing water. There was not the slightest mistake. Everyone present involuntarily emitted an exclamation when they saw this. However, the thing that was different from everyone was that Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of everyone at this moment, involuntarily frowned. He did not expect that this young lady would actually retrieve the pill at such a time. Ugh, what a pity. Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of everyone, shook his head with some regret. He slowly turned around and prepared to leave this place in front of the numerous stunned gazes of the surrounding people. However, just as Xiaoyan turned around, the young lady in red dress, who had just held the medicinal pill in her hand and did not have the time to display it to everyone present, suddenly locked her gaze onto Xiaoyan's body. What do you mean by a pity? Please remember the domain name of this book. Alchemist Association. In the large open ground, the young lady whose delicate body was wrapped under a red dress stared intently at Xiaoyan, who had just turned around. The expression in her eyes was sharp and the words that were spat out from her red lips were filled with dissatisfaction. After the young lady's words were spat out, the gazes of the other members of the Long March also landed on Xiaoyan, who had just turned around and was about to leave. Because of the words of the young lady in red dress, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His body, which was about to leave, still remained in the same spot. Immediately, Xiaoyan slowly turned around. At the same time that his gaze was looking at the young lady, the latter's gaze was also staring intently at him. What I am saying is that if the time you used to nurture the pill was a little longer, and if the temperature of the flame could be maintained in a balanced state, allowing the medicinal pill to remain at the same temperature from start to finish, the quality of this medicinal pill would be able to reach a Tier 9 Xian pill and not just a Tier 9 treasure pill. From the process of this young lady refining the pill earlier, Xiaoyan had already clearly discovered the flaws of the latter's pill refinement. Firstly, the young lady had overly exhausted her doqi when refining the medicinal ingredients at the beginning, resulting in the pouring of douqi being intermittent towards the end. Even though Xiaoyan did not see the content at the beginning, Xiaoyan was similarly able to imagine it in his heart based on his experienced alchemist skills. Secondly, even though the young lady's spiritual strength was sufficiently strong, her control of the flame was clearly lacking. Perhaps she did not pay enough attention to it, or perhaps it was because this flame was a beast flame that she had just obtained, but overall, the young lady's control of the flame could not be considered skillful. This also coincidentally affected the quality of the medicinal pill. If it was either of these 2 points, perhaps the quality of the medicinal pill would not have dropped to such a level. However, it was because of the young lady's carelessness that the medicinal pill that could have reached a Tier 9 Xian pill ended up being a Tier 9 treasure pill. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan spoke out and said that it was a pity. Everyone present also became quiet after the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded. Their gazes would occasionally look at the red-dressed young lady before looking at Xiaoyan. At the same time, some pity surfaced in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. When these words of Xiaoyan were transmitted into the young lady's ears, it caused her face to turn green. She was naturally aware of all this. However, since things had developed to this point, she had already obtained the medicinal pill. It was impossible for her to return it to the cauldron and refine it again. Even the others did not dare to refute her. This fellow in front of her had actually mercilessly pointed out her mistake. This caused the young lady, who had always paid attention to her face, to feel extremely embarrassed for an instant. Because of Xiaoyan's words, her fair and pretty face quickly turned red. She clenched her silver teeth and her gaze was somewhat at a loss. Under her sleeves, a pair of slender jade-like hands randomly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Her entire person was too stiff as she stood beside the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan did not care about the young lady's appearance. He turned around and left as the people behind him opened up a path for him. Stop. Moreover, at this moment, the red-dressed young lady suddenly raised her gaze. Her pair of almond eyes were opened wide. Her gaze was filled with coldness as she stared at Xiaoyan, who had already left. Feeling the ice-cold gaze that was shot from behind, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. His words just now had accurately pointed out this girl's mistake. He did not expect that this girl actually did not repent and would bite the hand that fed her. You said that the quality of the medicinal pill that this young lady refined did not reach the standard that it should have. May I ask, what right do you have to make such a comment to me? When the young lady's words came out, everyone's gazes were like spotlights as they uniformly landed on Xiaoyan's body. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. Once again, he turned around and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was puzzled as he looked at the red-dressed young lady. When she saw Xiaoyan's gaze, the corners of the red-dressed young lady's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Soon after, she stared coldly at Xiaoyan and said in an ice-cold voice, "The Alchemist Association is a place that only alchemists can enter. Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be an alchemist. Since that is the case, then what right do you have to comment on my medicinal pill and what right do you have to enter the Alchemist Association?" The young lady's tone was ice-cold and her face carried a cold smile. Her pair of almond eyes sized up Xiaoyan and she still had an appearance of making bogus accusations. When the young lady's words came out, the alchemists present also revealed astonishment as they scanned Xiaoyan's body. Only then did they regain their senses. At this moment, among all the people present, only Xiaoyan's attire was different from theirs. This place was the Alchemist Association. Everyone who entered this place would first put on the alchemist robe that was given to them by the Alchemist Association. This was a confirmation of their identity and could also be considered a pass to enter the Alchemist Association. The alchemist robe could not only prove the identity of an alchemist, but the badge that was exclusive to the Pill Tower could also display the tier of an alchemist. This was a confirmation of the status of an alchemist. A powerful alchemist would be able to obtain the respect of the strong with just an alchemist robe without revealing their spiritual strength. At this moment, only Xiaoyan was not wearing an alchemist robe among all the people present. Under the precondition that one was unable to prove one's identity, such a person would usually be expelled from the Alchemist Association. Of course, there were naturally exceptions among them. Those were experts with sufficient strength. If an elite doji was present, even this red-dressed young lady would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, Xiaoyan was not an elite Dodi. Just by looking at his appearance, the people present would naturally not think that such a young black-robed man would be a Dodi. Since he did not have an alchemist robe as proof of his identity and did not possess the strength of an elite Dodi, from the way they saw it, Xiaoyan in front of them naturally did not have the qualification to continue staying in this place. Xiaoyan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders when he sensed the numerous strange gazes that were shot over from around him. Since she had already said such words, this red-dressed young lady clearly intended to squeeze him. If she did not want him to continue staying in this place, he would just leave. Xiaoyan leisurely turned around. He was just about to lift his foot when the young lady opened her mouth again. Stop. Did this young lady allow you to leave? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. This young lady had a lot of demands. He had already given in. What else did she want? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His expression was slightly gloomy. However, in order to not stir up trouble, Xiaoyan turned around for the third time. Xiaoyan turned around time and time again, causing the cold smile on the pretty face of this young lady with a fiery temper to become even denser. The former's forbearance time and time again was instead treated by her as cowardice. At this moment, when she saw Xiaoyan turn around once again, the expression on her pretty face became even more unruly. You are clearly not an alchemist, yet you actually dare to pretend to know when you don't. You are spouting nonsense here. Have you forgotten where this place is? Now, this young lady wants you to apologize to this young lady for being so presumptuous earlier. When the young lady's words left her mouth, not only Xiaoyan, but even the few Tier 9 alchemists around him could not help but reveal a tinge of dissatisfaction on their faces. With regards to Xiaoyan's previous comments, they naturally acknowledged it in their hearts. However, due to the special status of this young lady in red dress, they did not dare to open their mouths. However, at this moment, this young lady's actions were clearly overboard. Xiaoyan lowered his face. At this moment, his expression was similarly gloomy. He did not expect that he would actually meet such an unruly and willful woman. If it was not for the fact that he did not want to reveal his identity because of the fire plume flower, based on Xiaoyan's character, he would have given this woman a slap long ago. Humph. After coldly snorting, Xiaoyan turned around. He could not be bothered with this unreasonable young lady any longer. His feet moved as he prepared to leave. Bastard! Who do you think you are, to actually dare to ignore this young lady's words? Men, capture him for this young lady. Since you won't apologize, then this young lady will personally take action and teach you to lower your head and admit your mistakes. When she saw that Xiaoyan actually ignored her words and turned around to leave, a warm and angry expression immediately surfaced on the young lady's pretty face. The instant her icy cold shout sounded out, a few black shadows immediately shot out from the darkness of the alchemy room. Like numerous sharp arrows, they instantly pierced through the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaoyan before the crowd around Xiaoyan could react. The instant the black shadows appeared in front of Xiaoyan, sharp blades that were suffused with a cold glint quickly materialized in the air. With an incomparably formidable aura, they swiftly pierced towards Xiaoyan's throat. In the blink of an eye, those few sharp blades had already arrived at Xiaoyan's throat. It was also at this moment that the others in the area slowly regained their senses. When they saw the four black shadows that had appeared around Xiaoyan, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. Everyone present was an alchemist. Normally, they relied on their spiritual strength to make a living. However, at this moment, from the position where these four people had appeared, it was obvious that they had been hiding in this alchemy room for a long time. Yet, none of these people had discovered them. This also proved just how powerful these four people were. Sigh. This brat is truly a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. He dares to provoke anyone. Young Lady Sue's name is well known in Xian City. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke her. Sigh, he is truly courting death. When they saw the sharp blades in the hands of the four figures that were about to pierce Xiaoyan's throat, a pitiful sigh involuntarily sounded out from the crowd. In the next instant, the sharp blades in the hands of the four black shadows simultaneously pierced Xiaoyan's throat. Soon after, however, a shocked expression suddenly surged into the eyes of the four black figures. One could see that the sharp blades in their hands did not cause even the slightest trace of blood when they landed. By the time they raised their heads, they could clearly see that the body of this Xiaoyan, whom they had struck at a fatal spot, had actually gradually become illusionary. This is an afterimage. When they saw this scene, the pupils of the four black shadows involuntarily shrunk. In the next instant, their bodies abruptly turned around in midair, only to see that Xiaoyan was actually leisurely walking back the way he had come. "Stay!" The four of them simultaneously let out a low cry. At the same time, their bodies once again shot forward. The sharp blades in their hands were each aimed at the vital points on Xiaoyan's body. Once they hit, even if he did not die, he would definitely end up with a serious injury. The degree of viciousness of these four people's attacks was truly shameful. Furthermore, they were actually able to do such a sinister thing in a 4-against-1 situation. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of vicious person their master was. This time around, Xiaoyan had clearly sensed the actions of these four people. Immediately, his originally gloomy face became even more solemn. Originally, he did not wish to create any trouble. However, the wind would not stop even if the tree wished to remain calm. The red-dressed lady on the stage had repeatedly made things difficult for him. At this moment, the people that she had sent out wanted to kill him the moment they attacked. This really caused one to be unable to endure it. Scram! Just as the four of them were about to arrive behind Xiaoyan suddenly spat out a domineering word. At the same time, an incomparably powerful and terrifying spiritual force also swept out from Xiaoyan's body in an instant. With just a single exchange, the four people behind him were instantly sent flying. Puchi! At the same time as the four people's bodies heavily smashed onto the ground, each of them could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, the auras of the four people withered. Only at this moment did the crowd of alchemists in the arena recover from their shock. Deep shock surfaced on everyone's faces. They never would have thought that this seemingly young black-robed young man in front of them would actually be so powerful. Especially when they felt the terrifying spiritual force that gushed out from the latter's body, the shock in their hearts could not be described with words. At this moment, even the expression on the pretty face of the red-dressed young lady, who was standing beside the medicinal cauldron and holding the medicinal pill in her hand, also appeared to be incomparably terrified. Her entire body was stunned on the spot because of this. Both of her eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her without any spirit. Just at this moment, Xiaoyan, who originally did not intend to make a move, suddenly moved. The figure covered by the black robe was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the four people lying on the ground. At the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop at all as his fist heavily smashed onto the chest of one of them. Bang! As the punch landed, another large mouthful of dark red blood was uncontrollably spat out. The figure that was hit by Xiaoyan's punch instantly became seriously injured and lost all of his fighting strength. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of the other three to be extremely shocked. They went all out in an attempt to struggle. However, their struggle and resistance was ultimately exchanged with a punch from Xiaoyan that was merciless in the end. Bang bang bang! As the three punches landed one after another, the emotions in the hearts of everyone present had already reached an uncontrollable stage. In the end, after Xiaoyan caused the four people to completely lose their fighting strength, he finally arrived in front of the young lady in a red dress. The sudden appearance of Xiaoyan in front of her scared the young lady so much that she instantly regained her senses. Her delicate body trembled violently under the fear, her red lips slightly opened, but she could not make any sound. She could only watch as Xiaoyan slowly raised his arm in front of her, and then, under the shocked gaze of the person behind her, a heavy slap landed on the fair face of the young lady. Pa! At this moment, the arena was strangely silent. Everyone stared at Xiaoyan with their eyes wide open. This slap was exceptionally clear and loud in the alchemy room at this moment. Within the spacious alchemy room, human figures were scattered all over the place, each standing on their own. The originally lively place appeared to be completely silent at this very moment. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Their dumbstruck expressions revealed the shock in their hearts. Numerous pairs of eyes stared intently at the black-robed man in the middle of the square. They had never imagined that. this black-robed man, who looked ordinary, would actually possess such great strength. The four black figures, who they did not detect, were actually unable to last even a single round in the hands of this black-robed young man. The four of them joined forces, but they were still like decorations. They were completely crushed by the latter's great strength in an instant. This kind of great strength could really be described as terrifying. The thing that shocked them the most was that this black-robed man actually dared to attack this red-dressed young lady. This fellow, is he crazy? He actually dared to hit eldest young lady Sue. The silence in the surroundings continued for a long time. Finally, numerous voices that were filled with disbelief were spat out successively from the mouths of all the alchemists present in the surroundings. This was the part that shocked them the most. No matter what, they'd never imagined that there would actually be someone who dared to make a move against this great aunt in Xian City. Moreover, this person had even slapped her proudest face. You. It was only at this moment that the young lady, who had gradually recovered from the discussions of the crowd, hurriedly looked at the black-robed young man in front of her. A terrified expression swiftly surfaced in her teary almond-shaped eyes. At the same time, it was also filled with an expression of disbelief. Su Yao's slender jade-like hand trembled as she lifted it up and covered half of her rapidly swollen face. The fresh blood at the corner of her mouth stained the young lady's wrist. Blood flowed, causing the young lady to appear even more pitiful at this moment. It caused people to have the misconception that they could not help but want to embrace her. Seeing the young lady's pitiful appearance, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was indifferent. Within his pair of dark black eyes, there was an icy-cold expression. At such a young age, your character is actually so vicious. You do not repent and actually want to repay kindness with enmity. Why, do you think that you are so great just because you are a Tier 9 alchemist? Just based on you, a Tier 9 alchemist, what can you be considered as in this continent? You are merely a Tier 9 alchemist, yet you actually dare to be arrogant and confuse right and wrong here. Just based on you, are you worthy of being an alchemist? Xiaoyan's words were sharp. Each time he spoke a sentence, he would take half a step forward, forcing the young lady to step back in horror. Her pretty face had lost its color. In the end, her legs became weak. Soon after, she sat on the ground. Her pretty face had become incomparably pale. You, the young lady's face was filled with fear. The black-robed young man in front of her could be said to be the most frightening person she had ever seen since she was young. Before seeing Xiaoyan, everyone was extremely respectful towards her. Even those who were stronger than her would similarly reveal a humble smile on their faces when they saw her. Just like the people present at this moment. Before Xiaoyan took action, everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at her. She was like the most fragrant flower among thousands of flowers, being sought after by everyone, like the moon surrounded by stars. It was as if the saying was referring to her. However, looking at it now, when the young lady once again cast her eyes over, those gazes that were originally surrounding her had completely shifted to Xiaoyan in front of her. Originally, she still wanted to place her hopes on these people, hoping that they would definitely take action for her. However, it was a pity that the stamen of a flower in a greenhouse could see the bright sunlight outside through the glass. However, when this thin layer of glass was broken, she was finally able to truly feel the ice-cold wind that was filled under the sunlight. Humph. After giving her a slap and lecturing her with words, the anger that was suppressed in Xiaoyan's heart gradually subsided. Immediately, he could not be bothered with this girl. His body turned around and prepared to leave. However, the instant Xiaoyan turned around, a powerful energy pillar was like lightning behind him. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated through the empty space. The instant Xiaoyan turned around, a sharp force had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Its target was the spot between his brows. Buzz. However, in the next instant, when the energy pillar was about to hit the spot between Xiaoyan's brows, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned ice-cold. At the same time, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between Xiaoyan's brows, forcefully blocking the energy pillar that was about to hit the spot between his brows. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's expression was ice-cold as he slowly lifted his gaze. He looked at the spot where the crowd had opened up. At this very moment, there was a handsome young man in luxurious clothes standing there. At this moment, the latter was also using a pair of extremely cold eyes to stare intently at Xiaoyan. The expression on his handsome face was extremely gloomy. Deep within his brown eyes, an extremely cold killing intent was especially obvious. When this young man appeared, everyone present immediately turned their gazes towards the latter. Soon after, a fearful expression appeared in the eyes of everyone present. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, this young man was also an extremely dangerous person. Seeing that the black-robed man in front of him had actually blocked his attack, the expression in the young man's eyes involuntarily hardened. Under such an urgent situation just now, this black-robed man was actually able to react in time. However, just this point alone was enough to prove that the other party was not an ordinary person. Originally, he had wanted to show off in front of the young girl and also make a good start for his following plan. However, from the looks of it, it was a little troublesome. After thinking for a while in his heart, the young man standing in front of everyone once again lifted his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan opposite him. "May I know who you are? Don't you know that this is my Xian city?" A somewhat feminine voice was slowly spat out from the young man's mouth. The man's hands were slowly tied behind his back. Under the cover of his sleeves, surging doqi secretly gathered in his palms. "Since this is Xian city, it proves that I have not come to the wrong place." Xiaoyan's expression did not change. An icy cold chill slowly gathered in his pair of pitch-black eyes. The words that came out of his mouth appeared unusually calm. "Since you know that this is Xian city and still dare to hurt a member of my Lin family, aren't you looking down on my Lin family too much?" The instant Xiaoyan's words sounded, the young man opposite him immediately cried out angrily. At the same time, his feet stomped heavily on the ground. Powerful doqi immediately gushed out from under his feet. In almost an instant, the young man's body turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the palm that was behind his back suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge amount of doqi energy swiftly gathered in his palm and at the same time, a dazzling light erupted. His palm was aimed directly at Xiaoyan's head. He had accumulated strength for an attack. It was obvious that he planned to rely on a surprise attack to kill the latter in one strike. Such a method could be said to be ruthless. However, even though this was the case, the expression on Xiaoyan's face still remained calm without any ripples. When the palm of the young man in front of him was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, Xiaoyan finally raised his head. At the same time, he opened his mouth. Immediately, a soul-shaking cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. The earth-shaking cry was deliberately wrapped by spiritual strength as it was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. The young man in front of him did not have the opportunity to dodge and received it all. Immediately, his entire soul suddenly shook. An intense tearing pain wildly surged out from deep within the young man's soul, causing the muscles on his face to instantly distort. His face was flushed red and his entire body appeared to have transformed into a statue that was frozen in midair. "Get lost." With a low cry, the young man's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. In the end, he was caught by a few old men who appeared from the void. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, when he looked at his face again, it had already become deathly pale. The young man felt a sweetness in his throat and the expression on his face rapidly became one of shock. He did not expect that with his strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would actually be unable to last even a single exchange in the hands of this black-robed person. Immediately, the young man came to an understanding in his heart. This black-robed young man who appeared to be very young was not someone that could be easily provoked. "Brother Ran, save me." It was also at this moment that the red-dressed young lady behind Xiaoyan suddenly let out a sharp cry as she climbed to her feet. Her mouth was hysterical as she went all out to beg for help from the young man whose face was currently pale. The appearance of the latter appeared to have allowed this young lady, who was about to fall into a quagmire, to grab a life-saving straw at a critical moment. However, at the same time that this young lady cried out without caring about anything, she did not notice the disgust that was revealed in the eyes of the young man opposite her. If it was not for this young lady's extraordinary status, he would not be bothered to care about her life or death. However, from the looks of it, this black-robed young man in front of him was clearly not a kind person. Moreover, he had injured the young lady in a red dress. It was likely impossible for this matter to be resolved peacefully. Damn it. This lowly girl is truly reckless. Why didn't she die in his hands? The young man fiercely cursed in his heart. However, he also knew that before his plan was completed, even if this young lady in front of him was to die, she absolutely could not die in this Xian city. In other words, no matter what, he had to protect this girl's life. Teacher Quan, I'm afraid that I can only rely on you for this matter. After taking a deep breath, the young man forcefully endured the intense pain that was emitted from his body and said in a low and hoarse voice. Hearing the young man's words, the old man in a brocade robe behind him also nodded his head. Immediately, a pair of muddy old eyes slightly lifted and a sharp gaze directly looked at Xiaoyan opposite him. From the way this black-robed person acted just now, it was obvious that the other party was also an alchemist. Moreover, his spiritual strength was definitely above that of a rank 1 alchemist. This was because this young master of his family was a rank 1 alchemist. Since this was the case, this black-robed young man in front of him was probably at least a rank 2 alchemist. When he thought of this, the old man's eyes could not help but slightly focus. Such a young rank 2 alchemist. This was probably an extremely rare existence even in the Alchemist Alliance. Could it be that he is really someone from the Alchemist Alliance? The old man could not help but secretly exclaim in his heart. If this black-robed person in front of him was really someone from the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that even his Lin family would not be able to easily recruit him. I am Lin Quan and I am the deacon of the Lin family in Xian City. The previous matter was due to my young master's recklessness. I hope that Mr. can be magnanimous and forgive him. Just as everyone present thought that this old man would directly attack, the old man instead heavily cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and apologized to Xiaoyan for the previous matter. The appearance of this scene could be said to be out of everyone's expectations. Even a similarly shocked expression flashed across Xiaoyan's face. He did not expect that this old man was actually rather rational. Otherwise, he would probably have attacked again. No matter, I don't mind. I'm just afraid that your young master. Xiaoyan's expression was calm. His pitch-black eyes stared at the ghastly pale young master of the Lin family. From the start until now, the other party had continuously mentioned the name of the Lin family. It seems like this Lin family was not ordinary in Xian City. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just now, when I saw these fellows being beaten up, I thought that something had happened to my junior sister. In a moment of desperation, I dealt a heavy blow to Mr. However, now that everyone is safe and sound, I can be at ease. Just as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the old man called Lin Quan hurriedly gave a look to the young man behind him. When the latter saw this, he forcefully supported his body and hurriedly laughed dryly at Xiaoyan. Brother Lin ran. He hit me. Why did you, junior sister, you brat? Master usually does not restrain you and always causes trouble. Treat today's matter as a lesson. Hurry up and come back. Before Su Yao's words sounded, the young man called Lin Ran instantly looked at the latter. At the same time, he interrupted the latter's words. The expression in his eyes also appeared somewhat stern. When Su Yao saw this, the originally ghastly pale expression on her pretty face suddenly became startled. Even her entire body could not help but tremble. Only then did she hurriedly run towards Lin Ran with a trembling heart. This time, Xiaoyan did not have any intention of attacking again. Since the other party had already apologized to him, it could be considered as giving both parties a way out. If he continued to attack, this matter would not be so easily resolved. Haha, I am Lin Ran, the young master of the Lin family in Xian City. May I know if Mr. Walking forward, Lin Ran smiled and cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan. It was as if he had forgotten about the previous matter and his entire body had become relaxed. Just a nameless person. There's nothing much to say. Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. He would not give any face to this kind of person who changed his face faster than flipping a book. Hearing this, the latter could not help but be slightly startled. Exchanging glances with the old man beside him, a trace of resentment involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Haha, since that's the case, I will take my leave first. I wish Mr. a pleasant trip. Lin Ran said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The last sentence from his mouth sounded rather horrifying. Immediately, Lin Ran carried Su Yao, whose pretty face was filled with shock, and swiftly left this place. Only Xiaoyan and the other alchemists present remained standing in the same spot. After a long while, when the group of people left, Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. At the same time, his tone was calm as he spoke once again. You have watched the show for so long. Don't you plan to come out and meet me? Following Xiaoyan's words, the crowd immediately looked at each other. Numerous doubtful gazes continuously swept back and forth, but they did not discover anything. Just as everyone's faces were filled with suspicion, an old laughter suddenly rang out from the crowd. Haha, Mr. is indeed extraordinary. No wonder even the Lin family members are unwilling to easily come into conflict with Mr. As the laughter sounded out, the crowd dispersed. A short and fat elder wearing an alchemist robe slowly walked forward and stood in front of Xiaoyan. If not for that young lady, they would not have left so easily. Hearing the short and fat elder's words, Xiaoyan gave a noncommittal smile. At the same time, his gaze also looked towards the chest area of the elder's alchemist robe. Immediately, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily turned serious. On the elder's chest was an alchemist badge that looked like a medicinal cauldron. On the badge's 9 lines, at this very moment, there were 3 pill-like beads that were exquisitely carved on it. This also represented the latter's identity, that of a rank 3 alchemist. When Xiaoyan's gaze looked towards the latter, the elder clearly sensed it. Immediately, he gave Xiaoyan a chuckle, cupped his hands together and laughed. This old man is solemn. I am the president of the Alchemist Association. With regards to the previous matter, this old man was unable to intervene in time. I am truly sorry. At the end of his words, the short and fat elder smiled and apologized to Xiaoyan. His smile was amiable and did not contain any other meaning. Haha, Xiaoyan stared at the short and fat elder opposite him. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Xiaoyan could naturally guess the reason why the latter did not intervene. If it was not for the fact that the young lady from before was hated by others, it was likely that this fatty would not have stood at the side and watched as a joke. When the surrounding alchemists saw the short and fat old man, a respectful smile quickly appeared on their faces. When the old man saw this, he similarly smiled and swept his gaze across these people one by one. Finally, his gaze returned to Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, Mr. seems to have been squeezed in by the crowd outside. Since you have nowhere to go. For the time being, this old man would like to invite Mr. for a chat. Is that okay? From the moment Xiaoyan entered the Alchemist Guild, Solemn Zhong had already sensed something. Of course, Xiaoyan was no exception. Hearing these solemn words, Xiaoyan lowered his eyelids slightly. Then, he rolled his eyes and smiled faintly. Looking at the situation outside, it seems that we won't be able to leave for a few hours. The old man smiled. He extended his hand and made a pleased gesture to Xiaoyan as he said with a smile, "Please." Xiaoyan did not stand on ceremony. He lifted his foot and walked forward. Only then did the old man follow and lead the way for Xiaoyan. I'm afraid this is the first time Mr. has come to Xian City. One tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, the two of them walked side by side towards the depths of the Alchemist Guild. Along the way, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Xiaoyan did not comment. The old man took this as a silent agreement. He smiled and continued to speak. Is it because of the fire plume flower? This time, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change slightly. A ray of light flashed across his eyes before he quickly regained his calm. However, even so, it was still unable to escape the eyes of the old man beside him. Hee, as expected. The old man chuckled. His smile looked somewhat sly, but Xiaoyan did not take it to heart. President, do you know anything about the fire plume flower? The crowd around them had gradually disappeared. Without the disturbance of outsiders, the conversation between the two naturally became more straightforward. When Zhuangzhong heard Xiaoyan's words, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. No, the fire plume flower is simply too precious. News about it has been completely sealed off. Unless it's the time of the auction, no one will be able to get any news about it. When he heard these words, a disappointed look involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's face. He did not expect news about the fire plume flower to be so tightly controlled. It was difficult to even find it in Xian City. Since there is no news, doesn't anyone suspect the authenticity of the fire-plumed flower? Other than the name, there was no other valuable information. If it was anyone else, they would be suspicious. Haha, there should be no need to doubt this point. According to this old man's knowledge, the faction that organized this auction is a mysterious chamber of commerce. Although I do not know exactly who they are, this old man has heard of their reputation. It is said that ever since they started the auction, they have never auctioned any defective goods. Just this point alone is enough to make people believe them. With regards to this kind of news that most people knew, the fat old man did not hide anything. After all, with the identity of the person in front of him as a rank 3 alchemist, if he really wanted to obtain this kind of information, it could not be any easier. When he heard the old man's words, a surprised look involuntarily appeared on Xiaoyan's face. He did not expect that there would actually be such a mysterious faction in the western region. However, it was fine. If it was really as Zhuangzhong had said, then the news about the fire-plumed flower should not be wrong. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, the two of them suddenly paused their footsteps. When they lifted their heads, they realized that the two of them had already appeared in front of a door. Hee, mister, please enter. Zhuangzhong took out a special jade token and after opening the heavy stone door in front of him, he smiled and said to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. Without hesitation, he entered the room in front of him. The light in the room was much dimmer than the outside. There were no windows and no lamps. Other than a few old furniture, there was nothing else. However, he was as poor as a church mouse. At this moment, at a glance, the only thing that emitted light was the ceiling in the middle of the room, which penetrated through the floor. The blazing light of the fire was reflected in the room through the fire vent on top of it. This cover was the cauldron cover of the huge medicinal cauldron that Xiaoyan had seen when he had just entered the Alchemist Association. From the looks of this cauldron cover, it was likely that Xiaoyan and Zhuangzhong were currently standing directly above this medicinal cauldron. Their position was the highest point within the interior of the Alchemist Association. Mister, please take a seat. Zhuangzhong smiled and said to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded and the two of them took their seats. Mister is really a young talent. At such a young age, you have actually reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. This really makes us old fellows feel ashamed of our inferiority. After the two of them took their seats, the short and fat old man looked at Xiaoyan and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I only relied on luck. Senior, there is no need to belittle yourself. Luck isn't something that everyone can have. Otherwise, those treasures on the continent would have fallen into the hands of others long ago. How could the later generations have a chance? Moreover, even if your luck is good, on this continent, everything is about strength. Without strength, no matter how good your luck is, in the end, you will still end up making a wedding dress for others. As the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Mister, not only are your luck good, even your strength is not inferior in any way. At the end of his words, a bright light flashed in the old man's eyes. At the same time, when he looked at Xiaoyan, there was an additional sense of admiration in his eyes. Senior, you praise me too much. Xiaoyan cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. When the old man saw this, he also laughed out loud. Soon after, he didn't linger on this topic and changed the topic. Mister, do you know the identity of the two people just now? The old man was naturally referring to Lin Ran and Su Yao. Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. Then, he shook his head and cupped his hands at the old man. Senior, please enlighten me. Zhuangzhong nodded his head with a serious expression. Then, he took a deep breath and said, Lin Ran is the young master of the Lin clan, the #1 clan in Xian City. His status is extremely high. The Lin clan has a relationship with the Hui clan and the Bai clan. Of course, the relationship between the Lin clan and the Lin clan is more like a master and a servant. The Lin clan, in order to curry favor with the two clans, they have to pay a lot of tribute to the Lin clan. That's why they have such a high status. It can be said that Xian City is the territory of the Lin clan. When he heard that the Lin clan was actually related to the Hua and Bai clans, Xiaoyan involuntarily furrowed his eyebrows. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. It was fine if the previous matter was forgotten. However, if not, he, Xiaoyan, was not a persimmon that could be bullied by others. A sharp glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. The old man in front of him laughed softly and continued to speak. In addition, before we talk about that girl, this old man would like to ask Mr. a question. Mr. should be a member of the Alchemist Alliance, right? Zhuangzhong's eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. This question was something that he had always wanted to ask. From his point of view, a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age could only be nurtured by the Alchemist Alliance. This point was in line with Lin Quan's guess. After all, this mysterious rank 3 alchemist was really too young. No matter how they guessed, they could not help but think of the Alchemist Alliance. However, the truth was often the opposite of the conclusion. When Xiaoyan saw that the old man's eyes were actually staring at him, his expression involuntarily froze. Soon after, he laughed softly and shook his head. I am not a member of the Alchemist Alliance. When Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the old man's eyelids immediately twitched. A shocked expression involuntarily flashed across his face. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually flatly deny it. A rank 3 alchemist at such a young age was actually not a member of the Alchemist Alliance. This was really hard to imagine. The rank of an alchemist was not only determined by the strength of their spiritual strength. More importantly, it was their attainments in the art of alchemy. There was only one way to cultivate the art of alchemy, and that was to refine large amounts of medicinal pills. During the process of refining medicinal pills, one could gain experience and use this to improve one's alchemy skills. Although the method was simple, it was unknown how much money was needed. Just the medicinal ingredients needed to refine medicinal pills was an astronomical figure. Ordinary forces were simply unable to provide it. Even some small and medium-sized clans would not be able to nurture such a young rank 3 alchemist. In the entire western region, only the Alchemist Alliance had the ability to nurture a rank 3 alchemist. As for the 4 great sects, although they also had rank 3 alchemists within their sects, those alchemists were all gray-haired old men. They had simply never heard of such a young rank 3 alchemist like the person in front of them. Haha, Senior does not need to worry too much. I am not a person from the western region. I do not have any foundation here, nor have I joined any forces. Just as Zhuangzhong's heart was filled with suspicion and guessing the person in front of him, Xiaoyan indifferently smiled and interrupted the latter's thoughts. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart also lightly sighed. He really did not dare to let this old man continue guessing. His identity as a rank 3 alchemist had long been known in the outside world. Who knew if this old man in front of him would link it to him? If his identity was exposed at that time, it would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the old man seemed to have been startled awake from a dream. He hurriedly recovered his senses, smiled embarrassedly, and continued to speak. Mister, the reason why this old man asked if you were a member of the Alchemist Alliance was actually because of 2 points. This old man will not say more about the first point. As for the second point, that Su Yao is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. She is a member of the Alchemist Alliance? Xiaoyan's eyes shrunk slightly and his eyebrows twitched slightly. His face could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Although that girl's talent was not bad, she was merely a tier 9 alchemist. Moreover, her nature was not good. How could she enter the Alchemist Alliance? Perhaps it is more accurate to say that her grandfather is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. After which, Zhuangzhong immediately opened his mouth to explain. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan finally understood in his heart. No wonder that girl was so unreasonable. It turned out that she actually had a grandfather who was in the Alchemist Alliance as her backing. If it was in the past, her grandfather would indeed not be considered much. However, it was rumored that not long ago, that fellow was actually lucky enough to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. Only then did his life flourish. Zhuangzhong slowly said. There was a disdain in his words. A person who had just broken through to a rank 3 alchemist relied on the backing of the Alchemist Alliance to pamper his younger generation. Just by looking at that girl, her elder was likely not much better. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly the instant Zhuangzhong's words left his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart. Similarly surnamed Su, and also a rank 3 alchemist who broke through not long ago, could it be him? Zhuangzhong's words caused Xiaoyan to recall a person. That person was the rank 2 alchemist he had met in the Thousand Medicine House when he first went to Yan City. The latter had once claimed that he was about to step into a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, because of Morong Xianxia, Xiaoyan had even made a move against him. However, he did not expect that today, enemies would meet on a narrow road. Is the person Elder is talking about called Su Songming? Xiaoyan suddenly opened his mouth, causing Zhuangzhong's expression to be startled. Zhuangzhong's eyebrows twitched slightly as he opened his mouth in surprise. Why, Mr. knows him? Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as he said in a serious voice. Haha, not only do we know each other, we can be considered to have some dealings. It was nighttime. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on the bed within a certain somewhat remote inn in Xian City. Following the rotation of his thoughts, threads of mixed energy would appear from the surrounding empty space. They would follow Xiaoyan's breathing and enter his body. Xiaoyan's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged in a certain remote inn within Xian City. During the day, Xiaoyan had learned about the strength of the Lin family as well as Su Yao's background during the conversation with Zhuangzhong. Xiaoyan adopted the attitude of not offending anyone who did not offend him. What happened during the day could only be considered as Lin Ran asking for it. If it was possible, Xiaoyan did not want to cause too much trouble. As for Su Yao, Xiaoyan had never placed her in his eyes since the beginning. At the end of the day, she was just an unruly girl. Forget about the fact that her grandfather was Su Songming, even if it was another person, Xiaoyan would not be afraid of him. However, what made Xiaoyan feel most regretful was that he did not obtain much valuable information regarding the fire plume flower. Just like what Zhuangzhong had said, what he knew was also what everyone in Xian City knew. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan had also inquired around the city. However, the information that he finally obtained was not much different from what Zhuangzhong had said. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only return to the inn. Since he had nowhere to go, he might as well train in peace. Currently, there was only one day left before the auction began. Rather than wasting unnecessary time, Xiaoyan decided to have a good rest and get rid of the fatigue from the past half a month of hard traveling in order to prepare for the upcoming auction. The two large clans would send people to participate in the auction this time around. As a precaution, Xiaoyan had no choice but to be extra careful. Even with the help of the Force Elephant skill, it did not mean that Xiaoyan could really fight against a Dodi. Moreover, Xian City was the territory of the two large clans. If something were to happen, the speed at which the other party mobilized the strong people would be much faster than him defeating them. Therefore, Xiaoyan had no choice but to constantly be in peak condition. While Xiaoyan was peacefully training, at this moment, in a vast courtyard in the city, a number of figures were sitting in a large hall. Among them, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The one sitting in the leader's seat was a middle-aged man. The other 3 were seated separately. The atmosphere in the hall was a little solemn. Lin Ran, before this old man left, I handed Yao Yao to you and told you to protect her well. At that time, you righteously replied that you would not let her suffer the slightest bit of harm. But look now, my granddaughter has actually been ruthlessly slapped by someone. Is this the promise you made to this old man? Humph. In the large hall, an old man in a brocade robe with an old face and white hair was gloomily staring at Lin Ran, who was sitting across from him. His pair of shady old eyes had a stern expression. At the same time that he spat out those words, he tightly held a walking stick in his hand and heavily slammed it on the ground in front of his feet. Immediately, a powerful force spread out. The ground in front of the old man's feet immediately shattered. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread out. As the old man's words fell, a pretty young lady wrapped in a red dress beside the old man suddenly lay on the square table at the side and began to cry loudly. The appearance of this scene caused the old man's expression to become even more gloomy. The fury in his shady old eyes that were staring at Lin Ran became even more intense. Hearing the old man's furious rebuke, Lin Ran's face also turned green. He violently clenched his teeth and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Master, today's matter is indeed my fault. It's all that stinking brat's fault. His strength is above mine and I'm not his match at all. Humph, you're not his match. Don't tell me that Lin Quan isn't his match either? In this old man's opinion, you simply wanted to see my Yao Yao suffer. Master, it's not what you think. It's enough. You don't have to explain too much about this matter. This old man will handle it myself. Also, from now on, you don't have to call me master. After an angry rebuke, the old man did not wait for Lin Ran's words to finish before interrupting him. His nose let out a heavy cold snort, and the expression on his old face became indifferent. His figure stood up from the chair, lifted the walking stick in his hand, and was about to walk out of the hall. Seeing this scene, the faces of Lin Ran and the middle-aged man who had been sitting on the main seat changed. The two of them hurriedly looked at each other. Immediately after, just as the old man was about to step out of the hall with the young lady in red dress, Lin Ran suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother Lin Ran, Master, it's not that I don't want to take action, but that fellow is also a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, he seems to be a member of the Alchemist Alliance." Just as Lin Ran's words sounded out, the old man's foot, which was about to step out of the hall, paused in midair. After which, he withdrew his foot. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly turned. His pair of shady old eyes were sharp and his gaze instantly landed on Lin Ran's body. "What did you say?" The old man's tone was low and deep. At the same time that the anger in his heart rose, a serious feeling also rose spontaneously. That brat doesn't look very old, but the spiritual strength that he possesses is not something that I can compare to. That kind of powerful spiritual strength, disciple has only felt it on master's body, so disciple can be sure that that guy is definitely a rank 3 alchemist. But on what basis do you say that he is a member of the Alchemist Alliance? The old man's tone was fierce. It was fine if it was just an unorthodox person, but if the other party was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, under the same roof, it would be much more troublesome to take action against him. Master, you should understand that he is so young and is also a rank 3 alchemist. I really can't think of any other faction besides the Alchemist Alliance that can groom him. Humph. Even if he is a member of my Alchemist Alliance, my granddaughter, Su Songming, is not someone that he can bully. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Su Songming mused for a moment. A moment later, he coldly snorted, and the walking stick in his hand once again heavily slammed on the ground. A pair of shady old eyes stared at the empty space in front of him, and the majestic aura in his body also began to surge. When all of this fell into Lin Ran's eyes, the latter only laughed coldly in his heart. Lin Ran, you should know where that fellow is, right? Oh? Does Grandmaster plan to go and find that person now? Just as Su Songming's words sounded, the middle-aged man on the main seat suddenly opened his mouth. Humph, Clan Head Lin, you didn't seem to be present at the time of this matter. Don't tell me that you know where the person who hurt my granddaughter is? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Songming did not show the slightest fear. He was merely a 1-star Dodi. With his current status, even if he randomly waved his hand, there would be elite Dodi working for him. Why would he be afraid of the person in front of him? Hearing Su Songming's words, the middle-aged man immediately became silent. The hand that was placed on the armrest swayed slightly, and his finger tapped rhythmically. A glint flashed deep within his eyes, but in the end, this middle-aged man did not say anything. Master, Ran Air, there is no need to say anything. Let Grandmaster go. You are currently no longer Grandmaster's disciple. Why do you need to meddle in other people's business? Just as Lin Ran could not help but open his mouth, the middle-aged man sitting on the main seat interrupted him. At the same time, a sharpness gradually surged into his eyes when he looked at Su Songming. Lin Zheong. What did you say? Yao Yao is Lin Ran's junior. What do you mean meddling in other people's business? The expression on Su Songming's old face was cold. The powerful aura in his body could not help but fluctuate. Threads of anger rose in his dark eyes. His precious granddaughter being bullied was something that he could not tolerate the most. Yet, this fellow in front of him actually dared to speak up and stop him. This caused him to be unable to control his emotions. Grandmaster's memory is really bad. Didn't you just say that Lin Ran is no longer your disciple from now on? Since that is the case, why should Lin Ran speak up for someone unrelated? Moreover, the consequence of doing so is very likely to attract a big shot from the Alchemist Alliance to my Lin family. I have no choice but to think for my Lin family. I am not like you, Grandmaster. As long as you leave with Su Yao, you can act as if nothing has happened. At that time, the one who will have to bear this pressure will be my Lin family. The corners of Lin Zihong's mouth curled into a smile. He did not feel the slightest bit of seriousness from the aura that Su Songming emitted. In the end, Su Songming was only an 8-star half-martial emperor. In terms of strength, Lin Ziyang completely suppressed Su Songming. If it wasn't for the fact that this old fellow was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and was currently a rank 3 alchemist, Lin Ziyang would not waste his breath on him. You. Fine. I take back what I said earlier. However, Lin Ran, you must immediately tell me where the fellow who beat Yao Yao is right now. Hearing Lin Zihong's words, Su Songming's old face instantly turned ashen. Then, he saw Su Yao's beautiful face sobbing softly with a wronged expression. The mood in his heart became incomparably gloomy. He bitterly clenched his teeth, raised his head, looked at Lin Ziyang, and said in a deep voice. Grandmaster, there's no need to be impatient. You've just arrived at Xian City today, so you should rest for a night first. Once your spirit has recovered, you can go look for that fellow. Not to mention, it's already late at night, and there are still many experts in the city. If you disturb them and cause trouble, it would be troublesome. Why don't I personally lead Grandmaster to that fellow's residence tomorrow? It wouldn't be too late to deal with him at that time. Before Lin Ran could speak, Lin Ziyang took over and spoke immediately after. Hearing Lin Zihong's words, Su Songming couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he knew in his heart that since the person before him had already spoken like this, then Lin Ziyang would absolutely not tell him the truth. Even though he was displeased in his heart, he could only nod helplessly. Seeing this scene, Lin Ziyang chuckled and casually spoke a few more pleasantries. After that, he sent a servant to invite Su Songming and Su Songming to the guest room that had been prepared a long time ago. On the other hand, Lin Ziyang and Su Songming still stood in the hall. Father, this old bastard, shut up. As a rank 3 alchemist, Grandmaster Su is not someone that a junior like you can insult. You really don't know what's good for you. In any case, he is still your master. How dare you speak in such a manner? As the young master of the Lin family, based on your character, how can I be at ease handing the Lin family to you in the future? Seeing that Su Songming and Su Songming had left, Lin Ran couldn't help but hurl insults at them. However, he was immediately reprimanded by Lin Ziyang, causing the latter's face to turn green. His entire body curled up in his seat, and like a frightened leopard cat, he buried his head deep into his seat. Humph. Seeing that Lin Ran had shut up, Lin Ziyang couldn't help but coldly snort. His gaze swept across the hall without batting an eyelid, and his entire person subsequently calmed down. At the same time, somewhere outside the hall, Su Songming, who was being led to the guest room by a servant of the Lin family, curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Lin Ziyang, at least you know your place. It's just a small Lin family, yet you actually want to establish a relationship with this old man. If not for the fire plume flower at this auction, this old man would really be too lazy to bother with this disciple. Lin Ran, humph, you merely have some talent. Without anyone to guide you, you will forever be stuck at the rank 1 alchemist level. After secretly sneering in his heart, Su Songming finally withdrew his thoughts. The walking stick in his hand waved in an orderly manner as he walked forward. Under the guidance of the servant in front of him, after passing through a few corridors, they saw that there were already people waiting for them. There were 2 separate rooms, and with one look, one could tell that they were prepared for the grandfather and granddaughter duo. At this moment, after crying for a long while, Su Yao had already restrained her emotions. However, her pair of bright eyes still flickered with a hidden bitterness. Today's events had dealt a huge blow to this little princess. Xiaoyan's appearance had mercilessly shattered the beautiful dream in her heart, and the truth was already placed in front of her. Only then did the young lady realize that the originally warm world in her eyes was actually so bone-chillingly cold. It could be said that Xiaoyan's appearance had not only dealt her a blow, but also awakened her. However, after being awakened, not only did the eyes of the young lady not reveal the gratitude that should have been present, instead, it was filled with a bitter and icy hatred, as if her dreams had been shattered. The next day, the dazzling sunlight seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul as it shone on this piece of land. The world that had been silent for an entire night had once again become noisy and bustling. The various forms of life were revolving and beginning again in a new day. It was like a new reincarnation, but also like a new beginning. Xian City. When this day arrived, the various experts in the city began to move. On the surface, the city appeared to be filled with a sea of people, but there was an undercurrent flowing in the dark. In the room, the instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes once again, the expression in his eyes became incomparably sharp. A gorgeous flame flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Xiaoyan slowly raised his head, and his sharp gaze pierced through everything in front of him, directly locking onto the city outside. Above the empty space, several figures stood proudly. It was Su Songming and the rest. So they still came. On the bed, Xiaoyan muttered in a low voice. Then, he stood up and walked out of the room. At this moment, several figures stood in the air outside the inn. When this group of people stood in the air outside the inn, they immediately attracted the attention of many people in the city. When they saw that these few people, who were rarely seen, had actually appeared together, a trace of suspicion appeared on the faces of the people in the city. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Moreover, they did not have a good impression of them in the hearts of the people in Xian City. Now that they had appeared together, it was likely that something bad was going to happen. Patriarch Lin, are you sure that that guy is here? In the air, Su Songming frowned as he asked Lin Zheong. It was hard to imagine that if the other party was really a member of the Alchemist Alliance, why would he stay in such a remote inn? This was a bit too illogical. Master, don't worry. Although I don't dare to say anything else, if it is placed in this Xian city, any movement will not be able to escape my Lin family's investigation. That guy is definitely staying here. Upon hearing Su Songming's words, Lin Zheong, who was on his right, immediately clasped his hands together towards Su Songming. At the same time, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely respectful. After yesterday's incident, it seemed that the Lin clan leader was even more respectful towards Su Songming. This scene caused Su Songming to secretly laugh in his heart. Creak, it's out. Following the creaking sound of the door being opened, a Lin family elder behind Lin Zheong couldn't help but remind him. Immediately after, the group of people quickly looked forward, and the people in the city below also looked towards the direction of the sound with suspicion. Humph, this old man wants to see who dares to hurt this old man's granddaughter. Su Songming let out a low snort. The hand that was holding the walking stick tightened slightly, and the blood on his fingertips quickly dissipated. A pair of sinister old eyes stared at the door that was about to open, and a ball of anger flickered in the depths of his eyes. Alchemist Guild. In the pavilion, Zhenzhong frowned as he stared at the group of people in the distant empty space. His heart involuntarily felt anxious for Xiaoyan. He did not expect that the elders of the two clans would actually appear because of two members of the younger generation. Wasn't this making a big fuss over nothing? Sigh, although this was the case, since the elders of these two clans had stepped forward, it was likely that today's matter would be a little difficult to settle. With his understanding of these two clans, it was likely that it would be very difficult for Xiaoyan to overturn this matter if he did not bleed. Immediately after, when the door was completely opened, a young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from behind the door. Sunlight shone on the latter's fair face. Immediately, this face was clearly reflected in the eyes of the people in the city who were looking at the young man. Hua! Instantly, everyone present was in an uproar. They never would have thought that the person who made the Lin family head and Su Songming, a rank 3 alchemist, wait here would actually be such a young man with such a young appearance. It's actually him. Sigh, as expected, he still came looking for him. After offending the Lin family, this brat is in for a tragedy. Even though most of the people in the city were not familiar with this black-robed young man in front of them, a portion of the alchemists had personally witnessed the might of this black-robed young man in the Alchemist Association yesterday. In order to avoid trouble, they did not spread this matter everywhere. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but quickly tell the people around them about what had happened yesterday. In a short period of time, the people in the city below were in an uproar. Most of the people present knew that the Lin family was like a landlord in Xian City. Almost no one was willing to have a conflict with them. But what was unexpected was that the young master of the Lin family was actually injured yesterday. If this matter was spread in Xian City, it was enough to shock everyone. Just as everyone in the city was discussing what had happened yesterday, Su Songming, who was originally angrily staring at the door, suddenly froze the moment he saw the black-robed young man. No matter what, he did not expect that he would actually meet him here. His gaze was firmly fixed on the black-robed young man in front of him. Su Songming's heart was incomparably solemn. The expression on his old face also rapidly changed. The hand that was tightly holding the walking stick unknowingly relaxed. How could it be? It's you again. It was only after a long time that Su Songming said this sentence with a trembling voice. At the same time, the wrinkled skin on the old man's face could not help but twitch violently. In his heart, an indescribable storm was surging. Haha, Master Su, how have you been? Standing in front of the door, Xiaoyan placed his hands behind his back. His face actually revealed a relaxed manner. The lineup in front of him might be considered luxurious in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was merely SOSO. Although the other party had a Dodi, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the same as before. An ordinary Dodi would not be able to cause any harm to him. As for the rank 3 alchemist Su Songming in front of him, Xiaoyan was not afraid of him at all. Let's not talk about strength first. In terms of spiritual strength, after swallowing the spirit-gathering fruit, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already reached an extremely frightening level. Even if it could not compare with the spiritual strength of a rank 4 alchemist, it was still more than enough to compare with the top. It was likely that with the current Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, it was sufficient to be called a rank 3 middle-grade alchemist. This was something that Su Songming, who had just broken through to a rank 3 alchemist, could easily compare with. Why, does Master know him? Hearing the stiff conversation between the two, Lin Zheong could not help but frown slightly. From their words, he could tell that the relationship between the two of them was not friendly. However, he could also tell that Su Songming, who was beside him, was clearly very afraid of this black-robed young man. This fellow is the rank 3 alchemist that I met in Yen City previously. What, it's him? The old man suddenly shut his eyes tightly. His yellowed teeth were tightly shut. It was a long while later before the old man spoke in a heavy tone. As Su Songming's words fell, not only did Lin Zheong beside him, but even the latter's son Lin Ran and his granddaughter Su Yao also revealed a shocked expression. Clearly, they had also heard about the incident that happened in Yen City previously. However, when they personally saw the black-robed young man who had defeated Su Songming, the shock in their hearts was even greater. They originally thought that the information they had regarding that incident would more or less be exaggerated. However, they did not expect that the rumored black-robed young man was actually so young. Woo-woo, what should we do? Don't tell me that our granddaughter can only be bullied by him for nothing. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. When she saw the grave expression on her grandfather's face, Su Yao's face was full of grievances as she once again began to cry. When he heard the sobbing of the young lady beside him, Su Songming could not help but furrow his eyebrows tightly. While the expression on his old face became increasingly gloomy, the fury in his heart once again climbed up. When he saw this scene, Lin Zheong secretly furrowed his eyebrows. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would actually cause the usually arrogant Su Songming to be so fearful. Where exactly did this person come from? My good granddaughter, don't worry. As long as grandfather is here, no one will be able to bully you. After a few breaths, Su Songming finally raised his head once again. His shriveled hand gently pressed on the shoulder of the crying young lady beside him, comforting her. Soon after, his gaze turned. His pair of sinister eyes contained a ruthless expression as he looked towards Xiaoyan, who was on the opposite pavilion. brat, today, we will settle our old and new debts together. The humiliation you brought upon this old man in Yen City previously, and the matter of you bullying this old man's granddaughter yesterday. Today, this old man will settle these two debts together. The instant Su Songming's cold cry was emitted from his mouth, his skinny body violently shook in the air. A thought passed through his mind, and the frightening aura and pressure that belonged to an 8-star half-martial emperor violently pounced toward Xiaoyan on the other side like an invisible giant beast. Humph. However, in response to this, Xiaoyan merely let out an indifferent and disdainful snort. Immediately, a boundless spiritual pressure instantly swept out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows, easily breaking the incoming aura of the old man in an instant. What? This is spiritual strength. What a powerful spiritual strength. This fellow is actually also a rank 3 alchemist. Immediately, everyone's faces, regardless of whether they were in the city or in the sky, revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was unexpected that this seemingly young black-robed young man would actually possess such a frightening spiritual strength. Humph, the expression on Su Songming's old face involuntarily changed after his aura was broken. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, Su Songming also unleashed his own spiritual strength without showing any weakness. In the blink of an eye, the enormous sky above Xian City was covered by two powerful spiritual strengths. The two invisible spiritual strengths were like two magical beasts standing between the sky and the earth. Everyone in the city could sense the frightening pressure descending from above their heads. Other than shock, everyone's faces were pale. Under this kind of powerful spiritual strength, no one other than an elite Dodi could withstand it. Humph. Brat, the current situation is different from the past. The old me is also a rank 3 alchemist. Adding these people beside the old me, you are no match for the old me. Su Songming's expression was cold. The spiritual strength that he had unleashed became increasingly powerful while the words were spat out from his mouth. On the opposite side, Xiaoyan was similarly unwilling to be outdone. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart at the same time that Su Songming's spiritual strength was strengthened. Another wave of surging spiritual strength surged out and blocked the spiritual strength that was heading toward him. The two of them had always been in a state of equilibrium. The stronger Su Songming was, the stronger Xiaoyan was. In short, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would always be on par with Su Songming's. Regardless of how Su Songming maneuvered his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan remained calm from the beginning until the end. The expression on his face did not change even a little. On the other hand, Su Songming's spiritual strength was repeatedly exhausted, causing the expression on his face to gradually become pale. Threads of perspiration also began to seep out from his wrinkled forehead. How is this possible? Su Songming's heart involuntarily sunk when he saw that Xiaoyan's expression did not change at all. He had clearly unleashed quite a bit of his spiritual strength. However, why was it that Xiaoyan's expression did not change at all? How was this possible? Although you and I are both rank 3 alchemists, it is a pity that my spiritual strength is even more powerful than you expect. When he saw the shocked expression on Su Songming's old face, Xiaoyan coldly laughed. Soon after, the expression in his eyes suddenly became stern. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind. A wave of spiritual strength that was even more powerful than the latter swept out from Xiaoyan's body like a tsunami. It formed an invisible storm that carried an aura that could cover the sky and the earth. It easily suppressed the spiritual strength that Su Songming had unleashed. Not only that, the remaining strength also pressed towards Su Songming. Humph, this is my Xian City. Aren't you looking down on my Lin clan by acting like this? Just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was about to land on Su Songming's body, the human figure beside him suddenly moved. His feet swiftly took a step to the side and blocked Su Songming behind him. At the same time, a powerful aura also swept out from the latter's body and blocked the spiritual strength that was coming toward him. Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over. The person who was blocking in front of Su Songming was the head of the Lin clan, Lin Zheong. Xiaoyan had already thoroughly investigated some information regarding the members of the Lin clan in the city yesterday. They were indeed worthy of being the largest clan in Xian City. It was really easy and convenient to investigate. Any random passerby would be able to obtain information regarding them. Among them, the person that Xiao Yan paid the most attention to was naturally the strongest person in the Lin clan, the head of the Lin clan, who was a one-star Dodi, Lin Zheong. Xiao Yan's expression remained calm when he sensed the overbearing aura that was emitted from the latter's body. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had released. Only then did Xiao Yan cup his hands together toward Lin Zheong and say, "This is the first time that I have come to your precious land and do not wish to stir up trouble. Yesterday, the younger generation of both clans were being unreasonable and I have already tolerated it. I hope that you can give both of our clans an explanation for yesterday's matter." Without waiting for Xiao Yan to finish speaking, Lin Zheong's expression was stern as he stared at the former. The words that came out of his mouth sounded quite overbearing. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. The two clans in front of him were really jackals of the same tribe. No wonder they could walk together. "May I know what kind of explanation the head of the Lin clan wants?" Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. His voice was still calm as he said, "Since you do not wish to stir up trouble and I also do not wish to fight with you, I will not make things difficult for you. As long as you can bow and apologize to the two of them, I will help you get over this matter. Otherwise what?" Seemingly wanting to repay Lin Zheong for interrupting him, Xiao Yan also interrupted the latter's unfinished words. "Otherwise, I can only personally take action and make you apologize." Lin Zheong's expression turned cold. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly shook. A wave of powerful doqi pressure once again swept across the sky. The sun shone brightly in the distant sky. Today was the day that the auction in Xian City officially opened. The liveliness and prosperity in the city naturally could not be compared to the past. The sun had only just peeked over the horizon, but the atmosphere in the entire Xian City had already been swiftly ignited as if it was on fire. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless experts had gathered here, their eyes filled with anticipation as they waited for the auction to begin. The Lin family mansion. High up in the sky, Lin Zheong and his son, Lin Ran, stood upright and unafraid. Their faces were as warm as the spring breeze, as if they had already forgotten what had happened yesterday. Just as the two of them were in the air, two figures suddenly rose into the air from the large manor below. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside the Lin father and son. "Clan leader Lin has woken up early. You actually did not inform me and my grandson." Ha 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 ha, the two people who had come up were Su Songming and Su Yao, the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Just like the former, the two of them had also withdrawn their gloomy expressions from the previous day, as though nothing had happened. Before the two of them even came close, Su Songming had already laughed out loud and joked with Lin Zheong. "Haha, Grandmaster has misunderstood. The two of us just did not want to disturb Grandmaster's rest. Moreover, we have woken up so early because we are waiting for someone." A glint flashed across Lin Zheong's eyes. His eyes stared at Su Songming in front of him as he spoke meaningfully. Hearing this, a glint flashed across Su Songming's sinister old eyes. He rolled his eyes and asked despite knowing the answer. "May I know who clan leader Lin is waiting for?" "Haha, yes, oh, they're here." Lin Zheong forced a smile. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, two figures covered in white robes suddenly appeared in the sight of the father and son duo. Immediately, Lin Zheong's mouth turned into a soft laugh. At the same time, Su Songming and Su Yao by the side also subconsciously looked over. "Clan leader Bai, I have been waiting here for a long time." Before Su Songming could recover, Lin Zheong had already cupped his hands together and laughed loudly as he spoke to the two white-robed figures. Soon after, Su Songming and his grandson finally saw the two people. The expression in the old man's eyes immediately hardened. These people were members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. Beside him was Bai Ying's son, Bai Zhan. Seeing Lin Zheong's gaze shoot over, Bai Ying smiled slightly. Disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though the Lin clan had done a lot for the Bai and Hui clans over the years, how could the Bai and Hui clans not know their thoughts? Although they were polite on the surface, they were secretly afraid of each other. Of course, the Lin clan was naturally more afraid of the two great clans. After all, with the strength of the Lin clan, there was only one Dodi, Lin Zheong, in the entire clan. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Zheong and his son had already flown forward. They once again cupped their hands respectfully to Bai Ying and his son. Regardless of their secret relationship, half of the control of Xian City was currently in the hands of the Bai clan. Without sufficient strength, the Lin clan would ultimately be inferior to the Bai clan. Haha, clan leader Lin, it has been a few years since we last met. Your strength has become much stronger. Bai Ying casually cupped his hands together. His gaze met Bai Zhan's for a moment before he laughed. You flatter me. It is only a small improvement. How can it be compared to clan leader Bai's strength? The current me is likely unable to see through clan leader Bai's strength. Lin Zheong parted his mouth and smiled. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. By the side, Lin Ran's gaze had already landed on Bai Zhan. The person in front of him had already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm for many years. Until now, he still had not advanced to the Dodi level. This caused him to feel disdain in his heart. He believed that if it was him, with such a family background, his strength would have already stepped into the Dodi level. The Bai Zhan in front of him was like a piece of trash in his eyes. It was unknown how he would feel if he knew Bai Zhan's true strength. Haha, I think that this must be young Master Bai. I have long heard that young master is a young hero who has already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, it seems that you are about to step into the Dodi level. Lin Zheong's gaze ruthlessly cut at Lin Ran by the side. After the latter withdrew his gaze with an embarrassed expression, Lin Zheong faced Bai Zhan and spoke in a flattering tone. A young hero? He has stayed at the same level for 10 years. Can he be considered a young hero? From the way I see it, his strength will stop at this level for the rest of his life. However, just as Lin Zheong's words left his mouth, a disdainful sneer suddenly sounded from the sky. At this moment, the gazes of the few people instantly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw two figures in black robes flying toward them from a short distance away. One of them was old while the other was young. The old man had a long beard and a shriveled face. At a glance, he appeared to be just skin and bones. The other person was a young man. From his appearance, his age should be about the same as Bai Zhan and Lin Ran. Hui Yuning. Hui Ting. The instant the Bai father and son saw the two people who had arrived, the expressions in their eyes suddenly became serious. They could not help but cry out in surprise. In their hearts, they were shocked by the appearance of these two people. Hui Ting. It is unexpected that the Hui clan has actually sent him to protect Hui Yuning this time around. Bai Ying knit his brows tightly. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. This Hui Ting was the long-bearded old man standing behind the black-robed man at this moment. The young man standing in front of him was the current young master of the Hui clan, Hui Tianyi's elder brother, Hui Ting. Among the two of them, Hui Ting's strength had already reached the initial 2-star Dodi class. This point was something that everyone present, other than Lin Ran and Su Yao, could see. As for Hui Yuning, other than Bai Ying, only Su Songming could see the strength of this old man. This Hui Yuning was an expert who had reached the advanced 3-star Dodi class. Her strength was even a little stronger than Bai Ying. While this group of people appeared in the sky above Xian City, Xiao Yan had already spread his spiritual strength over the entire Xian City within a certain remote inn within the city. The scene that was currently occurring in the sky above Xian City was naturally clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Only at a certain moment did Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly open them. He frowned slightly and a solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that 2 3-star Dodi had appeared. It was fine if it was Bai Ying, but the old man called Hui Yuning was actually an advanced 3-star Dodi class expert. This was much more dangerous. Xian City Lin Zheong, who was a 1-star Dodi, stood proudly in the empty sky. His sharp eagle claw-like eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the pavilion opposite him. A frightening aura surged out of his body without being held back. It was just like an invisible beast that stood in the sky. The faces of everyone in the city below swiftly turned pale when they sensed the pressure of this aura. An elite Dodi was really this powerful. The strength of this kind of pressure was not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. In front of an elite dodi, these bandits, who usually boasted of being strong, were just like a pair of little dolls. An elite dodi was indeed worthy of being in existence that had entered the ranks of the true peak experts on the continent. Other than those ordinary bandits in the city, the remaining few elite dodi and Xinzhong, who was currently standing in the Alchemist Association, also involuntarily had a change in expression on their old faces when they sensed the pressure from Lin Zihong's body. Although they were both one-star dodi, Lin Zihong's strength was a little higher than his. However, this was sufficient to allow Lin Zihong to defeat him. However, if one were to add his spiritual strength, it would be a different story. It must be said that this Lin clan might be overbearing, but they also had the capital to be overbearing. At the very least, just based on the strength of an elite dodi, one might not dare to say that they did not exist in this enormous Xian city, but they could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, the Lin clan had a relationship with the two large clans on both sides of Xian city. This also solidified the position of the Lin clan in Xian city. In the face of Lin Zihong's powerful aura and pressure, which could be described as frightening in the eyes of an ordinary person, Xiaoyan's face was calm at this moment. It was as though the strength that could shake the sky and split the earth had nothing to do with him. Boy, I think you're young and impetuous. What they did yesterday was wrong, but you also went too far. Today, we're not here to make things difficult for you. We just want an explanation. Now, if you're willing to apologize to them for what happened yesterday, I'll let this matter pass for you. How about it? Lin Ziyang placed his hands behind him. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan in the pavilion opposite him. Although his tone was calm, the aura and pressure that covered this place gradually became stronger after the words from Lin Zihong's mouth sounded. However, when Su Songming heard Lin Zihong's words, he could not help but frown slightly. Xiaoyan had caused him to lose face in public twice. This kind of humiliation was not something that could be resolved with just a casual apology. He must make this little fellow in front of him pay an even greater price. However, just as Su Songming was about to make a move, Lin Ziyang, who was in front of him, seemed to have expected it. He quickly waved his hand behind his back and stopped Su Songming. Clan leader Lin, what do you mean by this? Now that Lin Zihong's aura was exposed, even Su Songming was quite fearful in his heart. Now that he spoke out of anger, he was naturally more polite. However, even so, it was not difficult to hear some dissatisfaction in the latter's words. Haha, Grandmaster, do you think that it's as simple as an apology? Hearing Su Songming's voice transmission behind him, Lin Ziyang laughed coldly in his heart and also replied with a voice transmission. Hearing this, the latter involuntarily frowned and thought deeply. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. After which, he withdrew and did not say anything else. Compared to the pain on his body, this move of Lin Zihong's was even more vicious. If Xiaoyan really weakened his aura and bowed to apologize to Lin Ran and Su Yao in front of the eyes of everyone in the city, this matter might be temporarily suppressed out of consideration for his face. However, it was also because of this that Xiaoyan's mental state would definitely suffer quite a big blow. After all, the two people in front of him were definitely no match for Xiaoyan if they were to compare their strength alone. Now, they actually wanted Xiaoyan to apologize to them. This would not only affect Xiaoyan's mental state, but it would also increase the arrogance of these two people. Unfortunately, even though Lin Zihong's idea was not bad, his method had found the wrong target. A one-star dodi was in existence that could not be defeated in the eyes of an ordinary bandit. However, Xiaoyan was not an ordinary bandit. Haha, Clan Head Lin has repeatedly said that I have gone overboard. In that case, what do you think I should do in order to not go overboard? Inverting black and white, confusing right and wrong, refusing to correct your mistake and biting the hand that feeds you. Is this not going overboard? Or should I say that I am forced by a blade and a sword, not asking whether the truth is right or wrong, and killing someone? Is this not going overboard? Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was standing upright in the pavilion, opened his mouth with a cold tone. Following each sentence from the latter's mouth, Xiaoyan's body would suddenly flash and appear in the empty space. By the time Xiaoyan's words sounded, his body had also steadily paused in the empty space a short distance away from Lin Ziyang. Hearing the words that were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth, the expression on Lin Zihong's face involuntarily alternated between green and white. Soon after, however, when he saw the frightening speed that Xiaoyan had suddenly unleashed, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lin Ziyang had never expected that this young black-robed, young man in front of him would actually be able to unleash such a frightening speed. Without mentioning anything else, just this speed alone was likely not inferior to his own. "Humph, do you think that you can fight with me with just this?" Although the speed was frightening, Lin Ziyang was after all an elite Dodi. His character was arrogant. In his eyes, a bandit was a bandit. Even if one's speed was quite good, how could one rely on just speed to change the situation in front of a true elite Dodi? "Humph, brat, I don't want to carry the bad name of bullying the weak. I will give you one last chance. Apologize." After Lin Zihong's final warning sounded, the originally frightening aura and pressure between the sky and the earth suddenly soared. The originally ugly faces of the people in the city below fell to the ground one after another at this moment. Their faces were ghastly white. No wonder the younger generation is so domineering. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Apologize, my ass. Xiaoyan's expression did not change even a little as he sensed the increasingly frightening aura and pressure around him. His mouth even let out a deep cold cry. This person in front of him had repeatedly challenged his patience. This was forcing him to attack. "Brat, since you are sincerely seeking death, you cannot blame me." Lin Zihong's expression was dark and solemn as he let out a furious cry the instant Xiaoyan's curses were emitted from his mouth. He waved his large hand and a frightening douqi immediately spluttered out from his palm. It crazily agglomerated like a flood or a ferocious beast. Soon after, his strong body suddenly moved and charged toward Xiaoyan. "Brat, since you do not know your mistakes, I will properly teach you on behalf of your elders." Lin Zihong's body also abruptly charged forward the instant the furious cry was emitted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A palm was violently thrown forward. Turbulent douqi agglomerated into the shape of a lion's head in his palm. It was violently smashing toward Xiaoyan's head. At the same time that Lin Ziyang moved, Xiaoyan, who was standing opposite him, was similarly unwilling to be outdone. The expression on his face suddenly became ruthless. At the same time, he raised both of his hands and brought them to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed between Xiaoyan's hands. At the same time, the aura within his body also suddenly soared. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, First Change. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. A green-colored flame suddenly swept up from deep within his dark black eyes. Even Xiaoyan's eyes had turned jade green in color. After the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change was unleashed, Xiaoyan's aura rapidly soared from the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. In merely the blink of an eye, his aura approached that of a late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. After he finished doing all this, the hand seals between Xiaoyan's hands suddenly changed. Although the hand seals were not as complicated as before, the speed at which they were formed was clearly much slower. In the next instant, Lin Zihong's body arrived before Xiaoyan. At this moment, the hand seals in Xiaoyan's hands had only just landed. "Since you brought about your own destruction, don't blame me for it." Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually not dodging, Lin Ziyang coldly reprimanded him. At the same time, his palm formed with douqi smashed down heavily onto Xiaoyan's head. Everywhere the palm passed, the invisible space would violently distort, leaving behind a vacuum. In the next instant, that palm was only a few inches away from Xiaoyan's head. Force. Elephant. Technique. However, in the next instant, Xiaoyan, who was standing in midair, suddenly raised his head. Facing Lin Ziyang, who was right before his eyes, he did not dodge. With a cold expression, he loudly shouted 3 words. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura instantly swept forth from Xiaoyan's body like a volcanic eruption. The frightening strength that suddenly erupted from Xiaoyan's body caused Lin Ziyang to be momentarily unable to block it. At the same time that the expression on his face changed drastically, the palm that was about to land on Xiaoyan's head was also forcefully withdrawn. After which, Lin Zheong forcefully twisted his body and used an extremely strange posture to forcefully dodge the strength that was heading toward him. The appearance of this scene also caused everyone in the city below to be in an uproar. It was unexpected that Lin Zheong, who was an elite Dodi, would actually be forced back by a bandit. This kind of thing was really difficult to imagine. The appearance of this scene caused even the expressions of Su Songming and the few members of the Lin clan beside him to change. Such a sudden scene caused even them to involuntarily feel surprised. Su Songming, who was the leader, narrowed his old eyes. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. A killing intent surged from deep within his eyes. Soon after, Lin Zheong stabilized his body and looked over. He saw that Xiaoyan's body was standing steadily in midair. At this moment, there was an enormous illusory figure standing behind him. The strength that had forced Lin Zheong back earlier had erupted from this illusory figure. Damn it! What the hell is this? Seeing the enormous illusory figure behind Xiaoyan, even with Lin Zheong's character, his mouth could not help but curse quietly. If it was not for this damn thing earlier, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already died in his hands. Huh. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was standing in midair, suddenly lifted his head toward the sky. His mouth emitted a long thunder-like roar that reverberated across the sky. After collecting his thoughts, Xiaoyan turned his head to look at the enormous illusory figure behind him. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. This was the real Force Elephant skill. During the half-month-long journey, other than traveling day and night, Xiaoyan did not forget to carefully study the Force Elephant skill. In addition to last night's practice, Xiaoyan was only able to truly display the Force Elephant skill at daybreak today. Of course, even so, it was still not enough to display the true power of the Force Elephant skill. However, looking at the current situation, he was only barely able to display it. Even so, compared to the past where he only relied on the tyrannical power of the Force Elephant skill to display his own strength, it was undoubtedly much more powerful now. Huh. Feeling the excitement from the muscles all over his body, Xiaoyan could not help but feel that his body was like a burning flame. Every muscle and every cell in his body was filled with majestic power at this moment. Humph, you are merely bluffing. I don't believe that you are merely a bandit. Even if you use all of your skills, how strong can you be? Seeing Xiaoyan's emotional manner, Lin Zheong's mouth was filled with disdain. Although he was forced back by Xiaoyan's attack earlier, he merely treated it as a careless move. If he were to attack again at this moment, how would he fall for it again when he was on guard? Ignorant brat. Today, I will let you experience the strength of a Dodi. Lin Zheong cried out angrily in a deep voice. Soon after, he moved slightly and his body once again rushed forward explosively. Doqi soared wildly and his body turned into a ray of light. Under the cover of his Doqi, he was like a meteorite that had fallen from the sky and violently smashed towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who had displayed the Force Elephant skill, saw Lin Zheong, who was furiously charging toward him. Excitement surfaced in his green eyes. Ever since Xiaoyan had practiced the Force Elephant skill, he had never truly displayed it. Today, it was the first time that he had revealed it. He wanted to properly test the strength of this Force Elephant skill. Seeing that Lin Zheong had already arrived in front of him, Xiaoyan's expression did not change. When the latter arrived in front of him, both of his hands were lifted. The illusionary figure behind Xiaoyan also followed Xiaoyan's action and raised its palm. Yellow spring palm. Letting out a low cry in his heart, Xiaoyan rotated his wrist and a palm violently smashed toward the incoming Lin Zheong. As Xiaoyan's palm fell, a frightening Doqi agglomerated in the palm of the illusionary figure behind him. Soon after, when Lin Zheong's body arrived, the illusionary figure's palm also fell heavily along with Xiaoyan's palm. Feeling the frightening power contained in the palm, even with Lin Zheong's current mental state, his heart could not help but tighten a little. A thought passed through his mind and the Doqi flowing within the chi paths in his body swiftly gathered in his palm. At the same time that the illusionary figure's palm fell, Lin Zheong's palm also violently met it. End of chapter 718. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.